Hello all, welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate creating a Behave BDD hybrid framework with page object model. So let's get started. In one of the previous section also, we created this hybrid framework with page object model, but this framework is different from this framework. Why? Because it also includes Behave BDD implemented. Okay, it's not a simple hybrid framework with page object model, but it also includes Behave BDD. Okay, here PyTest hybrid framework with page object model, but here BDD hybrid framework with page object model. Both are kind of used in the industry. Some projects use this one, some projects use this one. These are the popular ones. Okay, both are popular ones. So here, this one is a PyTest hybrid framework with page object model, which I covered in one of the previous sections. Whereas now I'm going to cover Behave BDD hybrid framework with page object model. Here PyTest is not there, but Behave BDD is there in place of the PyTest. So let's get started building this framework from scratch in a step-by-step manner. And let's go in a step-by-step way where, if you want to make that framework go to the next level, if the situation comes, we'll solve the problem and go to the next level. Okay. It's kind of very easy for you guys to understand. Okay. I'll go in a way where you from scratch you'll understand why this framework need to be upgraded to the next level and all everywhere. Okay, so let's get started. So first of all, let's switch to this PyCharm ID and create a new project. This is old framework, if you remember, the PyTest hybrid framework with page object model. So I'll keep it aside, but in the new window I'll create a new framework. That is this is not PyTest, this is Behave BDD hybrid framework with page object model. This is a framework. Okay, so click on create and I'll say new window. Let me have these two windows side by side. When required, I can, kind of take the things from that if required. Or we'll close it. If required, we can open also. Why to get confused? This one I'll close. It is loading, so let it load. After that, we can close this. So I'll close this one. Only when it is required, I'll open and use it. Okay. So fine. Now here, I'll just close this main.py file, and that main.py file is not required in this newly created project. I'll delete that. Say OK. And after that, the project got created here. Now to get started, I have to right click on this project and select a package. Okay, select to create a new package. I'll just name this package as features package. Under the features package, you can create the feature file. Okay. So before you create any feature file, right, you have to install one thing. Okay, you have to install Behave package. Okay, how to install that Behave package? Select the project, click on file, select settings. Okay, the Behave BDD tool you have to install. Okay, before you create any feature file, right? It's better that you install that Behave BDD tool. For that, select this project in here in the settings and select Python interpreter. Here only you see you don't have the Behave. Click on plus and here, search for Behave. I already covered this in one of the previous sessions, but I'm repeating this. Select the Behave and click on install package. Behave package will be installed. So let's wait for the Behave package to be installed here. Still installing. We should get a green color confirmation message here saying that it got installed. You see it got installed. Say close, say OK. That's it. Close this. Now we can create the feature file. Why? Because if you don't install that package and directly create the feature file, right, that feature file will not be recognized. Okay, so it's better you first install Behave package and after that select new file. And what I would like to automate here is I would like to take this application. That is a sample application. I'll show you that I'm trying to automate. The same application I used as part of the other framework I created earlier. Okay. So this is the application I would like to automate. tutorialsninja.com/demo application. So I'll simply go here and in this application, I would like to automate search functionality, login functionality and register function. Oh, there are many functionalities, but I'll take for sample these three functionalities. First, search.feature I'll say. Press enter. The feature file got created. You see it got recognized. That's the reason we got this cucumber icon. Okay. If the Behave tool is identifying this feature file with the extension dot feature, if you create, the icon is coming means the behave tool is able to identify. That's the reason we have to install behave. And after that, here I'll write some Gherkin code. In Gherkin language, I'll create the scenarios in this feature file. First, I have to use its feature keyword in the Gherkin, and I'll say search functionality. Okay, search functionality. And then here under this, we have to create some scenarios. Scenario. Okay. So in the scenario, you can create any number of scenarios. Such functionality has a lot of scenarios, but for sample, I'll take few scenarios. That is search for a valid product is the first scenario. Here I'll say given I uh, I I got navigated to given I navigated to home page. Okay, home page is nothing but this page. After that, what we have to do? Given I navigated to the home page, when I enter valid product name into the search box field and click on the search button like that. Okay, when I enter valid product into the search box field and I click on search button. You see valid product, let's say HP, and click on the search button. What will happen? This valid product should get displayed in the search results. In the search results page, you should get this HPLP kind of stuff, right? This like this. After that, we'll do that. Anyhow, we are just writing the scenario, right? Let's not worry about inspection and all at this moment. Just we have to verify whether this got displayed. Then valid product should get displayed in search results. This is the last. Like this, I can create a good number of scenarios. Second scenario I'll create. So here for each and every step here, we have to implement or write some Selenium code behind that. How to do that, I'll cover that. First, let's create some feature files, okay? Not search.feature file, but other feature files also. So here I'll write down search for an invalid product, okay? Given you see this step is same, it's better to copy paste. I got navigated to the home page is same. Then when I enter valid product into the invalid product this time, okay? Invalid, okay? This is different. Search box field, and I click on this step is same, so it's better to copy paste. And finally, then proper message informing that there is no product in the search criteria kind of stuff should be displayed. Proper message should be displayed in search results. Now another scenario I'm going to create, third scenario. So here, actually we have to move this. You see, it should be aligned. This should be aligned here, this line. So here also I'll just create some scenario. Here I'll write down search without entering any product. Okay, blank search. Here again the same thing. I got navigated to home page. Even I got navigated to home page. When I don't enter anything into search box field and I click on search button, then here the second scenario is all about, going to this application page. Then in the search box field, you have to enter invalid product, say Honda, which is not there on this website. Click on search button. You should get this message. There is no product that matches. Now third scenario is all about go to this page and don't enter anything. Click on the search button. Still, you should get the same message. Okay, that's the third scenario. Then proper message be displayed in search results. Done. Okay. These are the three scenarios I would like to automate as part of this search dot feature. Now, similarly, I'll create. So what I will do here is for the search dot feature, right? I'll run this. Okay. Better I'll run this also. So how to do that before running? Yeah, I'll run it otherwise, or shall I run it later? Yeah, we can run it, not a problem. So go to the terminal. Go to the terminal and have to implement each and every step here. Okay. So this feature file steps should be implemented. Okay. So for implementing that under the features package, I have to create another package known as a steps package. Under the steps package, I have to create one Python file. I'll just say such, which contains all the implemented methods for all the steps in this feature file, such feature file, like this. Okay, all the steps in this feature file should be implemented in the search. Okay, so how to implement that? Instead of writing it, doing a lot of hard work and writing it here, there is a simple way. I'll run this feature file with the help of behave command and all from the terminal. I'll run this feature file. It will auto generate this implemented methods with all the details. I just need to copy paste those methods here and implement my customized code there. Okay, so I'll go to the terminal here and say cls here and clear the things and say behave. Type the command behave space the name of the package, that is features package. Okay, feature under the features, what are the feature files are there, all feature files will run. So just expand this and you see all the steps which are not implemented. I got navigated to home page. You got something here. Okay, the implementation method has come at the rate given circular brackets. You all these things you don't have to write manually. You can simply copy paste here all these 4 implementations, copy and go to the search.py and paste it here. That's it. And after doing that, just press enter and here some errors are coming. We have to import them. For that, from which package, behave package, import what? Import given. If I say import given from the, only this error will go, but when error will not go. So to, instead of importing all them one by one, right? From behave import given, from behave import when, instead of writing separate lines, in place of given, just put asterisk. Asterisk means everything, import everything from behave. You see, given, when at a go, all the errors have been gone. There you go. All the errors have been gone. Right? Now, these steps got implemented. So, we'll not do much in this. We'll not do much in this. Now, similarly, I'll create. Here, actually, I have to write some Selenium code. Okay. Here in this place, I have to start writing some Selenium automation code. Okay. Before writing that, first let me create some sample feature files and create this kind of things. Okay. So now if I run this, what will happen? Let's see. After implementing the steps in the feature file, for each and every step in the feature file, we have a method inside the search.py file, right? For every step inside the scenarios of the search.feature file, we have some implemented method inside the search.py file. So I'll run the same command behave features. Again, it is coming same. Why we have implemented, right? Raise is coming. Okay, so we'll do one thing. I'll go to the search.py file and here in place of this, I'll put a pass statement. Pass means nothing. It's not going to do anything. Instead of saying anything, just write the pass statement. Pass. Okay. Assume that this is some sample code. Pass is some sample code. Okay. Now let's run this again. I don't know what's happening here. Let's see. Still, these methods are coming. Why? Have I did any mistake? Search.feature file is there. Under the features package, we have steps package, and steps package we have the search.py and which actually has these methods, but okay, I got navigate to home page. 1 minute. Okay, let's go terminal again. 3 and if okay, what is coming here? What is the message we are getting? Let's see. After I have run this valid product, these 3 scenarios got run. Feature 3, feature 9, feature 15. Okay, feature 3, 9, 15. Okay, failing scenarios it is saying search for value. Okay, feature 9, 1 failed, 3 failed. 4 skip, 3 undefined is saying. You can implement steps for underlying undefined steps with this snippets. Okay, I'll do one more thing. Instead of writing like this, I'll write the print statements. Otherwise, still not taking na. Write the print statements. This will not be printed anyhow. The print statements will not be printed until we do something. Okay, I'll say inside hyphen. Here also instead of pass statement, I'll write print inside hyphen. This is the one. Here also print Okay, I'm getting something. I'm getting some, why it's coming. I'm just getting something. Okay, let's see. Here inside hyphen, I click on search button, and here also I'll say print inside hyphen proper message should be displayed in the search results page. Okay, this is also fine, I think, but some steps are not implemented. You see, only these four steps we have implemented. Here, this is repeating. This is repeating. That means there are some steps which are not implemented, like enter invalid product is not implemented, proper message is not implemented. So that's the reason I think we are getting these methods. Maybe you see, these things are not implemented yet. Okay, somehow we missed them. Not all steps we have implemented in this scenario, so it's better copy them. The remaining steps which are not implemented also copy. Only few steps we have implemented in the search.py file. Remaining steps we have forgot to implement. So we somehow missed it. That's the reason we are getting that. You see, valid products should get displayed in the search results. I got navigator, enter valid, click on search button. Proper message is there, but a valid product should get is not there. I'll simply write the print statement. Until all the steps are implemented, is going to give that kind of message. Okay, inside valid product should get displayed in the search results. Similarly, here also print inside hyphen enter this one, and then print inside hyphen. I don't enter anything in the search box. Let's run this and see if there are any steps in the search.feature file which are not implemented still. So CLS behave features. I think this time everything got implemented. 12 out of 12 steps got passed. We have not written any proper code here. Normal print statements we have written, but those print statements are not getting executed. That we'll see later. Okay, it's not about the print statement. I covered how to get these print statements printed in the previous session basics, right? I covered that, but in this session I'm not going to cover, because in place of the print statements I'm going to write some Selenium automation code. Okay, so I don't want the print statements to be printed. Rather, here I want the Selenium automation code to be written, and that code need to get executed as part of this methods. Okay, the focus is not on the print statement. If you still want these print statements to be printed in the output, go back and watch my previous sessions on this BDD using behave concepts where I covered this. Okay, fine. Anyhow, one feature file we have implemented. Let's create, under right click on the features package and create one more file that is named that as login dot feature. Press enter. So again here, write feature, login functionality, and here scenario, login with valid credentials given. I navigated to login page when I enter valid email address and valid password into the fields, and I click on login button. Then I should get logged in. This is one scenario. Now second scenario. Just move this scenario to the left side, and then write down login with invalid email and valid password. Second scenario. Okay. Given I navigated to login page when this step is common, so copy paste better. Okay, instead of writing it right again, copy this and paste it here. That will otherwise, if there's small wording difference, right, that will create another step definition method. Okay, why to create duplicate methods for a single thing? Here I'll say I enter invalid email and valid password into the fields, and I click on login button. Then what should happen? Then I should get a proper warning message. The user should not get logged in. Instead, we should get a proper warning message. Okay. Then scenario again. The third scenario: login with valid email and invalid password. Then here write down given. Again the same step. I navigated to login page when I enter valid email and invalid password into the fields. And I click on login button. Then what should happen? Still, I should get a proper warning message saying that some credentials mismatch or something should come. Okay. Scenario, another scenario I'm writing. Smooth this scenario to the left side and write down login with invalid credentials. Both are invalid in this case. So 1, 2, 3, fourth one I am writing. So here I say given, I navigate to login page, copy this, paste it here. When I enter invalid email and invalid password into the fields, and this is same. I click on login button is same, copy paste. Then this is also same. I should get a proper warning message. The last one scenario here, just move this to the left side and write down login with without entering any credentials. Given I navigated to same thing, I navigated to login page. Given I navigated to login page, when I enter, when I don't enter anything into the fields, into the I don't enter anything into email and password fields, and I click on this step is same, copy paste. I click on login button. Then what should happen? Then I should get again the same thing. I should get a proper warning message. So what I'm trying to automate here is very simple. On this application, I'll go to the login page. After navigating the login page, here I'll enter valid credentials. You can login. User should get logged in. In second scenario, I'll enter invalid email and valid password. It should give a proper warning message here saying that credentials didn't match or something. And in the next scenario, I'll give valid email and invalid password, and still you should get the message stopping you from logging in. And then both invalid email address, invalid password, and login. And again, you should get the same thing. And the last scenario, I'll not enter anything and click on the login button. Still, we should get the message. These are other things I'm trying to automate. Now, if I run this, anyhow, these steps are implemented. The search.feature file steps are implemented, but login steps are not implemented. But for the steps which are not implemented, in the output, we'll get that. In the terminal, we'll get everything. Okay. So just expand this to the top so that more space should be given to generate more steps. So you just write on behave, features, presenter. So a lot of steps which are not implemented will come here. From here, you see given, copy all these steps one by one till here and say Control C. Go here and here under the steps, create the Python file. Name it as login.py file. Don't have the extension. Python file means we'll have the .py extension only. Paste it. And here write down from behave import hash. Okay, from behave import hash. All these error messages will be gone. Then write down here in place of this rise and all, write down print. Inside, I navigated to login page and navigated to login page. Then here also implement each and everything. Then I enter valid email address and invalid password. Then simply write the print statements. In place of the print statements, we are going to write this real Selenium automation code. Okay. For now, just for a while, I am providing this print statements here. Inside, I just copy paste. Just why to waste time? Just copy paste these things and paste it here. Then this got implemented. The next one, print. Inside, write down. I click on login button. Here, write down print. Inside, hyphen, I should get logged in. Then here also, write down print. Print. Inside, hyphen, I enter invalid email and valid password into the fields. Then here, print. Inside, I should get a proper warning message. Here, write down print. inside hyphen enter valid email address and invalid password into the fields. And there are a few more steps. Let's implement them and run again to see if there are any other steps which are not implemented still. Okay, we have to cross check again after implementing also. Copy this, paste it here. We write down print inside hyphen. I don't enter anything into the password. Email and password. It's done. We have implemented everything. Let's run this again and see if there are any other steps which are not implemented. Behave, features. See, all the steps got implemented and got passed. We don't have any other suggestions to be implemented. So we are good. Similarly, we'll create one more, one more feature file, the last feature file. So in this session of this framework creation series of this, we have BDD hybrid framework with page object model thing, right? So this is the first session of this framework where I'm just creating the feature files and step definition files, step definition Python files, okay? From the next session, right, I'll start implementing or writing the automation code, okay? In the next session, I'll start writing the Selenium automation code in place of the print statements I provided in this step definition files. So last step, right click on the features and create another last feature file for sample, that is register.feature. Here, create a feature, write down register account functionality. After that, say scenario, okay. So scenario, register with mandatory fields, okay. Given I navigate to register page, register account or register page, when I enter mandatory fields, okay, when I enter mandatory fields and I click on continue button, then okay, then account should get created. Okay, then account should get created. Now write another scenario. We'll improvise the scenarios later. For now, we'll just write at a high level for now. Based on the things, right, we can improvise that, okay? Register with all fields. Given I navigate to same thing. So I navigate to register page. When I enter all fields and I click on continue button, then account should get created. Okay, then account should get created. What else we have? Scenario, register. What is the next one? Register with a duplicate email address. Okay, given I navigate to register page, when same thing, right? Just copy paste. If it is same, it's better to copy paste rather than typing. When I enter all fields except email field, otherwise I'll enter details into mandatory fields. I enter details into all fields, enter details into all fields except the email field. Okay, and I enter duplicate or I enter existing email accounts email into the I enter existing accounts email into the email field and I click on continue button. Then it's better to move it to the left side. I have done earlier, but now I'm doing. That's okay. If you forget, you have to do like this only. There's no other way. Then here proper warning message informing about duplicate account should be displayed. Okay. Then scenario register with without providing any details. Register without providing any details into the fields given. I navigate to register page. The last scenario when I don't enter anything into the fields, and I click on continue button. This step is same, so copy paste better. Then proper warning messages for every mandatory field should be displayed. These are the four scenarios I would like to automate. Four scenarios I would like to automate. So since these steps are not implemented yet, to implement that at structure level, we have to run that feature file. So behave features, just say features, just press enter. All the steps which are not implemented are coming here. Copy all the steps. Copy all the steps. And go to the, just create one Python file here. Just name that as register.py and paste it here. Okay. So here, write down from behave import hashtag. Errors will be gone. And here, write down the normal print statements now. In place of these raise statements, write the print statements for now. And I'm going to replace these print statements with Selenium code later. Inside hyphen, just copy paste this one. I navigate to register page. Here also write down print inside hyphen. I enter details into the mandatory fields. Here write down print inside. I click on continue button. Here write down print. Right inside hyphen account should get created. Here write down print inside hyphen I enter details into all the fields. Here I also print inside hyphen I enter details into all the fields except email field. And here also few more methods are there which need to be implemented still. Inside hyphen I enter this one. Three more methods are there. Let's complete them. Print inside hyphen proper warning message should be displayed. Duplicate account should be displayed. Then print inside hyphen I don't enter into the fields. This one print inside hyphen proper warning messages for every mandatory field should be displayed. Okay, done. Okay, this is what I have tried. Fine. Now let's run this and see whether all the steps in all the feature files got implemented or not. Behave features. Press enter. You see, all the steps got successfully passed. Nothing need to be implemented still. And there is one more thing that you need to understand. That is the terminal. You are typing some commands. You are typing something like behave and features package you are giving. All the features file, all the feature files under this features package will be run, right? There are three feature files, everything will run. What if you want to run only one particular feature file? Not every feature file you don't, all the scenarios in all the feature files you don't want to run. Only the scenarios from a particular feature file you want to run. In that case, don't stop here. After features, just say slash and write down, let's say search dot feature I want to run. Okay, only the scenarios in the search dot feature file will run. That is only three scenarios, not all the scenarios in all the feature files, only three such scenarios got run. So only one feature. Okay. So this also how we can customize these commands. Okay. We can not only run all the features and feature files under the features package, rather a particular feature file under this package also we can run. So just wanted to mention that before going to the next session. So in this session, this is all about that. Okay. We just created the feature files and associated step definition files containing the step definition methods and all for each and every step that is written inside the scenarios of the feature file. In the next session, we'll go to the next level where we'll start implementing something. Okay. So that's all for this session as part of the first part. So see you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, we are going to continue the creation of this Behave BDD hybrid framework with page object model. In the previous session, we have created the feature files and step definitions. Now we are going to write some Selenium code into this step definition methods in this part of this session. So let's get started. I'll switch to this PyCharm ID where we have this project containing the so far created framework containing these feature files and step definitions. We have not written any Selenium automation code so far. So I'm going to write now. Okay, I'll pick this search.feature first. And associatedly, we have created this search.py, okay, containing the step definitions. Here we have to write the automation code. So I got navigated to home page. Okay, so if you can open this feature file also, it will be good. So first scenario, let's automate the first scenario, which talks about, let me move this here so that it will be easy for us to, refer and all. Search.feature first scenario, search for a valid product. And the first step is I got navigated to home page. Let's find it out. Okay. This is a step, right? I got navigated to home page. Let's implement that here. How to navigate instead of the sprint statement. Here I'm going to write the Selenium code. Okay. Selenium automation code. So to get started and to navigate to the home page and all, we have to write something like this WebDriver dot. Okay. Now hover the mouse on the WebDriver. You will not be able to import this because in this project, we have not installed Selenium yet. Select this project, select file, select settings, and here again, select the project in the settings and select this Python interpreter. Here Selenium is not there. Click on plus. And here search for Selenium. Now select Selenium and click on install package. In a while, Selenium will get installed. Let's wait. Let's wait for Selenium to get installed. So you should get a green color warning message saying that Selenium has been successfully installed. Okay, wait. It's done almost. Yeah. Selenium installed successfully. Close this. Say okay. That's it. Here now over the mouse on WebDriver. Now you will be. So let this loading process complete. Sometimes it will take some time. Okay. This progress should be completed. Okay. After installing also, then only we'll be able to import. Okay. The loading is completed almost. Scanning packages and all. Okay, over the mouse now. You see now import this name key. Select that and select this WebDriver from import this WebDriver from Selenium. Okay, from Selenium package import this WebDriver. Now say dot Chrome WebDriver dot Chrome. Use the circular brackets and this should return you the driver. Okay, driver is equal. That's fine. Now after that I'll say driver dot maximize window. Then I'll say driver dot get. So in the double quotes, give the application URL where you have to navigate and all. Okay, open the application. So I'm automating this particular application. Let me open this browser and specify the browser URL, application URL here and press enter. This application tutorialsninja.com/demo is the application. I'll copy this URL and paste it here. Okay, this is the application. What next? After doing that, after opening the browser, maximizing it and opening this application, anyhow, we are on the we have navigated to the home page now, right? There is a thing. So when you do this, you are automatically on the home page only. Okay, so you don't have to write any other steps. Here, this is automation code which need to be written for this particular step only. Okay. So after that, what is the next step? I enter valid product into the search box field. Okay. On this home page, we have the search box field where we have to enter the valid product. How to enter the valid product there? So let's implement that step. I enter valid product into the search box field. Here have to write something like uh, inspect the search box field, and it has a name locator. Copy this name locator, name attribute value for name locator, and simply write down driver dot. You see, you'll not be able to use the driver here because driver is local to this particular method, but not this method. You cannot access the driver in this method. It is only can be accessible in this method. Why? Because you have used the driver like that. How to make this driver accessible in all the methods of this step definition file? For that, there is a kind of context kind of thing, like self keyword was there in Python, right? Same thing in behave BDD, we have this context. So before this driver, add context. Then this driver will be shared across all these methods in this particular Python file. Okay, wherever you are using the driver, add context dot. Then this method will share the driver with other method. Okay, it will be accessible. So write down context. Now here mention again the same context is there here. Now write down context here, context dot, driver dot. Now you can access. Okay, driver dot find element by dot name. Here by also you have to import. You're not getting any error with the driver, you see. By dot name, comma, whatever the name attribute value is there, copy that and paste it here. And what you have to do, enter valid product. Okay, enter means dot send the keys. Send keys command you have to provide. In double quotes, what is the valid product? HP is the valid product. Okay, HP is a valid product. This is the next step. This is the second step. Enter valid product into the search box field. Now, after entering the valid product in the search box field, I click on search button. This is a step. Where is that? I click on search button. Okay. So here instead of this, write down context dot driver dot find element by dot. What is that? For the search button, inspect the search button, and this is a HTML code of that particular button. So to locate this button, I'll start from here. I'll create an XPath expression, double slash dev at the rate ID is equal to give that ID of that. And under that, there is a button here, slash button. Okay. Slash button, press enter. Okay. Let me clear this out and see what's happening. It's locating till here, it is locating, and under that slash button, UTTOM. Okay, what mistake I'm doing here? Div. Okay, it's not directly under this, right? Double slash button I have to write. Okay, it's not the immediate child, right? It is a grandchild. Double slash button. So how many elements? One out of one element only. Okay, that is this particular button is successfully getting located. Copy that XPath expression. Come back here. Now write down by dot XPath. Give the XPath expression for locating that button and simply say dot click. Dot click. Done. That's it. That step also got implemented. And here also we have successfully used context dot driver. Okay, everywhere you use context so that this driver will be shared across all the methods. Now after that, valid product should get displayed in the search results. Where is that method? We'll find out. Valid product should get displayed in the search results. Okay, here we have to verify. Remove this print statement. How to verify that? After you type HP here, click on the search button. Here you have to verify whether this valid product is getting displayed in the search results. Inspect this. Inspect that. This is a link text. Copy this link text. Okay. Here I'll write down assert. In Python we have assertions. Okay. In Python also we have assertions. That assert I'll write down here. Assert space driver dot find Here instead of driver, we have to use what? Context.driver. Okay. Context.driver dot find element by dot link text, comma, give that link text of that displayed product here. This is a link text of the product that is displayed dot is score displayed. Like this, you write the command. Okay. Context.driver.find element is displayed. If it is displayed, the assertion will pass. Otherwise, the assertion will fail. After that, this is the last step. So we have to quit the browser. Here I have to write context dot driver dot quit. We'll quit the browser also. After this assertion is done, we have to quit the browser. So once search scenario we have automated. Okay, one search scenario we have automated. So I'll intentionally run this scenario to see whether this Selenium automation code written implemented for this first scenario is working fine or not. Remaining all scenarios have not implemented. Okay, so I'll do one thing at the rate implemented. Okay, intentionally I'm great just for the temporary purpose I'm adding this tag. I'll not be using this tag always, just for running it for just for now. Okay, for this moment I'm creating this tag implemented. You can give any name. Okay, or completed you can give if you want. Okay, it's up to you, whatever makes sense. You can give that name here. The reason we are creating this tag is that only this particular scenario I want to run. Remaining all scenarios in all the feature files I don't want to run. Only this first scenario in the search.feature file I want to run. Go to the terminal and say cls and clear it. Say behave under the features package. Okay, under the features, you run only that scenario containing the tag hyphen tags is equal to give the tag name that is completed. Only the scenario related to this particular tag. I already covered and explained about this particular tag as part of this BDD using behave. Okay, I'm taking advantage of this now. Okay, press enter. Sorry. Here I have to press enter. So let's see whether it is working fine or not. Is that automated or not? Okay, you see it's opening the application URL. Yeah. So it's working fine, it seems. Okay, so if it is passing or failing, let's see the result now. You see 4 steps got passed. That means even that assertion step also got passed, and the browser even got closed also. The browser got closed also, right? The browser even got closed. It's working fine. We have successfully automated one of the scenario. Now, so the second scenario is here. Now let's implement the steps. Already one of the step is already implemented. I got navigated to home page is already implemented here. The same code will be applicable for this particular scenario also. I don't have to write the code again for this step. The next step is I enter invalid product into search box field. Okay. First step is already implemented. You see here, I got navigate to home page is already implemented. I don't have to write it again and again. Okay. This method is common for all the steps in this each and every scenario. So now I enter, the second step is I enter invalid product into the search box field. Where is that? I enter invalid product into search box field. Here, write down, let's clear this out and write down, enter invalid product. How to enter for entering a valid product also the same code is there, na? Almost. Enter valid product. Copy this part, okay? It will be almost same. Copy this. And in place of the invalid product, paste it. Context find element by dot name. Same search box field. Here invalid product is nothing but Honda. Okay. In place of HP, you just give Honda. That will be enough. And next. Then the next step is I click on search button is already implemented here. If you search for that particular I click on search button, already the code is available. Okay, you don't have to write that again. And the last step is proper message should be displayed. You see what will happen generally is when you enter an invalid product in the search box field and click on the search button, you will get this message. There's no product that matches the search criteria. You have to verify that. Okay, you have to verify whether this message is coming or not. So I'll inspect this, right click inspect this. So first of all, this is expected text. Copy this expected text here and write down here in this method, proper message kind of thing. Proper message should be displayed in the search results. Remove this print statement and in place of that, write down. Expected text is equal to, in double quotes, give the text. Okay, this is expected text. And we have to retrieve the actual text using Selenium automation. For that, inspect this text. And this is inside the p tag we have, but this p tag is somewhere below this input tag having some ID. I'll copy this ID of this input tag. Control F, I'll create an XPath expression. Input @ID is equal to, give that ID and say slash following hyphen sibling colon sp. So it got located. Copy this XPath expression and come back here and write down. Okay. Copy that XPath expression here and copy that XPath expression and write down here. Retrieve the text. Okay. So here I'll write assert. Okay. Assert context dot driver dot find element by dot XPath, right? XPath, comma, give that XPath expression. And now say dot. You have to retrieve the text, right? You have to say text command in Selenium. Dot equals EQ underscore circular bracket. Here we have to write here we have to mention the expected text. Copy this expected text and paste it here like this. Okay. You can take it to the next line if you want. Okay. You see, context.driver.find element dot text. You are retrieving the text from this, and that should be equal to the expected text. From whatever the Selenium is retrieving the text should match with the whatever the text you are expecting. Then this particular test is going to pass. After that, I need to quit the browser. Context.driver.quit. Quit the browser. That's it. The second scenario also got completed. Then here I'll write down completed for now. Let me also implement this third scenario, and then I would like to run all the three scenarios together. Okay. First, let me implement this. This is already implemented. I got navigate to homepage is already implemented. I don't enter anything into the search box field. Okay, this is a new step. So I don't enter anything into search box field. Here I enter the invalid product, but here I don't. Copy this step. It will be almost safe. Paste it, and here instead of giving HPR rounder, don't enter anything. Okay, keep it blank. That's it. That step will be implemented. I don't enter. I click on the search button is already implemented. I click on search button is already implemented. After that, proper message should be displayed in the search results page. Proper message. So this is the one. Okay, already the code is implemented. The same code will be applicable for this scenario also. So we have successfully implemented. And now here I'll write down completed. All the such scenarios got completed. So I'll simply write search here otherwise. Okay, search. That will make sense more. So search, all the search functionality related scenarios, I automated it. Now, if I have to run all these three scenarios to see whether they are working fine or not, so CLS and just say behave under the features, write hyphen tags is equal to, okay, hyphen tags is equal to, give the tag that is all these three scenarios have the such tag. Copy this and paste it here. Such tag has been written here. Hyphen tags is equal to such. Now press enter. That's it. All the three scenarios should run one by one and everything should get passed. First scenario is running. It's passed. Now second scenario will run. It also got passed. Third scenario is running. It's going to run. Sorry. Whatever the three scenarios we implemented are running one by one, right? Done, completed. So we should see all the things as passed, all the three scenarios as passed in the results. You see here we got the results, three scenarios passed. Nothing got failed. Okay, zero fail, zero fail, zero fail. All the three scenarios got passed. So with this, we have implemented the sample search related functionality scenarios. Now, close this and open this next one, that is login.feature. Let's implement this login functionality scenarios. Okay. So login related scenarios we have to automate. So login.py and yeah, here let's take the first step. I navigated to login page. I navigated to login page. Where is that? I navigated to login page. We are here. Let's write the code. That is webdriver dot over the mouse. Import this from Selenium package and write on webdriver dot Chrome circular bracket. And here write down driver is equal to, instead of driver, you just mention context dot driver. So other methods will be able to access. Same steps, that is driver dot maximize context dot driver dot context dot driver dot maximize window, then context dot driver dot get the application URL. This application URL, copy this URL and paste it here. And after that, we should navigate to which page? Login page. Okay, so I need to click on my account and then select login. Then only this step will be completed. Till then, the step will not be completed. So how to write that? For that, inspect this my account option. Inspect this my account option. And here you see some text between the tags are there. Copy this text which is there between the span tag and create an XPath expression for the double slash span. Text is equal to, give that. Okay, this is XPath expression and this is locating the span tag, only one element. That is nothing but this my account. Okay, copy this and come back here and write down. We have to navigate, right? So context dot driver dot find element by dot path. For that, first import this by from Selenium and say dot xpath, comma, give that xpath expression and simply say dot click. After clicking on that my account, we should select this login option, inspect this login option. It's nothing but a link text. Copy this text between the tags of link text and write down here context dot driver dot find element by dot link text, give that link text and simply say dot click. Done. This steps got successfully implemented for the first step here, that is I navigate to login page is completed. Then I enter valid email address and valid password into the fields. Enter valid email address and valid password into the fields. How to verify, how to write the steps? I enter this, find that first, I enter valid email address and valid password. Here instead of this print statement, write down the code. Okay, after you go to the login page, what you will do generally, in the login page, you have to enter the email address and password. Inspect this email address field. Here we have an ID. Copy this ID. Come back here, write down context dot driver dot find element by dot ID, comma, give the ID of that email address field and say dot keys. Here write down the valid email address. What is a valid email address that you can write down? I will take one valid email address here. Aim to recap one. I gave one password. Click on login. Is it working? No. Maybe the password is different. Let me try a different password. No, it's not working. Let me go and see. Okay, let me create an account, fresh account, so that I can use that. Or there's one more thing. To the okay, this one I'll try. If the account is there, that's good. Otherwise, you have to create. Okay, let's create an account. I'll use that existing account details. Okay, to the April 1 at the rate gmail.com, or simply April itself. I'll write down. To April 2023 when I'm recording this session, and here this is the sample telephone number I'm entering. Password I'm giving as 12345. Here confirm password also 12345. This is the email address I need to copy. Select this and continue. The account should get created. Now simply log out and try to log in. So the credentials are working fine or not. This is the email address I create an account for just now. I'm giving the password and say login. Is it working? Yes, it's working fine. Okay. So I will use the same email address here. Just paste the email address. Password is 12345. Now, after entering the email address, I have to enter the valid password. After entering valid email address, I have to enter the valid password. How to enter the valid password here? So for that, again inspect this password field here. We just now have entered only the email address, valid email address. Now let's enter the password. Inspect this password field. So this also has an ID. Copy this ID of this password field and come back here and write down context dot driver dot find element by dot ID. Give the ID of that password field and say dot send keys, send underscore keys, and here give 1 2 3 4 5 as a password. 1 2 3 4 5. And now click on the login button. Inspect this. Copy this. Control F. Double slash input at the rate value is equal to give that login. Copy this XPath expression for locating this login button. Now write down the code. So you should not be writing it here. Rather, the next step is all about I click on the login button, find that step. Here you have to write context dot driver dot find element by dot XPath, give that XPath expression, double quotes you mentioned, and say dot click. So this is a command done. After I click on the login button, I should get logged in. How to verify that you got successfully logged in? When you click on the login button, if you get any of these options that a non-logged in user cannot get, only the logged in user can edit the account, only the logged in user can change the password. All these options will come only for the user who got logged in. So sorry, let me go back. So what I'll do is I'll pick one of the option which out of that options that only the logged in user will get, and I'll verify whether this option is displayed on the page or not. Okay. To verify whether we got successful logged in. If this option is there on the page means we got successful logged in. Inspect this. And here we got the link text. Copy this link text and come back here and write down I should get logged in. Okay. Then I should get logged in. That is I'll write down assert assert context dot driver dot find element by dot link text. Give that link text. Okay, context dot driver dot find element by dot link text, and I have to simply say whether this particular element is displayed on the page or not. Is displayed, I have to write down. Is displayed. If this option is displayed means the user got successful logged in, the test will pass. Otherwise, the test will fail. After that, I have to write context dot driver dot quit and close the browser. This is the last step, right? So we have to quit the browser. Should get logged in. This should quit the browser. So this one is completed. This step is completed. This scenario is completed. I'll just write on completed and see whether I'll run only this particular scenario having this particular tag to see whether this is working fine or not. So I'll go to the terminal and I'll clear and write down behave. Under the features package, you run all the feature files, but should have the scenarios should have the tag name as completed. Okay, mention completed here. Tags is equal to completed and press enter. Okay, login. You see it got passed. All first scenario, all the 4 steps got passed. So it's working fine. Now let's implement all the remaining scenarios also one by one. Login with invalid email and valid password. Okay. Login with invalid. In this session, I will automate all the scenarios in all the feature files. Okay. That's the aim of this session. In the next session, we'll take this framework to the next level. But in this session, I'll show you how to automate some sample functionalities, okay, of this application like this. so that you will get some confidence on how to automate. Okay. So login with invalid email and valid password and navigate to login page. The first step is already implemented here, but this step is not implemented. I enter invalid email. Here valid email is there. Here enter invalid email and valid password is there. Find the step. I enter invalid email and valid password into the fields. Clear this out. Okay. I enter invalid email and valid password into the fields. Now copy this two lines that we have written already for enter valid email address and valid password thing. And the same thing should be there for the invalid email and valid password. Here the same things, but here we have to give an invalid email address. And the invalid email address that I give, it's better that I will, I'll give you a new email address every time. Okay, that's a better way of doing the stuff. So how to get that done? How to get that done? If I want an invalid email address every time, it's better that I write some code here. Okay, to generate an invalid email address, let me write some code here. So I need to write some Python code for which will get us generate an invalid email address every time. That invalid email address should contain the timestamp. Okay, if I attach some timestamp to that invalid email address, right? What will happen if I attach some timestamp to that invalid email address? That will be new email address always, right? Aim motor is some timestamp. The timestamp will keep changing. Okay, every time it auto generates a timestamp, right? With the email address with timestamp, right? That email will be anyhow new email. It will not have an account in our application. That will definitely be a invalid email every time. Okay, because it doesn't have the account means it is an invalid email almost. So what I will do here is instead of writing the code here, I will open the previously. Okay, already have written this code in one of the previous projects. I'll just open that project here. I'll go to my location of the projects. So just to save time, I'm doing this. Okay, whenever I require, I'll go to the old project and get the things. This is a project. Say okay and say new window. I'll close this after the task is done. I'll close this new window thing to avoid the confusions and all. So here somewhere, you see this is the code. Okay, timestamp and this is the code. Okay, should be generated. Copy these two lines for now and come back to our project and here is the code. Timestamp date time dot now. Okay, timestamp. Okay, this timestamp is coming. That timestamp I have to append in the email amotory plus timestamp plus gmail, and this I'll say invalid underscore email. I'll say is equal to, I'll store that into this. Over the mouse on the date time and import this from where I have to import is something I need to see once. The previous project, what is the import date time from date time? Okay, so we should be clear about from where we are importing. Over the mouse on this date time, I import this from date time. Okay, so date time import from date time like this. You have to import. Now this is good. And what next? I got an invalid email which will be generated with timestamp always. This is a timestamp we are getting that we are storing in timestamp and appending into this email. We are creating this email out of nowhere. And this invalid email in place of hard coding this and all, just pass that here. Invalid email that will be taken care of. And here password should be valid. So 1234 is a valid one. Okay. Now this is done. So let's close this out. The other project I'll close this. Only one project which we are currently working on this framework, right? That exists now on the screen. So the next thing, and invalid email and valid password into the fields is completed. Then I click on the login button is already implemented as part of the previous step. I click on the login button and I should get a proper warning message. I should get a proper warning message. I should get a proper warning message here. Clear this out. So log out this. Okay. What is that warning message that should come? I'll show you. If you enter some invalid, I'll just randomly entering some invalid email address and giving a valid password here. And when I click on the login button, I should get this warning message. Okay, this is the expected warning message. Copy this text. I'll copy this text and write down expected warning message is equal to, in double quotes, give that message. I should get a proper warning message. And here I'll write down assert. Okay. Here I'll write down assert space context dot driver dot find element context dot driver dot find element. I should get a proper warning message. Here I'll write down by dot. So how should I get this message? Inspect this. Here account login. I'll create an XPath expression out of this. Control F double slash div at the rate ID is equal to give the ID. The single quote is missing here. Under this div, somewhere we have this warning message under this div tag. It seems expand this. Where is the div? Here, this is the div. Slash div, you say. Under this div, this is a direct div. So slash div. But here one of two are coming. So I have to say div of one. It will select the first one containing this warning message. So this div tags are starting, div tag is starting here and ending here. In between that, not only the warning message is there, but also some HTML code is there. Okay, when I say dot text right with this XPath expression, along with this text, it also will retrieve the HTML code. So how to verify whether this expected warning message is there in between the tags? For that, instead of equals, we use contains. Okay, copy this XPath expression and write down here by dot XPath, give that XPath expression and write down dot text dot contains, should contain circular brackets. It should contain the expected warning message. Along with that warning message, it also contains HTML code, right? Instead of equals, I'm using contains. That's the reason. Okay, press enter so that you can see the code properly here. Okay, so this is also done. This is also implemented. I should get a proper warning message is implemented. This is also completed. Write down the tag here at the rate completed. Write down. Now the next scenario, let's implement. I navigated to login page is already implemented as part of the previous scenarios. This step is new because here invalid email, valid password, but here valid email, invalid password. Okay. So let's go there. I enter valid email and invalid password, reverse one. Okay. I'll take one valid email address and along with that, I'll take a valid invalid password. So I'll copy this somewhere here. These two lines I'll copy and paste it here. The first one is into the email address. I have to enter a valid email address. Instead of entering this one, I'll create an account for a new email. Better. Register an account. Here I'll write April 2023 sample at the rate gmail.com. Some email address I'm creating randomly. Just telephone number I'm giving and copy this email address, which I'll be using in that script. Continue. Account will be created. Done. We got an account. So we can use this email to log in now. Okay. We can use this email and give the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as the password and login. Now we got the proper credentials. So here I'll enter the email address and here we should not be giving a valid password. Instead, I'll give an invalid password. So 67890. This is an invalid password. Okay. So this is done. Valid email, invalid password. I click on the login button already implemented. I should get a proper warning message already implemented. Okay. This scenario is also completed. So here I'll write down at the rate completed. This is completed. This is completed. This is completed. Now here login with invalid. Both are invalid. Invalid email, invalid password. How to do that? So it's very simple. This step is already implemented. Only this step need to be implemented. I'll go to this login.py. So both are invalid. So I'll do one thing. I'll just copy this code for invalid email. This one will be enough. And for password, I'll just figure it out. So here, already this is for invalid email. Every time it will generate a new email with timestamp that doesn't have an account. So it will become an invalid. And password 67890. Instead of 12345, I'm giving 67890. 12345 67890. That is invalid password. Both are invalid in this case now. So this is also implemented. After that, I should get a proper warning message that is also implemented as part of the previous scenario. Completed. So only one scenario left out here in this out of 5 scenarios. We completed 4. The last one. After that, we'll run this login related. Okay, we'll run this login related scenarios. Login without entering any credentials. This is already implemented. is already implemented. I navigated to login page is already implemented. I don't enter anything into the email and password fields. I don't enter anything into the email and password fields. How to do this? I don't enter anything into the email and password fields. So just go here. I don't enter. So here, just have to write 2 lines. These are the 2 lines. Paste it here, and here, don't enter any email and don't enter any password. That's it. This means that I'm not entering anything into the email and password fields. After that, we have to click on the login button, and I should get a proper same warning message. These 2 steps are already implemented as part of the previous sessions, scenarios at the rate completed. Anyhow, we have automated all these scenarios, right? So instead of completed, let's write login. That will be more, that will be useful for next level also, right? These are login related scenarios. So we'll definitely keep login here. Login at the rate login like this. Now run this from the terminal and say CLS and say behave features hyphen tags is equal to login. You mentioned the tag name as login. There are 5 scenarios having that login tag. All should run one by one. Press enter. If everything is getting passed, whatever we have automated in this login functionality is successful. Let's see. One test completed. Login with valid credentials got executed successfully. Now second test will run. Completed. Second test also completed. Third test is running. It's also completed. Total 5 tests. Now fourth is running. Not taking much time anyhow. So this is also completed. Now last one. Last test. Okay, the last test is also done. If all the scenarios are passing, means we are good. So we have successfully run in the earlier run, right? We have successfully run the search.feature file scenarios, 3 scenarios. Now in the login, we have completed all the 3 scenarios, right? Next is the remaining is restart.feature. Here we have 4 scenarios that we have to automate that I'm going to do it now. Okay, let's automate these 4 scenarios one by one. So here it is better that I'll write at the rate register and run it better. Okay, this tag name will not be there for other scenarios. So here first step is I navigate to register page, go to the register, and here write down WebDriver dot. Now hold the mouse on this WebDriver and import this from Selenium package and write down Chrome, and here it will return you the driver. Now mention context.driver, and after that write down context.driver dot maximize window, then context.driver dot get command. Here we have to give the application URL. Give this application URL. If required, you log out here. Not required. Give the application URL. Copy this, copy this, and paste it here. After that, you have to navigate to which page. This is not done. Opening the application URL is not enough here. We have to write the code for navigating to the register page. In order to navigate to the register page from this page, first we have to click on my account, then select the register option. So already we have written this code for my account in the login thing. So go to the login.py and here you can find it out. This is the one. Copy this step and paste it here. So you don't have to do any hard work now. This is already done. Over the mouse on buy and import it from Selenium package. After that, after clicking on the my account, we have to select the register option, inspect this register option. And after inspecting the register option, this is a link text, copy this link text and write down here context.driver.find element by dot link text, give the link text allocated for that register option and say dot click. It is done. I navigate to register page. I enter details into mandatory fields. Click on continue button. Account should get created. the account should get created is the last step. Okay. For now, we have implemented only the first step. I navigated register pages completed. What is the next step then? I enter details into the mandatory fields. So here, let's find out. I enter details into the mandatory fields. So here, remove this and write down what are the, after you go to this register page, you have to enter the details into the mandatory fields. So first name, last name, email, telephone, password, password confirm, and privacy are the mandatory fields. Remaining are not mandatory. So inspect this, only the mandatory fields I have to enter. So inspect this first name and it has an ID, copy this ID. And here I'll write down context dot driver dot find element by dot ID, give the ID of that and say dot send keys, double quotes, and send keys give, let's say my first name I'll give. Okay. Then after entering around here, I have to enter my last name. Enter my last name, inspect this last name field. It also has an ID, copy this ID, and here write down context dot driver dot find element by dot ID, give the ID of that password, so last name field and say dot send keys. And let me give my last name, give last name, let's say Motori here, and email address inspect, input email, copy this, and write down context dot driver dot find element by dot ID, give the ID of that email address, and say dot send keys email. Every time I have to generate a new email with timestamp. Already we have written the code in this login, right? If you go open the login somewhere, we have written the code for auto generating the timestamp. Okay, always. This is a thing we have to do. Copy this, and here before entering that new email every time, just write down. I'll say new email instead of invalid here according to the context. I'll copy this and paste it here. For the mouse on datetime and import it from datetime.datetime. Okay, done. You see, this will generate you a new email with the timestamp for which account is not there. That email we have to give because we have to create an account with that new email. So I'll give some random email here for now. Well, 2023 28 with timestamp. I'm just giving my own timestamp 04. Okay, 04 and 1851 some 33 at the rate gmail.com. I'm giving. Okay, this email. One here I need to enter the telephone in the telephone field, which is an also mandatory field. Copy this. So here I'll write down context dot driver dot find element by dot ID, give that ID of the telephone field dot send keys, and here write down the telephone that you want to enter. That is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. Done. After telephone, what are the email mandatory fields are there? Let's find it out. Here password and confirm password are also mandatory. Inspect that password, copy this, and here write down context dot driver dot find element, then by dot ID, give that ID of that password field and say dot send keys. Give the password as 1 2 3 4 5. And the next one here 1 2 3 4 5. The next one, inspect this password confirm, and here also ID is there. Copy this ID of the password confirm field. Write down context dot driver dot find element by dot ID. Give the ID of the password confirm and say dot send keys. And here also give 1 2 3 4 5 as a password. So after that, only one mandatory field that is left out is this privacy policy. Inspect this privacy policy as a name locator. Copy this and write down here context dot driver dot. So it's better you write one more step here. I enter details into the mandatory fields, and I select privacy policy option. Okay, I have to implement this step here. Instead of mentioning this here, I can write one more. You can write it as part of this, or you can, whatever I have done, write an extra step I created, that also you can create, up to you. It's not compulsory. Just to make it more looking good, I'm just writing this. Okay. Def step underscore IMPL implementation context. Just copy paste this kind of stuff, and the colon here, and before that you write down this part at the rate when. And what is that step all about? I select privacy policy option, right? Copy this and paste it here. So you can manually, instead of auto generating, right, I'm manually copy pasting. Okay. Now here write down that step. That is context dot driver dot find element by dot name locator is there for that. Give the name locator. That is this name. Agree. Paste that here and say dot click. Dot click. Press enter here. Okay. This is done. This is done. Just press enter here. When I click on the continue button, what should happen? The next step is account should get created. So account should get created here. I think I need to click on the continue button first of all. For that, I'll write down context dot driver dot find element by dot. For continue button, how to create a next locator. Let's see, inspect this mostly expert expression. I feel copy this value and say double slash input at the rate value is equal to, give that value. So it's located only one element, that is nothing but the continue button. Copy this XPath expression which is locating the continue button and write down here XPath and give the XPath expression of that continue button and say dot click. That's it. And after you click on the continue button, account should get created now. Okay. This is a step. So here, how to verify the account got created successfully. Press select the privacy policy and click on the continue button. I'll verify this. Okay. If you get this particular heading, your account has been created. This proves that account has been successfully created. So this is expected text. Copy this text and write down here expected text is equal to, in double quotes, give the text. And now using Selenium, I need to retrieve this particular text after clicking on the continue button. Inspect this. This is part of the h1 tag, which is under this div containing an ID. Copy this ID, create an XPath expression. Double slash div at the rate ID is equal to, give that ID and say slash h1. You see now it's located only one element, that is nothing but this heading, which has some text between the tags that we have to retrieve. Copy that and write down here assert context dot driver dot find element by dot XPath, give the XPath expression and say dot text. It will retrieve the text dot equals EQ. And here I need to pass the expected text. Okay. Done. This is also done. So the first register scenario got implemented with Selenium completely. So let's run this scenario to see whether it is working fine or not. After that, we'll implement all the remaining scenarios and I go run them, everything. So let's go to the terminal, clear this out and write down behave features and hyphen tags. I'll just give the tag name as register. Only this scenario, first scenario has the register tag, register, and press enter. If it is working fine, then we are good. Only one scenario will run now. To see whether whatever the implemented code is working fine or not, we are running this scenario. Should go to the register account page and you should enter all the details. Register account page, it's going. Should enter all the details. If it creates an account and if that is passed, then we can continue with the remaining scenarios. See, everything got passed. So let's continue with the new remaining scenarios. Okay. So most of the steps are already implemented here. If not implemented, we'll implement. That's okay. Register with all the fields. I navigate to register page, already implemented here. I enter details into all fields, but here mandatory fields, but here all fields. So in that case, what we have to do is we have to, this step also I copy paste here and I select privacy policy option. Here, here also I'll add this step. And I don't enter anything into the field. You don't have to do anything here. Done. Okay. So second scenario will implement now. I enter details into all the fields. This step we have to implement. I enter details into all the fields. It's almost same as I enter details into mandatory fields. First, I'll copy all this code and whatever that is missing, I'll write down here. I enter details into all the fields. Instead of print statements, I'll paste it from the previous step, implemented method. And here I'll write down Arun Motori. New email with timestamp is fine. Then telephone, password, confirm password. Apart from that, what is that thing that will come into the all fields? I'll show you. If you go to the register page, here first name, last name, email, telephone, password confirm, all are the mandatory fields. But this newsletter is not mandatory. That is not implemented earlier because it's not in mandatory fields. But here I was mentioning to enter details into all the fields. So let's select this newsletter option. Inspect this S radio button and select that so that it will become all fields. Here value 1 name is equal newsletter is there with input. So let's create an XPath expression. Copy this. Control F /input at the rate name is equal to, give that name and say at the rate value is equal to 1. It's locating this radio button, which is nothing but it's only one element. So this is the XPath expression. Copy this and write down here the code. After confirm password, you have to write one more step here in this context dot driver dot find element xpath, use the xpath expression and say dot click. It will select the radio button, newsletter radio button, it will select. So this part is done. Now after that, I select privacy policy already implemented here. I click on the continue button already implemented. Account should get created already implemented. This is also done. This scenario is completed. I'll write down at the rate register for this. Now the next scenario I'll take and navigate to register page already implemented here. Enter details into all the fields except email field. Okay, there's something tricky. Except email field. Okay, there's a new step anyhow. So I enter details into all the fields except email. So first of all, here in the previous, all the fields thing is there. So I'll copy this. Except email means you have to remove that email thing. So here, remove this email. Wherever the email is there, that you remove. Okay, this email part you remove. So remove this part. Remaining all fields you will enter, but except email, this timestamp also you don't have to provide here. Okay, done. But email thing we have not, email field we have not entered. Remaining all fields we have entered except email. Now the next step is I enter existing accounts email into the email field. Okay, this is there here. I'll write that here. So email field, existing email address means this is the email related. Copy this line and paste it here. Don't have to do any hard work if it is already there. So here we have to give an email address which is already, for which account already exists, for which already account exists, but we are trying to create an account with that existing account's email. Okay, so that should give a warning message, right? For example, here if I enter Arun, all the details I'll enter, but in the email I'll give the email address of the account which already exists. In that case, it should not allow you to create an account. Rather, it should say account already exists for this email, some kind of message we should take. That's what we are trying to do now. So better I'll create one account here and I'll use that email a motori. Okay, 20 April 2023 28 1901 33 or something at the rate. Some email address I'm taking. I'll copy this email address and paste it here because for which account I'm already creating an account for this. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 select continue. Now account already exists for this email. Now if you try to create an account for the same account, then what kind of thing is happening? You just see here. I'll enter Arun Motori. Here existing email address for which account already exists. Okay, existing account email address I'm giving instead of new email. So I'll give the telephone. Remaining things doesn't matter actually. Here give the password and you see it will not create an account because with this email already an account is created. Okay, you should get a warning message saying warning email address is already set. This is expected warning. So here go here and here you see the next step is proper warning message informing about duplicate account should be displayed. Okay, that is coming right anyhow. Remove this and I'll say expected text, expected warning. I'll say expected warning is equal to give this warning. And now we have to retrieve this warning with help of Selenium and compare that with this one. Inspect this. Once you inspect that, you will get this thing. And here account register is there. Copy this as part expression /div the rate ID is equal to give that. And under this div tag, somewhere here we have this div slash div of one, you say. Under this div of one, we have this warning message. Okay. And this is starting of the review, ending of the review. Along with the warning message, you also have some HTML code so that when you say dot text, right, it will not only retrieve this warning, but also along with the warning, it will also retrieve this itags HTML code. So we have to use contains here, as we have already done in one of this previous session, scenario. Okay. So anyhow, this XPath expression is locating this div section containing this warning message along with this icon is there. So here I'll come back and write down assert context dot driver dot find element, say by dot xpath, give the xpath expression and say dot, okay, dot text, I have to say text dot underscore contains underscore, it should contain what? Should contain this expected warning. Give that here. And if you are not able to see it properly, just press enter so that you can see the complete code here. Okay. And after that, you have to quit the browser. So simply context dot driver dot quit you mention. Proper warning message about duplicate account should be displayed. So this is also completed just now. I'll just write down at the rate register for the completed things for now. So last scenario is left out. Okay, let's automate this last one and we'll be done. And navigate to register page already implemented. I don't enter anything into the fields. This one need to be implemented now. I don't enter anything into the fields. How to write that? So I'll say all the fields. First of all, I'll go to enter details into all the fields kind of method. Where is that? Yeah, this one. Copy this. But here I don't have to enter anything. I'll just paste it here. And here, instead of Arun, I'll just make it blank. Motor, I'll remove that. And here, there's no need of entering this code actually. And we don't have to enter any email address. I'll just keep it blank. Not entering the email. I'm not entering the telephone number. I'm not entering the password. I'm not entering the confirm password. Then what else? I'm not even selecting this S radio button. Okay, remove that line it all completely. That's it. Here we are not entering any details in the fields, and we are not even selecting the privacy policy because we have not mentioned that here. You see, this one is completed. I click on the continue button already implemented here. I don't have to implement. Proper warning message for every mandatory field should be displayed. This is a different one. So if you go to the register, you go to this register, and here if you don't enter any of these fields, then click on the continue button. For all the mandatory fields, you'll get all this warning message. For privacy fields policy, you got warning, you must agree to the privacy policy. For first name, you got first name must be between 1 and 32 characters. For last name, you got this one. For email, you got this one. For telephone, you got this one. For password, you got this one. All these warning messages have to verify. So what I will do here is I'll write down the expected privacy policy warning. Expected ones I'll write down first is equal to. After that, with Selenium, I'll retrieve all these warning messages and compare with this expected one. Okay. So this is done. The next one is expected first name warning. Expected first underscore name underscore warning is equal to double quotes. I'll write this. The next one, expected last name warning. Copy this. Write down here expected underscore last name underscore warning is equal to give that here. Then after that, expected underscore, what is that? Email warning is equal to give the double quote and paste it here. Then expected telephone warning, copy this. Expected underscore telephone underscore warning. Done. This one. Expected password warning. Expected underscore password underscore warning is equal to in double quote give that. This is also done. Completed. We have extracted all the expected warnings. Now We have to retrieve them with the help of Selenium and compare with these ones. Okay. How to retrieve them? I copy this, select that, inspect, create an XPath expression. For this, here div tag is there with ID. On the top of that, double slash div at the rate ID is equal to give that ID and say slash ID is not ended properly slash. Under this div, we have this first div slash div of one, which contains this along with HTML code. You know what we are doing here. So here write down assert context driver dot find element by dot xpath by dot xpath dot text dot retrieve the text, and it should contain actually. Okay. Along with that, it also also contains the HTML code, so it's better instead of equals use contains here, and here provide this expected privacy policy warning. And now move this to the new line so that you can see the code properly on the screen. Then here one more assert. This is the first assert we have created. Now next assert I am going to write. For the next assert, the first name assert. For verifying the first name, I'll write down assert. So I'll just select this part and inspect this. And here we have an ID. Copy this ID, and along for using this ID, we have to locate this part to retrieve this warning message. So control F double slash input at the rate ID is equal to give that ID. And under that slash following hyphen sibling colon div. It is locating this one, which is nothing but warning. Between the tags, we have the warning. Copy this XPath expression. And write down here context dot driver dot find element by dot XPath. Use the XPath expression, and at the end say dot text. Just move this to the new line so that you can write it properly. And say dot equals this time equals. And circular brackets write the expected first name warning. This assertion is also done. Like this, all the assertions we have to verify one by one. So the last scenario, this is the last scenario we are implementing. After this, we are good. Okay. After this, we will be done with automating or writing the Selenium code for all the feature files for all the sample functionalities. Okay, that we have chosen for assert. Next one, inspect this part. Almost same, but this ID will change. Copy this. Just in this previous XPath expression, replace this ID, and you will be able to locate this last name warning. Copy this back here and write down context dot driver dot find element by dot XPath. Use that XPath expression, and at the end, you write down dot text, and take this new line and say dot equals, and here provide expected last name warning. All the warning messages we are verifying. Okay. At the end, we have to write driver dot split also. And let me write it because I don't have to forget it. So here in between, before driver dot quit, I'll just write the assertion statements. Okay, because this is the last step, right? Proper warning message for every mandatory bill. Duplicate account also, did I write that? Here also I have written the driver dot quit, so no problem. Wait, here one more thing. Context dot driver dot switch. Okay, here also account should get created. Account should get created. Account should get created. For this also we have to write driver dot quit. We have written, and next. Next, here one more assertion. Next one. So here privacy policy, first name warning, last name warning, and email, telephone, password warning. Three more things are there. I'll write down here just to not waste our time. Just copy paste this one, and here just need to modify this locator thing. Inspect this, input email, copy this and paste it here. That's it. And here instead of expected last name, you just write down expected email warning. Okay. Remaining all are same. Now here also expected telephone field, right? Just select this, inspect this. Here ID is there. So before that, copy paste this one. And here write down this ID. Just modify this input email with that ID, input telephone, and here verify for expected telephone warning. And next one, this one, inspect this. Also has an ID. So before that, copy paste this one and paste it here. And in place of input telephone, you write down input password. Remaining all are same. And here, instead of verifying that with expected telephone warning, verify with expected password warning. Okay, done. So this is done. This is good. This part is done. Proper warning message for every mandatory field should be displayed. It's completed. After that, we'll quit the browser. After verifying all these assertions and all, we'll quit the browser. So with this, we have implemented all the register related scenarios at the rate register. So fine. Let's run this. All this 1, 2, 3, 4 scenarios of the register. If we are able to run properly, then we are good. Right? We have already run the search related scenarios, register related, login related scenarios. Now only register related scenarios will run and we'll close this session. In the next session, we will take this framework to the next level. In this session, it's all about implementing the Selenium automation code for this scenarios in the feature file. So here I'll write down behave features space icon tags is equal to give the tag name as register. We mentioned register as the tag name for all the scenarios in the feature file, register feature file, press enter. All the 4 should pass, then we are good for this session. First one completed. Second one is running. Second one also completed. 2 more. 2 more should run. Third one is running. Third one completed. Now the fourth one completed. Okay, everything should get passed. You see, 4 scenarios got passed. That means everything is working fine in this project. So we are good, right? We have implemented Selenium automation code for all the scenarios in the feature files, all these feature files. So that's all for this session. In the part 2, we have successfully implemented Selenium Python code, okay, for all scenarios. I have practically demonstrated this in this session. Okay, this part 2 is all about implementation of Selenium code. Okay, demonstration done. So this is all for this part 2. We'll go with the next part. In that we'll continue with this framework. Okay, so that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, we are going to continue with the creation of Behave BDD hybrid framework with page object model. So let's get started. So we are going with the part 3 of this series. Okay, in the previous part 1 and part 2 also, we have created this hybrid framework and we are going to take that framework to the next level in the part 3. So let's continue with the part 3. So here in this part 3, we are going to implement the hooks and utilities. In the previous part 2, we have written or implemented some Selenium scripts, right? So now here in the part 3, we are going to implement the hooks and utilities to take this framework to the next level. So first, let's create this environment.py file. Okay, so first I'll tell you the problem. After that, I'll tell you why we have to create this environment.py file and where we have to create that. If you can go into this login.py and register.py, search.py, any of this step definition methods, right? You see, there are some steps, there are some prerequisite steps. For example, these 3 steps are prerequisite steps. Opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser window, and opening this application URL in the browser. These three are prerequisite steps. Okay, for every scenario, these three steps are required, right? So not only that, at the end you have to write driver.quit. Okay, somewhere here we have written, where is that? Yeah, here, driver.quit. Okay, we have to quit the browser. This is an post step. So there are pre steps and post steps. Instead of writing this prerequisite steps in this one of the step of this particular step definition scenario, right? Instead of doing that, we have to create def. We have to use some hooks. What are the hooks we have? I covered that already as part of this series BDD using behave. I covered what exactly how to use hooks and what are hooks and all those stuff. So one hook is there, that is before underscore scenario hook. Okay, before scenario. That means whatever the code you mention under this particular hook method, right? That need to be executed before every scenario. Okay, in this feature file here, how many scenarios are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 scenarios. Before every scenario, this hook should run. Okay, so here how to write that and all, I'll show you. Let's go here. More information is there here. Yeah, like this. So before scenario, and in that provide this context. Now here, copy these three lines, cut it, and paste it here. Okay. Before scenario hook. This is nothing but the before scenario hook. Fine. So webdriver.chrome, maximize the browser window. Here context is there, context.driver will work out. That's fine. Now what else? I'll create one more hook, that is def after scenario. Here also we have to write context. Colon. And here what should be there? Here instead of writing anywhere drive context.driver.quit, right? Instead of mentioning that, you can mention that here. That's it. Let's see. Here one gap is there. Anywhere we are using that context.quit, let's find it out. Okay, I think I don't think so. We don't have that driver.quit anywhere else. Let me cross check again. Yeah, only one place. So anyhow, after scenario has now context.driver.quit is there. Okay, these are the two hook methods. There are other hook methods are also available apart from before scenario, after scenario, like before step, after step, like that. Many other hooks are there, but whatever is needed, we'll be using in this framework. Okay, so these are two hooks we have created, and this before scenario code should run before every scenario, and after scenario should run after every scenario. Okay, that's the concept. Now, similarly, if you go to this register.python file also, step definition file of this register.py, here also the same three lines are there. Here also you have to write def before scenario context and write down this code. Then here driver.pitch. Here remove the driver.pitch from all the places. Only one place will provide at the page level. Okay. Here also you can remove that. For every scenario, anyhow, driver.quit will run. So it's better remove from everywhere else. Def after scenario context colon, give that. Give two lines of gap between every method so that warning messages will not come. So here for this register.py also we have done that. Now for search we already have done. Not done. Sorry. For login we have done. For register we have done, but for search we have not done. So here I'll write down def before scenario. Okay, def before scenario context colon, and here take these three lines out and put it here. Now this step doesn't have anything. Okay, so what we can do, we can do one thing like this. We can write some sample step there instead of putting that. So we should be there on the home page, right? So if I go to any other page, the page URL is changing, but on the home page, when you're on the home page, the URL should be this URL. Okay, so we'll verify that. or we'll get the title of this page and verify otherwise. Okay. So here I'll write down some code here, context dot driver dot title. Okay. So I'll store that into pay expected actual page title. Actually, this is asset, otherwise asset dot underscore underscore equals. What is expected title? Expected title is equal to your store. Copy this expected title and paste it here. Done. Okay. Here before scenario actually. Here after scenario also will write in a while. So we'll asset here just for having some step, right? I got navigated to confirm that whether we are on the home page or not. I'm just writing this code here. That's fine. Now next thing is before scenario is there. And what about after scenario? After scenario should contain driver.quit. Wherever the driver.quit is there, cut it from there and just remove that driver.quit from everywhere else. Okay. And only one place it should be there. That is def after scenario. Context, colon, paste. That's it. We are good. But there is one more problem in this. Okay. So you are writing before scenario, after scenario multiple times. The same before scenario, after scenario, you are writing multiple times, and this is not recommended to write this before scenario, after scenario in every Python file. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll centralize this one. Okay. Instead of writing this everywhere, and also this will not work. Okay, even though you write it everywhere, it is not going to work properly. Okay, so it's better you centralize it so that it works, and at the same time it's centralized. Instead of providing this before scenario, after scenario in every Python file here, you will create one more Python file, that is environment.py. Okay, so you have to create under the features package. Let's do that. Under right click on the features package and create a new Python file. Right click new Python file and name this Python file as environment, and select this Python file. Press enter. And now move these hook methods. Cut from here and move it here. That's it. Over the mouse on this WebDriver and import this from Selenium package. That's it. We have this before scenario, after scenario are there. Now you can remove that. You can remove the before scenario and after scenario from individual step definition files. Everywhere you can remove. Okay. They are now centralized in the environment.py file. Okay. Environment.py file has this before and after scenario hook methods. It will be running before every scenario. This before scenario is going to run before every scenario. Before every scenario, this before scenario is going to run. That is opening the Chrome browser, maximizing the browser, and opening the. You don't have to mention everywhere. Okay, just in centralized file, you provide it once, and before scenario, this code will run. And after every scenario, the browser need to close. And for that, after scenario will run after every scenario. Now all the feature files after every scenario, this driver.py will happen. Okay, now let's see whether that is happening or not. Okay, so did I remove from everywhere? Let me cross check again. So search.py, not there. Register.py, not there. Login.py, not there. It got removed from everywhere, and we have centralized under the environment.py. Now let's run this. Let's run the scripts. All the scripts let's run. So behave space features. Because all the feature files, all the scenarios and all the features I want to run, I don't want to provide any tags here. So let's press enter. There's one problem. Otherwise, this will not happen. Na? What is the problem? Before scenario takes one positional argument, but two were given. After scenario takes one positional argument, but two were given. Okay. So only one thing I missed here. Maybe here generally we mentioned driver here. Okay. Comma driver. Maybe this is maybe the one issue. Let me check. Is this a problem or not? I don't know, but I'll cross check once. And, let's try down here. Let's behave features. You say it's working. You just have to provide that argument, driver argument. Okay. I intentionally didn't provide. So if any issues comes based on that issue only, I wanted to provide. So this is the reason we have to provide driver there. Okay, if you don't provide the driver as a second argument, right, that kind of error will come. Okay, to show you that error, I have intentionally not provided that driver there. Okay, after the context in the hook methods, you have to pass the driver. So things are working fine. The browser is launching, maximizing, and opening the application URL, and at the end of every scenario, the browser is getting closed. That means hook methods are properly working now. Okay, these hook methods are properly working. So we have succeeded in creating the hook methods. So we have one more hook method to be implemented. I'll implement that when time comes. I'll implement. At this moment, I'm not going to implement that, but when the time comes, I'll implement that. Okay. I'll not do anything unnecessarily. Whenever there is a need for us to take the framework to the next level, according to the requirement only, I'll explain the concept. For now, only before scenario and after scenario are required. Later, another hook method is also required. When time comes, I'll do that. Okay. The same environment.py centralized file only, we have to create that hook. That hook method I'll create later when time comes. So all the scripts are working fine. So let them run. And now next thing is that after this is done, we are going to implement the utilities. Okay. So we have to create some utilities, how to use the utilities, and also I'll cover. Okay. Next part is utilities. In the same session, I'm going to cover the utilities for you. You don't have to use so many of utilities. Only one type of utility is required that I'm going to cover. That is reading from the configuration files. Okay. That utility is required. Okay. You in this Cucumber BDD, sorry, in this behave BDD, right? You don't have to read the data from the Excel files. If you have to pass any data from the uh, pass any data to the scripts, right? You can pass it from the feature file itself. You don't have to create an external Excel file. A lot of people think that, okay, how to integrate Excel, how to read the data from the Excel file in BDD, frameworks and all, okay? So generally in Behave BDD kind of frameworks and all, you don't need to read the data from the Excel files, and you can simply provide the data from the feature files itself, okay? I'll show you that later. So for now, you see, there are three features that got passed. There is a login feature, register feature, search feature. All the scenarios in all the feature, for total 12 scenarios got executed and everything got passed without any problem. So it's working fine. Now let's move on to the next part, that is utilities. Okay. So let's create this utilities package. Right click on this project and right click new, create a package and name that as utilities. This is a utilities, and under that create a Python file. Let's say configurator. I'll just name that as you can give any name and just giving that configurator. In this configurator, I need to write some code. Okay, on calling that method or something, right? It should read the data from the config.inf files and kind of, okay. So already we have implemented this earlier. Let me go back where I covered that utility. Yeah, this is utilities actually. This part is utilities. Okay. Reading from configuration file. This is one. So this is the code. So we have to create a method and all, and kind of. So just to save time, already have explained this as part of the previous sessions. I'll just open that project. I'll open the project where we have already implemented the utilities. So Selenium Python hybrid framework, and say okay and say new window. After copying the required thing and all, right, I will just close this stuff. Okay. So where we have implemented utilities, just see here, read configurations. Okay. Configurator, read configurations, anything you can give. So this how under the configurator or something, we have created this function. Okay. So this code I already covered and explained as part of the previous sessions. I'm not going to do that in this session. I'll simply copy this. Otherwise, I'll simply copy this read configurations and paste that in my project wherever it is required. Here, like this. Now hover the mouse on this config parser and import this from config parser itself. Okay, from config parser import config parser. Now, if you call this, what will happen? When calling this function or method, you have to pass a category and key. And based on the specified category and key, the value of this particular key under the particular category will be retrieved. But where is this category and key? Did we create that categories and keys anywhere? No. For that, we have to create one file, config.ini file. Okay, we have to create a config.ini file. Where did we create here in the config.ini file? You see here, configurations package I created. In the under that I created this config.ini file. The file will be something like this. Okay, this is a category name, and under that these are the keys. Browser is one key and URL is key. So I'll do the same thing here. I'll just create one more in our current project, right? Containing the Behave BDD framework. Also, I'll create the same thing. That I'll create a package. I'll just name this package as configurations. Under that, I'll create a file. Right click new file. I'll name this file as config.ini file. Okay, this is a config.ini file. Here I'll have to create a category, basic info or whatever the category. And under this category, I will write down URL. The high level commonly used data across all this project. URL is used everywhere, right? URL is used everywhere across the project. So that kind of commonly used data instead of hard coding that kind of data, because tomorrow if the client changes the URL, I cannot go to individual scripts and then modify the URL, right? The maintenance will be high. So such kind of data, centralized common data need to be put in. So into this you don't have to put all the data here. Rather, only the high level centralized data need to be put. So coming to the URL, for example, this is the URL. I just provide that URL here like this. And other one is browser. I'll just mention the browser as Chrome browser, or I'll give another browser, let's say Firefox browser for now. Okay. So once you do that, you see, in order to read this particular data, get this particular data from this config.ini file, we need to call this method. Wherever it is required, we have to call this method. So how to utilize this method, I'm going to show you. And this method on passing the category, for example, it can have multiple categories. Only one category I created, but this file you can create multiple categories. Under the multiple categories, you can create multiple key values. So whatever the number of categories and keys are there, but if you want to get the value of a particular key and a particular category under this config.ini file, then you have to simply call this method by passing that particular category and that particular key, and it will return you the value of that particular key under the category. Okay. So this method, how to call, I'll show you. Okay. So where to call and how to call, I'll show you. Go to the environment where, this URL part is there. Okay. So what I will do here, instead of hard coding the URL, instead of hard coding means manually, you see, tomorrow if the URL changes, I have to come to the script manually and modify the script, the URL here. Okay. That is a maintenance problem. Instead of doing that, I'll simply call this method that is under config reader. We have this method. So I'll simply say config reader dot over the mouse on the config reader and import this from utilities package. And now say config reader dot, you'll get that method, read configuration method. You see in this, we have the read configuration method. All these are user defined only. To this read configuration, I have to pass two things. One is category name and key. What is the category name I need to pass? Basic info is the category name. And what is the key I need to pass? Here URL is the key. URL is the key, right? This key URL is the key that I am passing here. Okay, so when I do this, this particular method will return you the value of this URL. What is the value of the URL? This particular URL will be returned, and that URL will be opened with the help of git command. Okay, so here we have removed the hard coding of the URL. Wherever the URL is mentioned, you just replace that with configurator thing. Not only that one, we can also get the browser. Okay, here I'll say browser is equal to, here I mentioned Chrome browser. Tomorrow, if I want to run the scripts on Firefox, here I have to come manually and say, instead of .chrome, I have to write .firefox. Instead of doing that, what I can do is I can write some code and I can read the browser name from the configurations. Okay. So this browser, which browser I'll get from the configurations? How? Browser is equal to configurator dot read configuration of. It's also under the same category basic info, and the key is browser. This is a key browser. Here I'll simply give a different name. Okay, browser name is equal to configurator dot read configuration of basic info browser like this. Okay. Here I'll write the code. If the browser underscore name dot equals, if it equals Chrome, then I have to launch the Chrome browser. How to launch the Chrome browser? This part. This part should go here. Okay. WebDriver.chrome is equal to context.driver. Then elif browser underscore name dot equals equals, if it is Firefox, then context dot driver is equal to WebDriver dot Firefox. Elif uh, Firefox, this one. Okay. Elif browser name dot equals if it is Edge, then driver is equal to WebDriver dot Edge. Like that, any number of browsers that your project supports and all that you can give here. For now, I'm giving Chrome, Firefox, and Edge. For Windows, these are the major browsers that we have to run the scripts on. So I'm giving here whatever the browser value you give here. Here Firefox is there, so it will retrieve here. Config reader.read configuration browser will retrieve the Firefox. Does Firefox match with Chrome? No. Firefox match with Firefox? Yes. So it will launch the Firefox browser, and remaining steps will be happening on that Firefox browser only. Like this. Okay. So this is the way we have to write this code. Okay. So before scenario is having the code like this, where we have implemented the configuration reading under the utilities. Okay, from utilities. Now let's close all this stuff and see whether these things are still working or not. Our script should run on the Firefox browser if everything is happening right. Our instead of Chrome browser, the script should run on the Firefox browser. ELS. So instead of running all the scripts, I'll run only the search related scripts. Okay, if I go to search. Here, if I go to the search.feature file, the tag name editor search is there. So I'll do that. So just to save your time, I'm not running all the scripts. Rather, I'm running only that the scenario from the search features, behave features, and followed by tags is equal to, sorry, hyphen tags is equal to, give the tag name that is search. Press enter. Only the three scenarios should run. Three search functionality scenarios should run. If they are running means everything is fine. Let's see whether you see Firefox browser, right? Since in config.ini file, we mentioned the Firefox. So even the URL is coming from the configurations. Config.ini file, we are reading the URL in browser. Things are working fine. We have successfully implemented this utility here. Successfully implemented this utility. Okay, you see, all the three scenarios got passed. Everything is working fine. That proves that we have successfully implemented this configurator thing. And I told you, right, no need for reading the data from the Excel file. I'll explain more about this later anyhow. So the next one, already we created this config.ini file and the configurations package. So in this session, I just have centralized the hooks, and also I have implemented this configurator under the utilities as part of this session. So that's all for this part 3 of this framework creation series. So in the next part, we'll take the framework to the next level. Okay, slowly we'll build the framework to the next level. Okay, these are 3 parts completed so far. Few more parts are left out. So by the end of that parts, right, everything will be done. Okay, so that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, we are going to continue with the creation of Behave BDD hybrid framework with page object model. So let's get started. In this session, we are at the 4th part of this creation of the framework, where I am going to implement the page object model. In the so far created framework, we are going to implement the page object model as part of this session. So let me switch to this PyCharm ID, where we have this project containing the framework that we have created so far from the last 3 parts. Now in this 4th part, we are going to implement the page object model. For that, first I'll open this login.py. Here we have this step definition methods, where we have written the Selenium code. Okay, there's a Selenium code. After you implement the page object model, you will not find this driver.findElement kind of stuff in this step definition methods. And also this hard coding, the main purpose of this page object model is the removal of the hard-coded locators, okay, from these scripts, from these step definition methods and all, where the locators are hard-coded. For example, here XPath is hard-coded for this my account option, login link text is hard-coded. Okay, we have hard-coded the locators here. Not only in this step definition method, in the register search, all the step definition methods, these locators are hard-coded. So they may be available at multiple places. For example, here we have this my account, and if you go to the register also, we have the same my account locator. Okay, it is at two different files. Now tomorrow, this locator changes for in this my account option. Then you have to come to this individual files and you have to identify that at this place we have this locator and update that. That is too much of maintenance. Since this project is very small and simple, we can easily find it out. But in case of real projects where a lot of files will be there, a lot of scripts, hundreds of scripts are there, it will be very difficult for you to find out the exact file where this locator is available and to modify. That is a lot of maintenance, you can say. So instead of putting this locators or hard coding these locators in this individual step definition methods, we are going to centralize them. And that too, we are not going to centralize into a single file. Okay, what I mean to say here is, for example, here. So for example, here there are different step definition methods containing that locators and all. Let's say these are the different step definition files. Now, if you put a single file to centralize, okay, or all these locators in all these files, you are centralizing at a single location. Let's say this is only single location, right? Where you're centralizing this. So here hard coding will be removed, but the problem is if there are 1,000 locators, let's say, and still if you want to find a particular locator from this 1,000 locators, you see a file having 1,000 locators, if you have to find a single locator to modify, it will take a lot of time, right? Still maintenance is high. This is not the correct process. Then what we have to do? So if you feel that these are the different step definition methods containing that hard-coded locators, and instead of centralizing them in a single location, you are going to centralize according to the pages. So for example, here, if I open this application, everything is a page, right? For example, if I take you to this tutorialsinja.com, this is a home page. So all the elements on this home page will be the locators for the elements on this home page will be centralized in that home page. Okay. And if you go to this login page here, we have, you see, email address, password, button, forgotten password. All these elements on this login will be, okay, centralized in a particular page file, that is login page. Okay. So instead of centralizing in a single file here, we'll be creating something like a home page, login page kind of centralized files. Okay. And so the locators related, which locators for the elements on the login page will be centralized here. The locators for the elements on the home page will be centralized here like that. Okay. So by doing this, we are centralizing. At the same time, we are removing the hard coding of the locators from these individual step definition methods. And at the same time, it's organized here. And tomorrow, if you have to find a particular element, it is very easy. Okay, you don't have to search in all the 1,000 locators. Rather, you can go to that particular page that element is available, and you can easily find that because in that particular page, mostly 5 to 10 locators will be there. In the 10 locators, you can easily find out the locators that need to be updated. So this will reduce the number maintenance. So this is called as a page object model, where you will store the or centralize or remove the hard coding of the locators and move them to this individual page classes or centralize them into this individual page classes. Okay, according to the pages. According to the pages, you are going to centralize instead of centralizing at a single location. This is called as page object model. The number one advantage of implementing this page object model is to remove the hard coding and reduce the maintenance by centralizing them across multiple page classes. And not only that, here you'll not be writing this driver.find element statements here, and the step definition method steps will become more readable. So you can see here already the step definition, the feature files are almost high level readable, right? They're completely in English. Not only this became readable, but the associated step definition methods, if you look into the code under the step definition methods also, they will be readable, a bit more readable, you can say. So after implementing the page object model, I'll explain that. For now, understand that the main purpose of implementing this page object model is to remove this hard coding of these locators. Okay, instead of hard coding these locators in this step definition methods, we have to do that. So how to do that and all? For example, here, let's start from here, this step, and navigate to the login page. Okay, I navigate to the login page. So here, if we have to do that, so this element is on which page? This my account option is on which page? If you open the application and go to this application page, minute. Let me open this. If I open this application URL, you can see that this particular my account option belongs to which page? Home page, right? So it belongs to actually all pages. Okay, if you go to the login page also, on the top you have the my account. if it is belonging to all the pages, I have to stick this particular my account to one of the page. I prefer that this my account can be stick to one of the page, that is home page. Okay. Not all elements belong to all the pages, but some elements like this header options, footer options will be part of the all the pages. But here, instead of creating a separate page for this headers and footers, what I'm trying to do here is I'm placing this my account as part of the home page. Okay. I'm sticking this my account, or not only my account, but the search box field, which is available in all pages, also sticking that to home page. Okay. Common things across all pages, I'm sticking them to home page. So like that. Okay. For now, I'll just think that this my account belong to the home page. Okay. So what I will do is here, in order to automate this, what I have to do is first I have to create a I have to first right click here. Okay, have to right click. So instead of right click on this project, right, better to right click on features. That is the best place. Okay, right click on the features and create a new package under these features. That is nothing but pages or page objects. Okay, some people name this as page objects. Some people, I prefer pages. It looks very simple for me. Okay, so it's up to you what you want to give the name, page objects or pages. Up to you. Under this, first create a new page. So here, this element is part of the home page. So I'll create a new page, that is new Python file, and simply say home page and press enter. Now create the class home page. Okay. Under this class home page, now create a constructor, that is init constructor. Self keyword will automatically come because this constructor is automatically part of the class, right? Without creating a class, we cannot create a constructor anyhow. So either a constructor or methods inside the class will generally have the first parameter as self. And now here we have to pass driver. Okay. One more parameter we have to explicitly mention, that is driver. And here I need to mention self dot driver is equal to driver. That's it. Nothing much. This much only we have to do. So self dot driver is called driver. Okay, fine. This part is done. Then what we have to do next is we have to write down. Okay, my account option underscore XPath. So it has an XPath expression, right? If you see the script here, this particular my account option has a XPath expression. Copy this and paste it here. That's it. My account XPath is equal to, in double quotes, give that XPath expression. Done. Now for this XPath expression, create a method. Create a method for this XPath expression. What is the method you have to create? What you are going to do with this my account option in this particular test? For example, here, I navigate to login page. For that, we are implementing here. For that, we are going to click on the my account option. We are going to click on the my account option. So what we have to write here for this thing, for this locator, what we have to do? Here we have to write down def. Okay. Click on my account. That's it. Just this is a method. What is the action they have to do? They have to click on the my account. Okay. Here you write down driver dot. So it's better to write self dot driver dot find element by dot, for the mouse on the by and import this by from Selenium. The by dot XPath, right? XPath, comma. Here give this XPath expression. Copy this and give this XPath expression. And okay. And say dot. So why you are getting error means here this is part of the class. To access something within the class here, you have to add self keyword here. Otherwise, error will not be gone. And finally, you have to say dot click here. Dot click. What is the operation? Dot click. When you call this method, what will happen? It will click on that my account option. Simple. Now here, come back. Come back to the login.py and here write down. So in order to call this method, we have to create an object for this home page, and using the object reference, we can call this method. Click on my account method. So here I'll write down. I'll first create an object for the home page. I'll write home page here. Home page. Pour the mouse on this home page and import the home page from features. Say dot. Don't say dot. You are just creating an object, but here you are getting some kind of just kind of violation. That means that you have to pass the driver. Context dot driver you have to pass from here. Okay, the context dot driver, whatever the driver, right? Here that you need to pass. Because the constructor here we created the constructor to accept the driver. Without the driver, this constructor cannot be called. So we have to pass the driver. and it will return you home underscore page is equal to home underscore page is equal to. Okay, you just create something like this home page. You can give any name here, object reference. Now write down home page dot, you'll get this option. Click on my account option. Direct, that's it. This line is not required anymore. You see, the steps became more readable, right? Here, when you see the step definition, earlier we have driver context dot driver dot find element. You don't see that. It's kind of in plain English. Okay, you can even read this code. Okay, here on the home, this home page, you are on the home page. On the home page, you are clicking on my account. You can understand from by reading this method names and all, right? So we are making this code more readable. And but the main purpose, that's the second advantage, an additional advantage you got. But the actual advantage is we are removing the hard coding of the locators. Here you see, for my account locator, I have centralized already in the home page. I have centralized this locator here, right? If tomorrow this particular locator changes, I know that this particular my account option locator will be there in the home page, and I'll come here and update the export expression here. That's it. Very simple, low maintenance. That's the first advantage. An additional advantage you got is that the code became more readable also. That's the second additional advantage we got with the page object model. Now what I'm going to do next is then I have to select the login option. So where is this login option? I'll treat this my account and login option part of the same home page. So again, I'll go to the home page and here I'll write down login underscore option is equal to login underscore option is equal to uh, here it's the link text actually link underscore text. I'll say text is equal to link underscore text is equal to what I will write here. This is a link text. Copy this. Okay, here link text, right? So link text I have written is equal to like this. You have to write this is a link text. Okay. Now for this locator also we have to create a method. How to create a method? Select login option. It's kind of readable, right? I'm just creating some readable methods. That's it. Nothing much. Okay. So what I will do here is I'll write down self dot. Here I'll write the driver dot find element. So find element by dot link text, comma, give this link text dot click. Here write down self dot login option link text. So So sorry for that. So here we have created one more method. We have to call that. So I'll write down homepage dot select login option. Remove that. That's it. Now let's go to the next method. Here we are writing. So after this step, which step? Let's go that. I navigate to login page. I enter valid email address, valid password. Okay. I enter valid. This is a method we have to convert into page object model. And here when you click on the login option, you will be taken to which page? Login page, right? You will be taken to which page? Login page. So these elements are on the login page. This email address and password are on the login page. So once I click on the login, I'll be taken to the login page where this email and password fields are there. So in order to remove the hard coding of these locators, I have to create another page here. Under the pages, I have to create another Python file saying login page. Press enter and simply say class login page def self driver, then write down self dot driver is equal to driver. This is the first step you have to write. After that, you create this locators here. That is this one. First email, this ID, copy this. So I'll say email. What is that name? Email address. Email address field underscore ID, I'll say is equal to, give that ID. And similarly, we have one more thing here. That is password also, password field. Copy this password field. And come back here and password field underscore ID is equal to, give that ID. Done. Then next one, you just create some methods for this locators def. Enter email address. Enter email address. And here, there should be one parameter here. There is email text. Whatever the email that you want to enter into the field should be there. Email text. And here I have to write down self dot driver dot find underscore element by dot. For the mouse on the by and import this by. And say dot ID, right? ID, comma. Give this ID, email address field ID. And say, here say self dot. You remember, right? You have to write self dot. And simply say dot. Send keys command. Send underscore keys command. Keys. And here you have to pass this email text. You have to pass this email text. That's it, done. Def enter password, comma, password text. Okay, you have to enter the password. So password text is required. So self dot driver dot find element by dot ID again. Give this password field with the help of self keyword, self dot, give the password field and say dot send underscore keys and enter the password text. Now come back here and write down the code. So in order to use this, you have to create an object here, right? You have to create an object for the login page. Let's create an object for the login page. Login page context dot driver. You have to pass that, import this from features, the pages package and all. Here write down login underscore page is equal to. Now write down login page dot enter email address. And here we have to pass the email address text. Whatever the email that you are passing here, that same email address you have to pass here. That's it. Done. The next one is login page dot enter password. So I'll pass the password. Done. These two lines are not required. Okay, like this. Now, after that, we have to click on the login button, right? The next step will be definitely clicking on the login button. Okay, you have to click on the login button here. You have to click on the login button. So here, come back here. So if you have to click on the login button, this is a step, and here we have a hard-coded locator. So how to remove that? This particular login button is part of which page? Login page. So I'll go to this login page and create login underscore button underscore. I think that is an XPath expression. If I remember, that is an XPath expression. Copy this XPath expression and paste it here. That's it. Now for that, create a method. That is def. Click on login button. Click on login button. You don't have to pass anything, any text or something here. Directly you can say self dot driver dot find element by dot XPath. You say XPath, comma by dot XPath. And after that, by dot XPath, you write down self dot this login button XPath, this XPath, okay? And say dot click. Actually, this time dot click we have to write. Dot click. It's also done. Now come back here and write down, instead of this, write down. Here already you have created the login page, and here there is a problem of if you have to use these things in other methods and all, better to write context dot here. Okay, context dot, so that you don't have to create the objects always. Okay, context dot, so they can be shared elsewhere also. Here also context dot login page, context dot login page, Then even though the object is created in the previous step definition method, we can use that here. Okay. Simply we can say context dot login underscore page dot. Click on login button should come, but that is not coming. Okay. Click on what is the method here? Click on login button. Copy this and paste it here. That's it. And this is not required anymore. So we have implemented page object model for one of the scenario now. All the steps we have implemented, right? And one more step is there. I should get logged in. Let's complete that. And after that, let's just to make sure that whatever we have implemented is working fine or not. Let's run only one test, okay? One scenario for which we have implemented the page object model. And after that, we'll implement for every other scenario. So here, what I'm going to write is after implementing this, one more step, I should get logged in. So where is that I should get logged in is where I should get this one. I should get logged in here instead of this one. So after you click on the login button with valid credentials, you'll be taken to another page, account page. Okay, you see if I give some valid credentials here. Don't know whether these things are working or not. Okay, Muturi. April 2023 @gmail.com. I'll just check whether this email address is available. When I click on the login button, it's there. Okay. So we got logged in here. And this option is on which page? Account page. Okay. So here to remove the hard coding of this locator here, first under the pages, we have to create another Python file known as account page and repeat the steps. What are the steps? Class account page, class account page. Then what is the next one? Class account page. Then def constructor we have to write, right? Init self comma driver you have to pass. And here you have to mention self dot driver is equal to driver. Then after that, here you have to write this one. That is go to the login and copy this link text. Actually, this is the link text, which is there on the account page. So link text for edit your account information option. Okay. That is on the which page? Account page. Go to the account page and say edit your account information option underscore link text. Okay. Is equal to underscore link underscore text is equal to give that link text. That's it. For this, you create a method. What type of method? What we have to do actually? Here we have to verify whether we got successfully logged in or not. If you see the code also, here we are asserting, right? We are asserting it. So this assert you should not remove, but this part you have to remove. So here we are verifying that whether that particular option is displayed on the page or not. Edit your account information is displayed on the page or not. So how do I write down that? Here I'll write down def display status of edit your account information underscore option like this. Okay, I'll write down like this. And here I'll write down driver dot. Here I have to write self dot. Okay, self dot driver dot find underscore element by import this by Selenium and say dot link text. Right, this is a link text. So give link text and give this self dot. Give this edit your account information self dot edit your account information link text option. And finally say dot is underscore displayed. This command you have to write down here. Is displayed. And this method when calling should return that either true or false should be written by this method. Okay. So when you call this method, it should either return true or false. Now go to this which one login, and here to do that already here we are not creating an object for the login page because it is created here and using the context we are accessing. But here we have not yet created the object for the account page. So account page and pass the context dot driver. Okay. hover the mouse on the account page and import it from features pages package, and say account underscore page is equal to, and now write down account page here. Instead of writing this code, you can write down account page dot display status of edit your account. This method will return either true or false. If it returns true, the this step will pass, the scenario will pass, otherwise it will fail. Okay, so this part is over. That's it. Now let's run one of the scenario which we have implemented just now with the page object model thing. Only this scenario we have implemented, remaining scenarios we have not implemented. I'll give a different uh, otherwise POM. I'll say POM means page object model. You can give any name here, so I'm giving POM. I'll run that. I'll run only the scenarios for which the page object model got implemented. So for that I gave the tag for temporary purpose. CLS, I'll say behave features. Under that hyphen tags is equal to POM. Press enter. It should run only one scenario. If everything is fine, it should run only one scenario. So maximize the browser, open the application URL, take you to the login page, enter the credentials, login, and the test should pass. If this is happening, means we have successfully implemented the page object model in our script. You see, everything got passed. So good. Right now, let's implement the second scenario. Already this part is implemented. I navigate to login page is implemented. This step is not implemented though. I enter invalid email and invalid password into the fields is not implemented. But third step is already implemented. I click on the login button. I should get a proper warning message. These two steps are not implemented. Let's implement them. First, let's go to enter invalid email. For that, invalid email and password will be there on which page? Login page, right? So go to the login. Step definition. For this step definition, this is login step definition. Go to the login. Count down and I enter invalid. This is a part. So instead of this part, you have to write some other code. That is and just copy this code here. Copy this code here and paste it here. Otherwise, okay. Just paste it here. Keep this code. I'll explain what we have to do with this code. This code should also not be there in the step definition method. Later, I'll move it. Okay, this is not the right time. So in this session itself, I'll tell you how to, where what is the best place to put this. Okay. For now, let's keep it like this and let's focus on the remaining part of the code of this particular step definition method. And we have to create an object for the login page. I copy pasted here. Instead of this email, we have to pass this invalid email, which we have generated with the timestamp that we have to pass. So copy this. And instead of your password is same valid password, right? So you don't have to do much. Remove the 2 lines. That's it. This is how we have to implement. Then after that, what is the next step? Next step is this is already implemented. I should get a proper warning message. Is a new one. So here, go here, and I should get a proper warning message. This we have to convert. And where you will get the proper warning message on the same login page itself, right? So when you give an invalid email address, you will be there on the login page. This warning message will come on the login page. So this is expected warning message. Keep it like that, no problem. And but this part we have to change. This one, this XPath expression, we have to remove the hard coding of. Copy this XPath expression, and this will be coming on the login page. So this is warning message. Okay, so on the go to the login page where you will get this warning message. Here, create the locator warning message, warning underscore message. Okay, is equal to give that XPath expression, and for this you create a method def. So what we are verifying here, we are verifying whether this warning message is matching with the expected warning message or not. Okay. Okay. So, okay. So here I'll write the code that is display status of, otherwise verify warning message is displayed. Okay. Otherwise, display status of the warning message. We can write display status of warning. I'm just trying to make it more readable. That's only the thing. I'm just changing the name. Display. Okay, status of the. Here we have to pass expected warning text we have to receive, and that expected warning should be there in the retrieved warning. So from here, we are going to retrieve the warning. So I'll write down self dot driver dot find element. Here I'll say by dot x path. This x path, right here. We have to write x path. X path is equal to comma q self dot warning message x path dot text. You say dot text and here underscore contains. I have to say contains should contain what expected warning text. Like this, you have to write the code. Okay, should contain the expected warning text and it should return the status. Now come back here. Okay, so come back to this login and here write down the code. We are on the login page already. The object for the login page is already created as part of the previous method. You see here object is already created, so you don't have to create again. Simply say context here. Simply here say, instead of writing like this, all this stuff, write down context dot login underscore page dot, and you have to call this method that is display status of warning message and paste it here. And you need to pass what you need to pass. You need to pass this expected warning message, and it will return you. This display status will return you either true or false. If the warning message is available, it will return true, and the step will pass. Okay, like that. This part is also done. The next one. What is the next one? I should get a, that is the last step, right? That is the last step. Okay, should get a proper warning message. This scenario is also completed. I'll simply say POIM2. Here I'll say POIM1. If I give this POIM2 means it will only run this scenario. That's the reason I'm giving 1, 2 here. Let's run them one by one. Once we create, right? Let's keep checking. Behave, features, hyphen tags. Instead of running all the scenarios with the help of tags, right? We are able to run only the required scenarios. Press enter. Only the second scenario should run. Login with invalid email and valid password should run here. Okay. Login with invalid email and valid password, whether it is passed or failed. Let's see. 4 steps. Okay. Only 4 steps got executed. Remaining all. Okay. All the steps came somehow here, but only 4 steps got executed. Only 4 steps got executed. Okay, that's fine. The next, this one, login with valid email and invalid password. This one is already implemented. I enter valid email and invalid password. Here, invalid email, valid password. This is the reverse, valid email, invalid password. Let's find that in the login.py. So this one is already done. This one is already done. Invalid email, valid password is done. Now, valid email, invalid password need to be done. So for that, I'll copy these 2 lines. Enter valid, this lines I'll copy, creating an object for the login page and all this stuff. And which one? This one, valid email, invalid password. So here we have to pass valid email. This is a valid email that we need to pass. And this is an invalid password we need to pass. This is an invalid password we have to pass. We don't have to, this is just to save time. I'm just copy pasting whenever required. Okay. After that, come back here, click on the login button. I should get a proper warning message. That's it. We are done. This step is implemented already. Form 3, I'll say. And here I'll go to the terminal. I'll say CLS and behave, features, and write down hyphen tags is equal to form 3. Done. Run this. Just focus on which. You see, only one test got run, that is form 3 got run. You can see the output. 4 got passed. This is working fine. Okay, done. Form 3 is also done. Now let's go with the next. Now let's go with the next one. Next scenario. Login with invalid credentials. Both invalid. Okay. This step is different. Remaining all steps are same. So this step is different. So let's find that step here. That is in the login.py. Enter invalid email and invalid password. Right. This is the one. Enter invalid email, invalid password. This is the one. Again, copy this. 3 lines. Paste it here. And in place, give this invalid email here in place of the email. And give this invalid password here in place of the password. That's it. You can remove these lines. Okay, we have implemented. Now next one is, last one is, I should get a proper warning. This is also done. At the rate palm 4. Okay, this let's run all these login scenarios at the end. The last one is left out. I navigated to login page. I don't enter anything into the email and password fields. So this step we have to write, and remaining all are same. Okay, these steps, remaining steps are already, only this step is not implemented. So I don't enter anything into the field. So here, copy paste these 3 lines here, and just remove this. That's it. Remove this text. That's it. That means you are not entering anything into the email and password fields. Okay, done. We have successfully implemented all the 4. So here, remove this. Remove all this stuff. If I say the login, if I give the tag name as login, right, it will be running all the scripts. How many are there in this login.feature file? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are there. Everything should run. Here I'll say CLS and I'll say behave space features. Okay. I can also write like this login dot feature also I can say. Okay. Another way. All the tests, all the scenarios in the login.feature file will run. Total 5 are there. 5 should run. First one is running now. First one completed. Second one should start. Second one completed. Third one should start. Third one also completed. Now fourth one should start. Fourth one also completed. Last one. Last test will run. Login without credentials should start now. Started. And this also should get passed. It's completed. So everything got passed. Everything is working fine, right? 5 out of 5 scenarios got working fine. So login, no problem. Now let's implement other stuff. So let's close all these things and freshly let's go to the next one. That is, let's go to which one? Let's go to the search. Okay, this is one. And for the search, we have this search.py file. So this one is a normal assertion. There is no locator that need to be removed, hard coding off. So you don't have to worry much here. Okay. You don't have to worry much here. There's no locator here that need to be removed, hard coding off. So there's nothing to change here. That's fine. After that, or is there anything that I can, there's nothing locator, nothing related to locator is here, but still, if I have to modify or change this code a bit, is there any way I can move this code to the page. For example, this is a home page only, right? Home page. So I'll do one thing. I'll just go to the home page and here it's no locator, but I'll create a method here. Def get page title. Otherwise, very verify title. Check title. Otherwise, check title. Or what we can do here to reduce to make this code more readable and all. Context dot driver dot. Here driver is there that I want to remove from there from this step definition method. So what we can do here is check home page title. Check home page title. I'll say, and here expected title text, and here I'll write down the code that is self dot driver dot title, right? Simply driver dot title, right? This code, if you see, it's driver dot title. So driver dot title dot underscore underscore equals this expected title text, and here it should return either true or false. That's it. Now you can modify this method. So how you have to call that method? You have to create an object for the home page, pass context dot driver, import this home page, then write down home underscore page is equal to, right? Now here write down home page dot, here write context, okay, context dot home page, then write down context dot home page dot, what is that title thing? Check home page title, and here you have to pass expected title to this method. That's it. So this part is done. Check home page title part is done. Now let's move on to the next one. Where is the feature file? I enter valid product into the search box field. Okay, I enter valid product, this one. Okay, we have to implement. We have to implement page object model here, and this search box field. Okay, the search box field is a common for all the pages, but I'll stick that to the home page. Okay, I'll stick the search box field to the home page for a while. So I'll do here something like go to the home page and write down search box field underscore. There is a name locator, I guess. So go here and check the locator. That is a name locator. You see name locator. Copy this and paste it here. Now create a method for this. Def enter into enter product into search box field, and which product text, whatever the product you want to enter, that product text. Okay, and here write down self dot driver dot find element by dot name comma give this name. That's it, right? Self dot, just mention self dot and use that self dot, and then dot send keys into the search box field. You have to enter this product text. Enter product into the search box. Okay, so here let's go here and create an object already created, right? Context dot homepage is already, this method is already executed before this method, so you don't have to create the object again. Navigate to homepage, and after this method only this method will get executed. Okay, I'll simply say context dot home underscore page dot, I have to call that method. What is the method we have here? Enter product into search box field method, and here you pass this product that you want to enter into the search box. That's it. Remove this line. Homepage dot enter product into search box. Done. Then after entering, we have to click on the search button. That is also on the home page only. So for search button, The XPath expression is there. Copy this. Here, write down search button underscore XPath is equal to give that XPath expression and create a method to click on the search button. Def click on search underscore button and simply write down self dot driver dot find element by dot XPath. Give the XPath this part search button XPath. Say self dot give that and say dot click. That's it. We are done. Click on the search button. And what should happen? Valid product should get displayed in the search results page. Last one is valid product should get displayed in the search results page. Is that method? So here, first of all, I click on the search button. You have to modify into the page object model, right? For that, context dot home page dot copy this. Click on search button from here. Paste it here. That's it. This line is implemented. Next one, once you click on the search button, this one, right? Valid product should get displayed in the search results page. This is the one we have to modify. Context.driver.find element is displayed. Valid product should get displayed in the search results. Okay. So how to write that? Fine. So this XPath expression, we have to remove the hard coding of. So this will come on the search page actually. Okay, you see if you say HP here, click on the search button here. In the search results page, we'll get this product. Okay, so this locator is for locating this product here, which is on the search page. So let's first create the search page here. Search page. On the go, whenever it is needed, only you create the pages, guys. Okay, don't create everything in advance. Okay, that is a bad practice. And here def create the constructor init underscore self, pass the driver and say self dot driver is equal to driver. Okay, then write the next step, that is this one, this XPath. This is the link text actually. This is a link text. Copy that link text and create here valid product underscore XPath is equal to give that XPath expression of the valid product. And here write down def display. Here you see the code. You can see the code here. We are verifying the display of this valid product getting displayed in the search results or not. Okay. Display status of product, I will say, comma. So display status of the product, what is there here? Directly, you don't have to pass anything actually. And so fine, we'll write down the display status that is written. Here we have to write self dot driver dot find underscore element by dot for the mouse on the by and import it from Selenium and say by dot XPath. Actually, this is link text, right? I just the link text. I should not be writing XPath here. It should be link text, link underscore text. I have to say here also by dot link text comma give self dot valid product link text here self dot. Okay, then say dot is displayed done. Now, okay. Now go here and create an object for the search page. Search page, pass the context dot driver here. Import the search page from that features pages package and write down the object, create the object reference as search page is equal to search underscore page. Now say here, search page dot display status of product. That's it. It will return you as a true or false. And the next one, so valid product should get displayed in such results is completed. This step is completed. Now let's go with the next one. Next, let's implement the page object model for the next. I got navigated to home page is already implemented above. I enter invalid product in the search box field. Okay. This time I enter invalid product, this part. So already here, the enter product into the search box field is already there. This method will call, it's on the home page. So here, already did we create an object for the home page, the above steps. Here, home page object is already created. You don't have to create again. Simply say context dot home underscore page. And here we have to pass context dot drive. This. Sorry, you should not be writing like this. Context dot homepage dot we have to say. And which method we have to call? Enter product into the search box field method we have to call. And we have to pass this product, Honda, invalid product, we have to pass. This one is not required anymore. Excuse me. And after that, the next step is I click on the search button is already implemented. Here, proper message should be displayed is something new. So where this proper message will be displayed on the search page. You see, for example, if you search for Honda here and click on the search button, on the search results page, you'll get this message. This message we have to verify. How to verify proper message? Go to the proper message thing. Yeah, this part we have to verify. There is no product that matches the search criteria should be displayed on the page. So that too on the search page. And this XPath expression, we have to remove the hard coding off. Copy this XPath expression and create something like this. So where is that? Page. Search page, we should get that message. Message underscore, that is XPath, I guess. Message underscore XPath is going to give that this display status of message and expected message text is equal. Okay, we are passing expected message text. We are passing and we are verifying here, and it should return some true or false. So first I'll write down self dot driver dot find element by dot. I think this is XPath, right? XPath, comma, say self dot give this XPath expression message XPath expression and say dot retrieve the text of that message and here dot underscore equals underscore you have to verify that with the expected message. If the actual message is matching with the expected message, it will this material method will return true. So now come back here and write down. Already did we once you click on the search button should be taken to before this step, right? Such object for the search page is not created, so better to create an object for the search page here. If the previous method contains object for the search page, you can use it. Otherwise, you have to freshly create. Okay, otherwise it is going to be a problem. So search page of context dot driver you pass, and here it will return you the search underscore page is equal to, and now write down search page dot call that method display status of message, and it should match with the expected text. Okay, done. These steps are completed. Then this part is done. Now search without entering any product. It will not take much time. This is very simple. This is already implemented. I don't enter anything into the search box field. We have to implement first. I don't enter anything into the search box field. It will be implemented. Okay. Already the home page object is created. Right. On the home page only, we have this search box field. So here I'll write down context dot home underscore page dot home page. Go to the home page and call enter product into the search box field. Copy this and where is that? Here. Paste it and here don't pass anything. That's it. Don't enter anything into the search box. After that, we are clicking on which button? Search button, which is already implemented. Then proper message is also implemented. Okay. Proper message should be displayed on the search results page is also implemented. Fine. Proper message, search page. Done. I think all the steps are implemented. Let's see whether all the steps are working fine or not. So for that, I'll use this tag name search and run them. After implementing the page object model, whether the tests in the search are working or not. Search related tests are working. There are 3 tests. All the 3 should work. So behave with the tag name or with the help of feature file also we can run. Feature slash search dot feature also you can mention, or you can mention the tag name also. Okay. SEARCH dot feature. Press enter. Let's see whether all these 3 tests, search related tests are running or not. Already login tests were running with page object model. Now search test we are verifying. First one completed. Second one will run now. Second one completed. Now the third one. Third one is also completed. You see, all the things got passed. 3 scenarios got passed. Done. Now we are left out with one more feature file. Let's close all this stuff and let's implement the page object model for the third feature file. That is nothing but register.feature. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4 scenarios. And let's open the register.py for the step definition methods. And here, the first one, my account already implemented, right? As part of the homepage, it's already there. Create an object for the homepage here. Homepage. And here, pass context.driver. For the mouse in this homepage, import this and write down home underscore page is equal to home underscore page is equal to. Now copy this homepage. Copy this homepage. Now mention homepage dot click on my account. That's it. This part is done. This line is done. Now next line, homepage dot. This register option we have not created any locator so far. So go to the home page, open the home page. Only for login option we have created. For register option we have not created. I'll simply say register underscore option underscore link underscore text is equal to. You have to give the link text. Here already there. The link text is already there. Copy this link text and just go here and paste it here. Okay. Done. For this, let's create a method like select login, similar to select login option. You just select register option you mentioned, register underscore option. That's it. Now this part is done. Now here write down what is the next thing we have to write down here is here this part, the same thing you have to write down self dot driver dot find element by dot link text comma give self dot register option link text dot click. That's it. We are done. Come back here and here write down home page dot click on select register option. Okay, this line is complete. So first step is implemented now. Let's move on to the I enter details into the mandatory fields. This one, you see once you click on my account and select register option, you'll be taken to the register account page where all these fields are available. All these fields are available on the register page. Register page. So let's create an object for the register. Let's create a page, register page here under the pages. Register page. Now say class register page colon and write down def underscore underscore init underscore underscore comma driver you say. Now write down self or driver is equal to driver. Now register page init and all the stuff, and now write down what we have to do, all these things. That is first one, first name field. Okay, copy this. Come back here. First underscore name underscore field underscore ID. That is ID. Give that ID. And similarly, all these values. Last name field. For last name field also I'll create. Last underscore name underscore field underscore ID is equal to the next one. So this part you ignore and this part you consider. Email underscore field underscore ID is equal to, give that email locator, and then telephone. Copy this. Telephone underscore field underscore ID is equal to, give that. Then password underscore field underscore ID is equal to, give that. Now final one, confirm password or password confirm field. Here I'll say password underscore confirm underscore field underscore ID is equal to, I'll write off. Okay. This is also done. Any other fields left out in this particular method? No, that's good. All these fields are part of which page? Register page. To do anything, we have to create an object for the register page here. Register page of pass the context or driver to this page. For the mouse, create import this and write down register underscore page is equal to. Now here we have to perform these actions, right? For that, I'll create the methods here. Def enter first name, enter first underscore name, and here first name text. Here I'll write down self dot driver dot find underscore element by dot for the mouse on the by and import this from Selenium and say by dot ID, right? All that's are IDs mostly. Self dot first name field ID dot send underscore keys of uses first name text. This is done. Def enter last name. Here last underscore name underscore text we have to pass. What are the last name we have to enter into the field we have to pass. Then write down driver dot find element by dot ID comma self dot last name field dot send keys and then pass this last name text. That's it. Now create one more method for the next one, that is enter email address. Def enter email comma email underscore text, and here write down self dot driver dot find element by dot ID use self dot email field dot send keys of email text. Done. Okay, this is also done. Now create next one. Def enter after email you have to enter telephone comma telephone underscore text. Here write down self dot driver dot find element by dot ID self dot telephone field ID dot send keys of telephone text. Is also done. The next one is password and password confirm. We have to enter def, enter password, write down password text. Here write down self dot private dot find element by dot id give self dot password. Where is that password? Password field id dot send keys, send underscore keys, and here write down password text. Now here the next one, def enter password confirm, and here password confirm underscore text, and create the method self dot driver dot find element by dot id comma self dot password confirm field id dot send underscore keys of password confirm text. Done. All these methods are implemented. Now you can go to the register.py, and here already you create an object for the register page. Now you simply say register page dot, okay, register page dot enter first name. And what is the first name? This is the first name you have to enter. Copy this and paste it here. That's it. Remove this line. Next one is the last name. Register page dot enter last name and pass this last name here. This is also done. Then keep these two lines. I'll remove these two lines from here in the, okay, soon. Okay, till then, don't worry about this. Then next one, register page dot enter email. And here we have to pass this new email that is generated with the timestamp in these two before two lines. This is done. Register page dot enter telephone, and you have to pass this telephone number. And now you can remove this two line and password and password confirm. Okay. So register page dot enter password, and you have to pass this password. And finally, register page dot enter password confirm. You have to pass this password confirm. Done. 1, 2. Then, so this one is done. And now you have to select the privacy policy. I select the privacy policy. This privacy policy is also there on the register page. Copy this name locator, go to the register page, and create the locator here. In the top, create the locator for the privacy policy. Privacy policy option underscore name is equal to give that name locator, and create a method for this privacy policy option name. Create a method. Def enter select privacy policy. Select privacy policy, and you have to write down self dot private dot find element I dot name locator comma self dot where is that privacy policy thing? Self dot privacy policy option name dot click. Okay, done. Now go back here, and this step will be executed after this. This method will be executed after this method. So already this object is created for the register page. It's better you provide context everywhere, context, so that you can use this objects in other methods instead of creating the object again and again. There's one way we can solve this problem. Write down context dot, here also context, everywhere context, wherever the register page is there, write down the context. Context dot all there is gone. Now here also write down context dot register underscore page dot, call this method, whatever the method that you just now created, Select privacy policy from here. That's it. You don't have to pass anything and it will be selected. Now, after selecting the privacy policy, you have to click on the continue button. That continue button is also on the register page. Click on the continue button. So copy the XPath expression of that continue button on the register page. Come back here. Here, write down continue button underscore XPath is equal to give the XPath expression and create a method for this. Clicking on that button tab, click on continue button, and here write down self dot driver dot find element by dot XPath. Give that self dot continue button related continue button XPath dot tick. You have to mention. That's it. This part is done. Now go here and here write down context dot register underscore page dot, click on, you have to call that, click on continue button, copy this and paste it here. That's it. This line is no more required. So once you click on the continue button, account should get created. Okay, let's go to the method. We say the account should get created. Yeah, this one account should get created. This method we have to implement the page object model. So here this line, when you click on the continue button, you will be taken to account success page. Okay, it's a different page, that is account success page. You will be taken. For example, I'll show you. I'll enter some email and all the details and show you when I enter the details into the register page. Some email or some new email address I'm giving, that's it. Now select privacy, click on the continue button. You see here account success page. This is account success page. Create account success page, right click new account success page presenter class account success page def underscore underscore init underscore underscore self comma pass the driver. Now say self dot driver is called driver. Now after that this particular thing we have to verify. You see this XPath expression for the heading. Your account has been created, expected text. Okay. Account success heading underscore, that is XPath is equal to account created heading, otherwise created heading underscore XPath is equal to. Now create a method def display status of account created heading, and here expected heading return driver dot that is self dot driver dot find element find underscore element by dot import this by from Selenium and say dot XPath comma give this self dot account created heading XPath dot retrieve the text and compare that with equals this expected heading. That's it. This particular method when called will either return true or false. This particular method will return either true or false. So here I'll write otherwise here in the assert statement only. First we need to create an object for the which page. After you click on the continue button, account success page object, you have to create account success page context dot driver. Import this. Here write down write down account success underscore page is equal to account success page account success page, that is self here yeah, account success page dot display status of account created heading and pass this heading expected text heading. That's done. So it's done. Account should get created is completed. So first scenario is implemented. Now let's implement the second, third, and fourth scenarios. And after that, we'll run all the things together. A navigator register page is already implemented as part of the previous. Enter details into all the fields. Here, almost implemented. This step is almost implemented, but here as part of the different step, we have to implement again. One more line is also required to be added. Okay. Enter details into all the fields. Just go there. Enter details into all the fields. Here, write down. Just copy the code. Mostly the code will be same. Whatever the code that you have written in the page object model thing implemented in the mandatory fields method, right? Same thing will be there in the all the fields also. Context.register page is equal to create an object. Then you see Arun Motori. This is same. This is same with the timestamp. New email. This is also same. Then telephone is same. Password confirm. Also everything is same. Okay, just remove all this stuff. Only one thing will be new. That is this newsletter will be new. Remaining all are implemented already. Till here you can remove. Okay. Only this one we have to implement till now. This is like selecting S radio option in the newsletter. So this is an XPath expression. This option will be there on the register page. Go to the just go to the register page here, and now write down S radio option underscore XPath is going to give that XPath expression of the S radio option and create the method to select that S radio option. Select S radio option. Radio newsletter option otherwise to make it more better. Select S radio newsletter option, S news, otherwise S newsletter option for more readability. Wanted to mention as radio and all. Select S newsletter option. Then write down self dot driver dot find element by dot XPath. Give that self dot. Just now we created that, right? Yes, radio option dot XPath. Then say dot click. That's it. Dot click. This will select the S newsletter option. Now come back here and write down context dot register page dot select S newsletter option. That's it. This line you can remove now. That part is done. So enter into all the fields is completed. I selected privacy policy is already completed here. I click on the continue button is already completed here. Account should get created also completed here. These two scenarios completed. Okay. Now third scenario will write down. That is, I navigate to register page already completed. I entered details into all the fields except email field. This is something different where you have to remove one step. From all the fields, you have to remove one step for email field. So go there, except email. Okay, enter details into all the fields. This is all the fields, but here, except email, I have copy paste this and just remove that one line for the email. So here, these three lines you can remove. You're not entering the email here. Okay. But if you don't enter any email, except email, if you're entering anything, this is fine. Right? Including the newsletter option, everything you are entering. First name, last name, telephone, password confirm. This is repeated, right? Okay. So yeah, just we'll remove this part. Yeah, remove this. Done. Except email field. Okay. Newsletter option also is not required. Remove this. So apart from email, you are entering in all the other stuff. Okay. All the fields except email. Done. Next. So then I enter existing accounts email into the email field. Okay, that's a separate step. This one. This is on the register page only, right? So here we create object. So it's better to write context dot register underscore page dot. You have to call the method. Which method we have to call to enter this into the email field? This particular. So there's a method. Enter the email address. That is enter email is a method. Copy that. Come back here and write down that. And here give this email address of an existing email address account. Copy this and paste it here. And this is not required anymore. So this is also done. Then I select the privacy policy is same. I click on the continue button is same, right? So then finally, proper warning message. This one we have to implement. Proper warning message informing about duplicate account should be displayed. proper warning message. This one we have to implement now. Expected warning is there here. Expected warning for duplicate account. Okay. So here, copy this XPath expression of that duplicate email warning thing. Go to the register page, and on the register page, we'll get the duplicate warning. Duplicate email warning XPath is going to give that XPath expression and write down the method here to retrieve to display status of duplicate email warning. And here expected warning text. And here write down self dot driver dot find element by dot XPath, I guess, XPath, comma, write down self dot duplicate email warning XPath, say dot text dot underscore contains here, contains underscore give that expected warning text. That's it. This is the code we have to write. Now come back and it should return that status. Okay, either true or false it should return. If this matching, it should return true, otherwise return false. Back to the register, and here write down, instead of writing all this stuff, write down context dot register page dot, do not get that. Come back here and copy this method and paste it here. And here you have to pass expected warning. That's it. This part is done. So then it is completed. The last one is left out. Register without providing any details. This step is already implemented. I don't enter anything into the fields. I have to implement now. I don't enter anything into the fields. So I'll take these steps here into all the field step. Copy this for now. I'll remove things that are not necessary anyhow. Into all the fields. Copy this here. And here Arun Moturi. You should not be entering anything, right? Just remove the stuff. Yeah. These two lines are not required here. Here you don't have to enter the email, make it blank. Okay, pass empty email, pass empty password, telephone, empty password confirm. Here you don't have to select any option, remove all this stuff. These steps are not required. Completed. Okay, then when you don't enter anything and click on the continue button, that is same, right? That is same. Now, proper warning message for every mandatory fields should be displayed. Proper warning message for every mandatory fields should be displayed. So let me write this code. Let me implement the page object model here. I have to convert all these things into the page object model thing. Proper warning message for every mandatory field should be displayed. Okay. So I'll write down. So this is kind of very big, so I have to make it simple. That is also another requirement for me. Apart from removing the hard coding part of this, I have to make it simple. So this, anyhow, this expected warning messages will be same. So we cannot do anything here that we have to pass anyhow. But from here also, from here we have to implement the page object model. This is for this particular thing is for which warning? Privacy policy warning. Okay, copy this XPath expression of the privacy policy warning which comes on the register page. Go to the remove all the stuff. Only keep whatever that is needed. Go to the register page here, and here write down privacy policy warning underscore XPath is equal to give that XPath expression. Now similarly, give remaining XPath expressions also. This XPath expression is for which warning? This one is for expected first name warning, expected first name warning, that is nothing but, okay. Write down first name warning underscore XPath is equal to give that. Then last name warning underscore XPath is equal to the next one. Just make it small so that I can copy easily. This is last name warning. Then for the next warning we have email warning. Copy this for email warning. Email warning XPath is equal to give that email warning XPath. And next one is telephone warning. Copy this XPath expression for telephone warning. Paste it here. Telephone warning underscore XPath is equal to done. Then password warning. The last warning is password warning. Copy this. Come back here and say password warning underscore XPath. Give that. So after doing that, now we'll do something. That is, we'll create a method in such a way that I'll pass all this warning, expected warning messages to that particular method, and they need to be compared in this methods. Okay. So I'll just write one method, reusable, kind of good method, I'll say. Just to shorten the code and all, I'll write one method def display status of all warnings. And here I'll mention what should be written here. Some parameters are required. Okay. Email. First thing is privacy warning. Privacy. Here, let me write E underscore privacy. Expected privacy warning. W means, let me make it more readable. Okay. Expected privacy warning. Expected privacy warning. Otherwise, then first name expected first underscore name underscore warning. Then expected underscore last underscore name underscore warning. Expected underscore email underscore warning. Expected underscore telephone underscore, all these are the parameters. Expected underscore password underscore warning. I think we are done with all the warnings. Now write down the code. So what is the code we have to write? Here, all these XPath expressions are there. So I'll do one thing. I'll just write down something like this. Okay. Privacy status. Privacy status is equal to, is happening. Okay, fine, no problem. So let's write it out. Privacy status driver dot find, that is self dot driver dot we have, right? Self dot driver dot find element by dot. I think all these are XPath expressions only. By dot XPath, here I'll write self dot privacy policy warning XPath dot. I have to retrieve the text. And here you can see the code here to compare. I have used contains for the first one, remaining all equals. So I'll write down dot text dot underscore underscore contains, or here underscore underscore, give here expected privacy warning. That's it. This part is done. You'll get one result here as a true or false. We don't know, right? Press enter. Now here, first name status is equal to self dot driver dot find element by dot XPath self dot first name warning X path dot text here underscore underscore equal underscore underscore, and here pass expected first name warning here. So then next one, last name status is equal to self dot driver dot find element by dot X path self dot last name warning X path dot text underscore underscore equals underscore underscore. Next one is expected last name warning. You just give that here. Done. Center. Then email warning. Email status. Sorry. Email status is equal to self dot driver dot find element. Then here write down by dot XPath. Then give self dot email warning XPath dot text dot equals one two. Okay. Next one, email status is done. The next one is telephone status and password status. Telephone underscore status is equal to self dot driver dot find element by dot XPath comma self dot telephone warning XPath dot equals, and here write down expected telephone warning. Then what next? Last one is after telephone, what is there? Password warning, I guess. Only one is left. Password status. Password underscore status is equal to self dot driver dot find element by dot XPath comma self dot password warning XPath dot underscore underscore equals underscore underscore. Last one you just write down XPath. This one you just write down here, and after that, now write the logic if privacy status what is the operator we have in Python for and Python logical operators. O and C. Directly and we have to provide. So here we don't have any symbol and. Then first name status and last name status and email status and telephone status and password status. If all are resulting in true, then we are going to return true here. That is capital letter we have write true. Else return false. Okay, this method is going to return either true or false. If every state is coming true means then only it will return true, otherwise it will return false. This is done. Now let's call this method here and make this code simple. Here we are going to write down. This is happening on the register page, right? So previous methods itself. I don't have contest.register page is already there. Copy this part and here write down dot call that method. What is the method name? Display status of all warning messages. Call this method name here. And here put an assertion, assert. Here you have to pass all the warning messages. Copy, comma, expected first name warning, comma. Just move this to the new line if you want. comma, and expected last name warning, comma, expected email warning, expected telephone warning, expected password warning. That's it. These things are not required anymore. If you want to write that in a single line, you can write down still. Okay. Or you want to reduce the lines otherwise, you can also do that. Expected privacy policy, first name. Okay. Last name, email warning. This is a telephone warning. And the last one is a password warning. That's it. We have simplified this method anyhow. And now everything is implemented. So what we have to go to, what we have to do is you have to run all these scenarios in the register.feature file and see whether they are running fine or not. So for that, I'll say CLS behave features slash under features package. We have this register dot feature. Run this all the 4 scenarios, whether they are working or not after implementing the page object model. We are checking now. So we'll be after this running, right? If everything goes well, we'll close this session. In the next session, we'll optimize the page object model. Okay, we'll optimize the page object model in the whatever the page object model we have implemented here is not optimized. That we are going to optimize in the next session. Should be taken to the register page, and first one is completed. Now second scenario from the register dot feature file should run now. It's running. Second one completed. Now the third scenario from the register.feature file. Completed. Now fourth one, the last one should run. So it's running. Completed, but we got some exception it seems. So we have to see what going wrong there. Assertion error came. So everything got passed, but one scenario got failed. What is the reason? We have to investigate. Context.register page display status of all in warning messages. This one is failing. Let's go back. Register.py file. Yes. In which line we got that? Line 104. This line is giving you an error. Expected on the top, anything is there? Some assertion error is coming. So we have to see expected privacy policy warning, expected first name warning, last name warning, email warning, telephone warning, password. I think it's in a proper order, right? So we are not getting a proper message anyhow. Which line is failing and all we are not getting. So here also self.driver.find element by.xpath. Let's cross check everything. Privacy policy, first name warning, last name warning, email warning, telephone warning, password warning. Fine. Here, assertion is failing. Privacy status, first name status, last name status, email status, telephone status, and password status. And here, expected privacy warning, expected first name warning, expected last name, expected email warning, telephone warning. Everything looks good, but somewhere it is going wrong. Maybe the XPath expressions, let's see. Anything, any mistake in this? Privacy policy warning. Okay. This is first name warning, last name warning, email warning, telephone warning, and password warning. Everything is fine. Here contains, we are saying, but this assertion is failing. Okay. We'll cross check. To investigate, I have to do something here. That is, I'll do here basically. Fine. What is getting, we have to print it, okay? We have to print the status and see which is going wrong. So here I'll write a print statements and print privacy status. And here I'll print out first name status. Here I'll print out last name status. I don't know whether this will get printed or not, but I'll try. Print. The next one is email status. Finally, two more things are there. Print telephone status, and then print print password status. Okay, let's run this. Only one scenario will run, and how can we run only one scenario? Here, is that it? One. Okay, at the rate, run this one only. Okay, one only this one and this tag if I have to give. Just to save time, I have given that. Behave features hyphen tags is equal to give that tag to press enter. Only one scenario is going to run, and we are going to find out what's going wrong. If any print statements are coming or not, we'll see. Otherwise, we have to do some. I'll tell you what we have to do. Okay, here you see true, true, true. Something got printed. One failed. We can find out what's going wrong here. True, 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 true. Last two are coming as false. Total 6 were there. Last two are getting printed as false. So go here. That is telephone and password status are coming as false. Go here and what we are passing telephone. Let's go to the application and find it out what's happening here. Log out, register, click on continue. Telephone must be between 3 and 32 characters. What is coming here? What is the message? Telephone must be between 3 and 32, which is same actually. Password must be between 4 and 20 characters. This is also fine. This message is also fine. Then we are passing that properly, right? Expected telephone warning and expected password warning we are passing here. So this method will be called and it will be passed. And here, expected telephone warning, password warning is there. Dot equals is there. And here we have to say telephone warning XPath. Go to the telephone warning XPath once and see if any mistake is there in that telephone warning XPath. Let's inspect this. In telephone, everything is fine. Why it's going wrong? Okay, let me check. Since they are returning false, right? This is returning false ultimately. Self dot driver dot find element by dot x self dot telephone warning underscore xpath equals. Mhm. Okay, here we forgot one thing. You see, dot text is missing. Dot text, small mistake, right? We forgot to retrieve the text before comparing. Now it will work fine. Now let's run this again, and this time it should work. And we can remove the print statement because we identify the problem, right? So let's remove this print statements unnecessarily. Why to put the print statements here? Remove the print statements from everywhere. Now clear it out and run with the tag name. And this should pass this time. You see it got passed. It's working fine. That means all the scenarios in all the feature files are working fine. I will remove this tag name just for temporary purpose I created. Fine. That's it. So all the scenarios from all the features files are now implemented with the page object model. Okay, and are working fine. But this is not the end of the page object model because in the next session, I'm going to optimize this page object model. Optimizing means I'm going to reduce the number of lines of code. I just have written on the fly just to make you guys understand like this is how we write. But if I would have optimized in the same session, right, you would have got confused. To avoid that, first I've written this. Once you practice this, then the next session, right, you'll understand how we can optimize. Okay, once you get the confidence of how to write this, implement this page object model in a rough fashion, we are going to now optimize the code in the next. Okay, in the next session, in the part 5, we are going to optimize this page object model. So that's all for this part 4 of this series or this section. So see you in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, we are going to continue with the creation of the framework that is Behave BDD hybrid framework with page object model. This session is a part 5 of this series. Okay, of this framework creation series, we are at the part 5. In the previous parts, we have built the Behave BDD hybrid framework with page object model. And in the last session, we have implemented the page object model. Now in this session, we are going to optimize the page object model. Okay, whatever the page object model thing we have implemented in the last part, here we are going to optimize that. What do I mean by optimizing? Reducing the unnecessary lines and all those stuff. Okay, such kind of thing is known as optimizing. Okay, we are going to reduce the lines. We are going to make the code work more smarter and all those stuff. Okay, so that is called as optimizing. So let's get started with this session where I'll switch to this PyCharm ID containing the project where we have built this Behave BDD framework, that is hybrid framework with page object model. So where can I start now? So I'll just go to one of the things. Let's say search. So here, you see, what I will do here is I would like to reduce the lines. Okay, the simple concept is to reduce the lines. So wherever possible, I will reduce the lines. Okay, wherever that is possible, I will reduce the lines. Context dot homepage is called homepage is fine. Then I got navigate to homepage. Then expected title is equal to your store. That's fine. And here we are verifying this. If you want to reduce this line, you can do that. Just pass this here. And you don't have to have this extra line. Remove that. Wherever you are putting some extra lines, you remove that. Unnecessary import statements, you can remove. Everything will be optimized, right? This is called as optimization. And we have not yet started the optimization with page object model. So we are starting with this method and we optimized already this particular line. And after that, let me open this search dot feature and let's go with this lines. I got navigate to home page. This is done. And second one is the second step. I enter valid product into the search box field. I enter valid product. So context dot home page, enter that. That's okay. There's nothing to be optimized here. After the next step is I click on search button. I click on, there's nothing to be optimized here. So when you click on the search button, what will happen? You will be taken to the search page, right? When you click on the search button, you will be taken to the search page. So after you click on the search button, here there is one more step, that is valid product should get displayed in the search results. Okay. On the search results page, you are checking whether a particular valid product is displayed or not. So where is that step? Valid product step here. Here you are creating the object for the search page. This line I would like to reduce. How to reduce? Not only here, but here also you are writing the same line. Okay. So instead of doing that, when you click on the search button, if you are able to return the object reference of that search page, that will be good, right? So I'll go to this particular method, that is click on search button, which is there in the home page. So let me open the home page. And here there is a method that is click on search button. And when you click on this search button, self.driver.find element, when you click on the search button, you need to be taken to which page? Search page. So here, write down return, create an object for the search page. Search page, put the mouse on the search page, import this. And here you need to pass the driver. That driver is nothing but the self.driver for now. Okay. Self.driver you are passing. That's it. So you are returning the object of the search page here automatically. So when you click on the search button, automatically you're returning the object of the search page. Okay. So here I don't have to write a separate line to create an object here. Rather, when I click on the search button, this method is going to return an object of the search page. Search underscore page is equal to like this. Okay. Over the mouse you see on this method, and it will say that it's going to return. Let me hover the mouse. It's not coming. That's okay. So, but this is the thing. Now here search page is there, and I'll add context here, context dot search page. After I click on the search page, I need to, next step is what? I need to go to this step. Valid product should get displayed in the search results thing. Valid product should get displayed in the search results. Okay. Okay. So here I don't have to do that. Here simply I'll say context dot search page. I have reduced one line already. Okay. If I make this particular method, okay, when I click on, we already know that when you click on that particular method, right, it will take you to the search page, right? So when you click on the search button, you know that by clicking on the search button, you will be on the search page. Here itself, we are creating an object internally. Inside this method itself, we are creating an object, and that object reference we are using. So that is good. And next one also will try to optimize. I got navigate to home page. I enter invalid product in search box field. Where is that? I enter invalid product. Okay, there's nothing here. And after that, the next step is I click on search button. I click on search button. Where is that? I click on search button. And anyhow, already we have done, right? This method is written you an object of the search page. And what is the next step? Proper message should be displayed in the search results. Okay, let's go to that. This one. And here you don't have to create an object, because already when you have clicked on the search button, you have created this object reference. Okay, create an object and object reference of the search page. So I don't have to create the object again here. Remove that line and here write down context dot search page. And this expected text I'll directly provide here just to reduce this line, right? In place of the expected, directly I'll pass this message and I'll reduce this line. Okay, also wherever possible, I'm reducing the number of lines. Okay, maybe it is in the page object model, or maybe okay, it's a normal one. I'm trying to optimize the code. That is done. Next scenario will take, I got navigate to home page already optimized. I don't enter anything into search box field. Let's go there. I don't enter here. You don't enter. There's nothing to be optimized. I click on the search button. Here when you say here object already you created internally for this particular method to be returned, and search page object you got already, and already this is already done, right? Proper message should be displayed in the search results is already done. That is proper results should be displayed. Okay, you already have optimized this. Okay, you don't have to create an object for search page separately in a separate line. Now all these three scenarios are optimized with page object model thing. Let's run this and see whether they are working fine or not. Clear and write down behave features. Under the features package, run. Under the features package, run that search dot feature. That's it. If all the three tests run after optimizing the code, also if the tests are running, means our optimization of the code is good. The page object optimization and other optimization, if that went well, the scripts need to run properly. Okay, all the three tests should pass. After this search, we'll optimize the next one, that is login thing. Okay, after if the three tests run well, we're going to optimize the next feature file, that is login dot feature. So next two more tests need to run, scenarios need to run. Let's wait. Done. Third scenario. So it's also getting executed. This is also done. All the three, if they are passed, then we are good. Three scenarios passed, nothing got failed. Good. So we have optimized it successfully. Let's close all this stuff. And now let me open the next one. That is login.feature file and associated login, not this one, sorry. Associated login.py. Just increase font size. Done. Now let's start optimizing. I navigated to login page. Let's go here. This is the first one. Before going there, unused import statements are there. Let's remove them. Minimize. Okay, here I navigated login page. So when you click on my account, then select login option, you know that you will be on the login page. So what I will do here is instead of creating this object for the login page in the upcoming methods, right here itself in the first method itself, when I call this method select login option, we know that when you select the login option, you will be taken to which page? Login page. Okay, I'll make this particular method return object of this particular method, create an object for the login page and return that. Rather than taking some other space here for creating an object for the login page, I'll make this particular previous method. When selecting the login option, you know that you'll be on the login page. So I'll go to this method, which is on the home page. Select login option. Where is that? Select login option. When I say select login option, I would like to return login page object of this login page. I'll say self.driver here, self.driver. For the mouse, import this from features. That's it. Okay. Now just come back here and here you can say login underscore page is equal to, because this method is now returning an object of the login page, and I'll add context here so that I can use in other methods in this. Okay. If I add context here, I can use this login page in other methods. Now what is the next step? I enter valid email address and valid password. I enter valid email address and valid password. Here I don't have to create an object because the previous method itself, this method is returning an object of the login page. I don't have to create that again. Here simply I'm using enter email address, enter password, done. This one step got reduced already. And after that, I click on the login button. Where is that? Click on the login button is also good. Then I should get logged in. So when you click on the login button, you know that when you with the valid credentials, if you click on the login button, you know that you'll be taken to which page? Account page. So here I'll make this particular method return an object of this account page. So I'll go to this method in the login page, open this login page, click on login button, should take you to the account page, right? Should take you to the account page. So I'll write down return account page, and here self.driver I'll pass, and I'll hover the mouse on this and say import, done. Now come back here, and when you click on the login button, it will give an object reference of the account page, that is account underscore page is equal to, and you just add context here so that you can use this object reference in other methods. So remove this part from here and simply write down context dot account page, done. Okay, like this we can reduce the lines. Next one, login button, I should get logged in. So here we have used right account page dot something, I should get logged in. We have reused it, whatever the object that is referring, right, that using the job object reference, we are performing the action. That's done. That's done. The first scenario is completed in the login. The next one, I navigated login page, already done. I enter invalid email and valid password into the fields. I enter invalid email and valid password. Here you see I navigate login page is returning an object reference of the login page already. So enter invalid email and valid password into the fields. Here I don't have to create this object. Already this object is created. In the previous method itself, it got created, remove that. simply say context.login page.enter email address, context.login page.enter password. So this is done. Next one, I click on the login button. That will be simple anyhow. I click on the login button will be simple. This one, you see, already using, is already optimized. Then I should get a proper warning message. Let's go there. I should get a proper warning message. The warning message is coming on the same login page. It's also optimized, but here I can reduce one line by providing this expected warning message directly in this method rather than saving it in a separate line here. It's up to you if you want more readability and all. You can have that line, but this session main purpose is to optimize the code as much as possible. But if you don't want to do optimization everywhere, you can ignore some steps that I'm explaining in this session. Only focus on page object model optimization thing. That is, if already the object is created as part of the previous method, you don't have to you create again. So fine, that part is done. I should get a proper warning message is done, right? I should get a proper warning message is done. Then next one, I navigate to login page. I enter valid email and invalid password into the fields. First one is this one. This method is returning an object of the context.login page. And the next step is I enter valid email, invalid password. I enter valid email address and invalid password. Find it out. This one. And here you don't have to create an object because it's already created, right? As part of the first method itself, it got created. Directly use context.login page, enter email, enter password. Done. One step got reduced already. I click on the login button, go there and check. I click on the login button, it's good. And I should get a proper warning message. That is also just now done, right? Should get a proper warning message is also done. So good. This scenario is also good. There are two more scenarios are there. We'll do it very fast. And navigate to login page. And navigate to the login page here already. This method is returning an object reference of the login page. And then next one, I enter invalid email address and invalid password. Go there. Enter invalid email address. And you don't have to create an object here. This line you can reduce. And directly you can use context log login page dot enter email, enter password. Okay, this one you are using there. Then next one, I click on the login button. I should get a proper warning message already done. I navigate to login page. I don't enter anything into the email address and password fields. Go here. I don't enter. And here you don't have to create an object. This line also we can reduce. And already you are using context.login and all the stuff. And then I click on the login button. These things are already done. So we have successfully optimized this page object model thing in this login.feature file. Let's run that and see whether everything is working fine or not. Let me close all this stuff and go to the terminal and just say CS and say behave features slash login dot feature, sorry, login dot feature, run it. So the first login test is done. Let's wait for the other login test to complete. Mostly first is working fine. Mostly the remaining also will work fine, but let's see how it goes. Okay, let's see. They're taking some time. That's okay. I think the last one need to run. Log in without entering any credentials. The last test need to run. With that, we can confirm that the optimization is successful for this test. Yeah, the last one is running. And now we can move on to the next one to optimize. That is a register.feature. Last one that is left out is register.feature that I'm going to. The last one is running. Yes, completed. With this, we can have a confidence that all the 5 scenarios got passed and everything is working fine after optimization. Now let's go to the last one, that is register.feature. And in this register.feature, we have like around 1, 2, 3, 4 scenarios. And here register.py associated step definition method containing file also you open. And first of all, remove this unused import statements and all. Minimize this. And after this, let's start here. I navigate to the register page. And navigate to the register page here, home page. You see, when you select the register option, okay, when you are on the home page, when you click on my account and you select the register option, you know that you'll be taken to the register page, right? So this method should return you an object of the register page, okay? So I don't have to create that again separately in this line. So this particular method is there in the home page. Open that home page and click on select register option. Here itself, I'll return, create an object for the register page, self.driver. That's it. Hover the mouse on this and import this. Done. Create an object for this register page here. And now it's kind of easy. Register underscore page is equal to, and just add this context so that you can use that in other methods in the same file, in other methods if you want to use. Here in the next step is I enter details into the mandatory fields. This is the one. And here you don't have to create an object for the register page because already this method is returning the object reference of the register page. You simply have to use it. Okay, context.register page, context.register page, like that you have to use it. Yeah, correct. Done. Okay, this is done. Then what is the next step? And I selected the privacy policy here also. I selected the privacy policy also you're using, no problem, nothing to be optimized. I click on continue button. Click on the continue button also is fine. Then account should get created. Okay, when you click on the continue button here in the register page, once you click on the continue button, okay, account should get created here. We should be creating an object in a separate line. Instead of to reduce this, what we can do is when you click on the continue button on the register page, we can return an object reference of the account success page, right? So this method is there in the register page. Open that register page here and click on continue button here. Return the object of account success page. Here self.driver you add for the mouse on this account success. Import it. Done. Come back here. And now click on continue button is going to return you an object of the account underscore success underscore page is equal to already object is coming. Here add context so that you can use in the next coming methods. And here you don't have to write this line. Okay. And here simply add context. Not only that, here expected text, you are taking some separate line, cut that and paste it here. And you can remove that from here. That is also done. Account should get created is completed. You see in a single line, we were able to complete. And next scenario will write register with all fields and navigate to the register page. And navigate to the register page. Done. It's already optimized. And I enter details into all the fields. I enter details into all the fields. Where is that? This one. You don't have to create this object. Context.register directly you can use. Done. Then I select privacy policy. I click on the continue button. Account should get created. Everything is fine, right? So already we optimized this, okay? Account success page and we are using that. So nothing to do there. Next one, navigate to the register page. Navigate to the register page, this one. Already optimized. I enter details into all the fields except email. Go there. I enter details into all the fields except email field. Here, you don't have to create the object. Directly say context.register page, context.register page, and so on. And after that, I enter existing account email address into the email field. This one, yeah, we are using, no problem. I select the privacy policy. I select the privacy policy. Where is that? I select the privacy policy. This one is also done. Done. I click on the continue button. That's also good. And proper, this one we have to see. Okay, I click on the continue button. After clicking on the continue button, I should get a proper something is there. Proper warning message informing about duplicate account should be displayed. Proper warning. And here, this is already optimized. Okay, the same page, right? So nothing to be done. But this line we can optimize. This expected warning we can pass it here. Done. And you can remove this part. Good. Next one. Last one. I navigate to the register page. Okay. and I went to the register page, the first one already optimized. And I don't enter anything into the fields over there. I don't enter anything into the fields here. You don't have to create the object for the register page. Directly use the context or register page here. And then I click on the continue button. That's also good. Yeah. Click on the continue button. Here, click on the continue button, context register page or continue button. And finally, proper warning message for every mandatory field should be displayed. Here, we can reduce, not in terms of page object model, but in case of warning message, directly pass the warning messages in the method, okay? Here, wherever you are passing this, right, directly pass the warning message, just to reduce it to a single line or something. You can do that. Then third one. Then fourth one. If you're comfortable with the earlier process of creating this kind of variables, that is also fine. It's not compulsory that you have to optimize this, but I'm showing a way to optimize. Okay, that's the only thing. And here also, just copy this, cut this, and paste it here in the last one. Done. We are done with the register test also. Now remove all this stuff. Only one line will be there in this method. We are good. Okay, so let's run the register.feature file now to see whether it is working fine or not. Close this, terminals, cls, behave, features slash register.feature. Press enter. All the 4 tests in the register feature file should run one by one. This is one level of optimizing. There's one more level of optimizing that I'm going to cover after the test run. We'll go for the next level of optimizing now. 4 register tests should run. First one has run. Now let's go to the second one. Second one is running. Let's go to the third one. Third one completed. Last one. Last test need to run. This is the last one. Let's see. It's taking some time. Yeah. Completed. So all the 4 test scenarios got run successfully and everything got passed. Now we are good with the first level. Now let's go to the next level of optimizing. That is what I'm going to do here is for all this page files, right? I'm going to create a parent page file. I'll just name that as base page. Okay. Now say class base page. Under that def underscore init. Write down self comma driver. Here write down self dot driver is called driver as usual. Now there's a base page. Now I don't have to write this in every thing here. Okay. Dot driver is done. Then I'll go to each and every page here, and here I'll make this a base page as a parent of this home page and all. I'll just circular brackets, I'll write base page, and I'll hover the mouse and import this base page. And after that, I should not be writing like this. I would write super dot init. and I have to pass this driver here. That's it. Okay. I'm calling the constructor of the parent class. Okay. When the child class constructor is called, I'm passing the same driver to the parent class constructor by calling it. So this is a step you have to modify. And this is one thing you have done. You have to repeat it with all the pages. So here also, make this login page a parent of the a child of the base page, like this. Import it. Now you have to call the parent class constructor, right? You have to pass the driver to the parent class constructor. So for that, write down super. Using the super, you call the init, that is constructor of the parent class, that is a base page class. You just call, and here you have to pass the driver for that constructor. That's it. Now here also, go to the register page, make it child of the base page. For the mouse, import. Now here, instead of doing like this, super dot init, and write down pass the driver. That's it. It's also done. Go to the search page. The last one, make this a child of the base page. Over the mouse and import this and write down here super dot init pass the driver. That's it. Good. We are done. Then what else? We are good with all this stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Done. Okay. Now we have successfully created a base page. Now what next thing we are going to carry up this base page is for each and every action that we are doing in this home pages and other pages, right? Like click on my account. So instead of depending on this line, we are going to create something in the base page. Okay. So for example, click on my account is there. I'll just create a generic kind of method for clicking on any element. Okay. I'll simply say def click on element like this. Okay. Click on element, I'll say, or element click also you can say if you want. And here I need to pass something to call that method here, this base page method. Since base page is a parent of the home page and all, I can call this method directly. Okay. Copy this method and call this method directly. Don't have to do much. Just add self keyword, that will be enough. Self dot click on element. And here I need to pass something. Okay. What is that something that I need to pass is I have to pass which element that I need to click on, that is locator of the element and all. Okay. So I'll tell you how to do this. So here I need to pass locator type and locator type, comma, locator value or locator. Like this I'll pass. And here, based on the locator type, I write some logic. Okay, just understand what I'm trying to do here. If locator type dot ends with double quotes, I'll say underscore ID, the colon here, and write down the code here. Here I'll write down element is equal to none. And here I'll say element is equal to self dot driver dot find element by dot. If it is ID, I'll say ID, comma, and I'll give this locator value here. Over the mouse on this by and import. And here I need to simply say don't have to do anything. That's it. So I'll write something like this. Elif locator type dot end with, if it ends with underscore name, in that case same line, copy paste, but I have to change few things. Instead of ID, I have to say dot name, and here locator value is same. I have to create the web element. Okay. Elif, we'll optimize this. Okay, it will take some time. Just don't worry. Ends with underscore ID name class underscore name. If it is class name, then same thing, paste it and write down instead of ID, write down class name, locate value. Actually, you can give a space here. It looks good. Warnings are being going off, right? When I give spaces. just to give some spaces. That's it. Then elif located type dot ends with, if it ends with underscore id name class name link text, if it is link text, ends with the link text element is equal to self dot driver dot find element by dot link text comma give that locator value here. Here, comma. Done. Then few more. Elif locator type dot ends with, it ends with underscore xpath. Then to end with xpath, I have to copy these and write down dot xpath. That's it. Now elif locator type dot ends with, it ends with underscore css, ends with css selector or something. Then here write on by dot css selector and locator value. That's it. And finally, here we have to say element dot click. Like this, I have to write the code. Okay. So now what I will do here is in this home page, when I'm trying to click on the my account and all those stuff, right? So here I'll call this method, okay, self dot click on element. Here I need to pass two things. One is locator type. I need to pass locator value. How to pass the locator type? Locator type is nothing but here I have to click on my account option, right? I have to pass pass this my account option, this part only. Okay, copy this part without self. In double quotes, you pass it. Okay, you are passing the name of that particular which has underscore xpath ending and all those stuff. Okay, comma. Now you pass self dot. This will pass the value of this. This value will of this particular locator type will be passed. Your locator type is in double quotes and the value you are passing. Now this is not required. So even this driver.find element is not even visible in the step definition. I mean, in the home pages, rather it's moved to the base page. At a base page, you are implementing the driver.find elements with this approach. I'll give you more things. Okay. Here only one single line will be there. No matter how many lines are there, that will get replaced with a single line. Okay. Now click on my account. Here select login option is also clicking only on the option, right? So here I'll say self dot click on element. You are calling this a reusable method every time whenever you have to click or select or something, right? Now here I need to pass this in double quotes first. Okay, comma. I have to pass self dot the value of the actual locator value. I have to pass. That's it. It's done. Then select register option. For selecting register also same thing. Select dot click on element. And here I need to pass this in double quotes. This part I have to pass in double quotes because underscore link text and all need to be verified to create proper driver.find element thing. And finally, you have to pass the actual locator value. Copy that and paste it here, and you can remove this line. Okay. This method is again calling click on element. Click on element is taking action and all. Okay. Action methods you're creating in the base case. There's a funda. So here anything driver.title dot equals take home page title. Can we do anything about this? Self dot here verify title or something. You can verify page title or like that. Okay. Check home page title. Okay. Def verify page title. And here I need to write down. For this also I need to pass something. That is this value expected and actual values I need to pass. Right. This expected title text I need to pass, and along with that I need to pass actual title, and it should get me the things. That is here I'll say okay, actual you will not get here. So how to get the actual? This one only will be there. You have to pass the expected, and that you need to get it here. This code you will write down there. So whenever you call this method, should say self dot driver dot title dot equals. Here you will write the logic, and here expected title, and you have to pass this here, and it should return the boolean value. And here, instead of writing like this, you will write return self dot verify page title, and you have to pass the expected title text. Nothing to be done. This is also done. Looks good now. Let's give some spaces here. Those warnings will be gone. Anything else? Okay. This part is done. Check home page title is done. And then enter product into search box field. We have to take care of this. Okay. So enter product means you're typing text. Okay. Type into element or something. You have to create a method here. Here I'll create one method in the base page. Def type. Click on element. Type into element. Type into element. And here you have to pass. As usual, you have to pass the locator value and this one. These two things, locator type and locator value, you have to pass. Along with that, you have to pass text that you need to be entered. Text to be entered into the field that you have to pass. And here I will write down this. So enter product into the search box field. So how to do that? Here, once you get this locator type, you have to write the logic, same logic. Just copy this logic here to create the element. Till here, you just copy paste. And finally, once you get the element with the different, the specified type, right? Then you write down. So whenever you are typing, right? Whenever you are typing, it's better first to see. Okay. First to click inside the element. Okay. The best way is to first click inside the element. After clicking, then if any text is there, you have to clear that. And after clearing, then you have to type the text. It's a bit syndicates. Okay. So as part of the best practice, first you have to click, then clear the text in the any existing text. If not, nothing will happen. And after that, you have to type the text. So this text to be entered, I'll pass here. This is what we have to do. Okay, these 3 lines I have to write. Instead of writing these 3 lines here, right? So instead of writing this end case, only one thing we have written, but here because of this method, we are able to perform in a proper way. We have moved the proper code into this base page method. So now to get the advantage of that, which enters the text into the fields, any fields in a proper way, for that, I'll simply say, I need to call the method self dot. That is nothing but, where is that? Enter or something, type into element. And here in type into element, we have to pass 3 things, locator type, locator value, and text to be entered. First, locator type, copy this, double quotes, pass it, comma. Then next one is locator value. Just pass this one with self keyword you pass. That will give you the locator value. And third one is the text to be typed, product text. 3 things. You have space here, it will be good. Now this part is completed. It will type. Only single line we have to write. Okay, we don't have to write multiple lines to click on that field before typing, to clear the field before typing, and to enter the text. Okay, all the things are here. Now there's one more problem at the base page. You see this code is getting repeated, right? This code and this code is getting repeated. How to overcome this? Create one more method here. Def. Okay, I'll say get element. I'll just name this as get element. You can give any name. And here I need to pass to this particular thing. I have to pass the locator type and locator value. Okay, locator type and locator value I have to pass, and press enter here. And now copy this code. Till here you copy. And here element is called none and all. At the end, you just mention return element. Return element. Return element. Now you don't have to repeat this code everywhere. For example, in this method, you don't have to repeat. Simply remove all this code. simply write down element is equal to, okay, element is equal to self dot, call that method get element, and here you have to pass locator type and locator value. This locator type, comma, locator value you have to pass to that reusable method. That's it. Okay, it will be done. This is a simple. Instead of writing so many lines, you are just calling this get method and it will be done. Similarly, you can optimize this type into element also. How? Here, instead of writing this much of code, you remove this code and simply say element is equal to self dot get element and pass the locator type and locator value. These two things you pass. Done. That's it. Okay, this got optimized. Now here, simply go back and self dot type into element is also good. Now click on search button. For click on search button, what do you have to do? Here, write down self dot, click on element, and for this you have to pass locator type and locator value. What is the locator type? This part is a locator type. In double quotes, you have to pass it. Provide double quotes, paste it, and comma. Locator value is self dot. You have to pass it, and give the provide circular bracket, and remove this part. This is not no more required. Done. Space. Done. This is how we can optimize. Now, homepage thing got optimized successfully. Every method in the homepage got optimized. Now let's go to the next page, that is login page. And here also we'll repeat the same thing. Enter email address. How to enter the email address? Self dot enter, not this one. Self dot type into element. And here what we have to pass? Three things: locator type, locator value, and text to be entered. This is a locator type we have to pass. Our locator value is with self keyword we have to pass. And finally, the text to be entered is email text. Copy this and paste it here. Done. This driver.find element, no need to be displayed there. Next one. Here also enter similar way, self dot type into element. So first locator type, double quotes you pass, comma, then locator value, this one, then text to be typed, password text, pass it here, done. Remove these parts, it's also done. Now here enter password. These two things are done, right? Now click on login button in a different way. You have to do self dot click on element, and here we have to pass locator type and locator value. Locator type is this one, comma, locator value is self dot. Remove this. Next one, display status of warning message. This is a new one, right? So this is a new one, display status, return display status. Okay, whatever the element that is, that doesn't matter. Return display status. Okay. Def return display status. Otherwise, simply I'll say display status. Okay. Display status of element. Whatever the element that is. Okay, like this you can write down. And we have to get the element right. Without that, we cannot. We have to pass locator type, locator value, and all the stuff. Okay. So here mention locator type, locator value, just mention here in the parameters. A comma here and mention that locator type, locator value, and you have to just return the display status. So first of all, based on the locator type, we have to call this method get element method. We have to call self dot get element, and you have to pass the locator type and locator value, whatever that you have received to this method, and this will return you the element. The web element will be created, and now you have to say return element dot is underscore display. That's it. This will return. Sorry, not that one. Display status is written in a different way here. I thought it is a different one. Here, we are retrieving the text. It should not be display status, sorry. Retrieve element text. Okay. And verify. And otherwise, retrieve element text is fine. This part is fine. Dot contains will do it here anyhow. because contains is there. Otherwise, we can say retrieved element text should contain expected text. Contains. Retrieve element text contains. Locator type, locator value. We got the element and how to do this. Return dot text dot underscore underscore contains. I'll write down here. All the logic I'm writing here. And I have to pass the expected one also. Expected text also I have to pass. Expected text. And here, say this expected text done element dot text dot contains, and it should return either true or false. Now simply I need to call this method, that will be done. So I need to call this say return self dot retrieve element text contains. First I have to pass locator type, locator value, expected text. Locator type is this part is a locator type. Copy this in double quotes you pass. Locator value is that self dot is the locator value. Copy this part. And text I need to pass is expected warning text I need to pass. And this code looks very simple now. Right? This no more required. Retrieve element text contains retrieved, otherwise retrieved will write. Retrieved element text contains. Here I'll change it to retrieved. Okay, done. Come on. Too long. That's okay. Don't worry about that warning. So fine, this is also done. Login page is also done, completed. Then the last one, two more things are there. Register page and search page, we have to implement them. So here also, enter first name, self dot, type into element. We have to pass locator type, locator value, and text to be entered. First you pass this one. Copy this, in double quotes, you pass the locator type. In double quotes, you pass the locator type and comma. Give the locator value, self dot, and comma, the text, first name text. This you can remove. Next, enter last name, self dot, type into element, locator type, comma, locator value, comma, this text. This is not required anymore. Remove this. Done. Then enter email. Here I'll write down self dot type into element, locator type, double quote, give that, comma, locator value, self dot this part, then comma, the text that need to be entered, this one, here, the next one, here, self dot, type into element, locator type, double quotes, comma, locator value, with the self keyword will come, and the text to be entered, comma, the text to be entered, telephone text. This line you can remove. Next one, here, dot type into element, comma, password text. Next one, self dot type into element. This one, comma. This one, comma. Text to be entered. So confirm text. Done. Next one. Here, select privacy policy means click kind of thing. Click on element, and here you have to pass locator type, locator value. Locator type is this one. Double quotes you pass, and locator value is this one, and you can remove this part. Next one is here. Click on continue button, self dot click on element, locator type, locator value, locator type is this one, locator value self dot continue button X path, same thing, remove this. Now select test rate, this is also same thing, self dot click on element, comma, self dot, done. Then here are we retrieving text and same contains, already we have done this. Self dot retrieve element text contains locator type, locator value, expected text, locator type is this one, locator value is self dot, and text is this one, will be done. The next one is display status. Here mostly one contains is there, remaining all are equals. Okay, so for that first one we can do it, already it is there. So self dot retrieved element text, locator type, okay, self dot returned contains okay, first pass the locator type, comma, self dot value, comma, expected privacy policy warning. This is done, and this will return you the retrieve. Okay, the privacy status it will return that. I'll just write down here and I will remove this line. Remaining all are equals. They are not contains. They are equals. So for that I have to create a method here. Base page. Here I'll copy this, paste it here. Mostly same, but the small change. That is here instead of here I'll say equals, and here I'll say instead of contains I'll put eq. Eq means equal. Done. Okay. Instead of calling this, I'll call this. Done. Come back here and write down self dot retrieved equals this, comma, self dot, comma, give that expected first name. That's it. Now this is done. Now last name is equal to self dot retrieved equals this one, comma, self dot, comma, his last name, right? Last name. So I have to give this expected last name warning. I have to give here. Done. Email status is equal to comma, self dot, comma. Next one is nothing but this one, expected email thing, which is in the below, in pass. Now we can remove this part. Then telephone status is equal to for a while and write like this. Dot retrieved when text equals this part, copy, double quotes I have to copy, comma, self dot, comma. What is the next one? This one. This part I have to copy. This is done. Then last one, mostly. Let's see. Here I'll write down self dot retrieve equals, copy this, double quote, rosette, double quote, comma, self dot, comma, expected password thing. Now, is there any way to reduce these lines? I'll try to figure out. So I will move this code into the base page and see if I can pass all the stuff. Okay. Def return bind status or something like this. You can write. Otherwise, return IND status. IND status. Okay. IND kind of status. Okay. It will collect all the INDs and will return like that. So we have to pass here. We have to pass different status here. Like one is privacy status. You have to pass, comma. Next, multiple status it will take. That particular method should take multiple status and it should return you one status. I'm making it simple there. Last name I have to pass instead of writing. You see, this particular page file should not contain much logic. Okay, simply it should call the methods. That's the intention. That looks good, right? So based on your requirement, you keep on creating the methods in the parent file, that is base page. Okay, and reduce the logic in the page classes, page files. Otherwise. Last one is this one, password status. Done. And here I have to write the logic. What is the logic? The same logic I'll copy paste from here. This is the logic. Control X and paste it here. That's it. Same logic. It has to return. And now I need to call this method. Okay, how to call the method? Self dot. Where is that status? Return IND status. Return IND status. Okay. You have to pass all this private status, comma. Here, this need to return the final status. Return whatever that this method is written, this method should return. So privacy status, comma, first name status, you are passing, comma, last name status, comma, email status, comma, telephone status, comma, password status, comma, and final one. Okay, I have not removed this. Okay, this one is not required. This much only. Okay, this 5 statuses. Last comma is not required. Okay, done. So we have simplified this method like this, and the code is implemented here. Okay, done. So let's see whether these things are working. Any other things are left out apart from the register page. We have search page. We have to go to search page and we'll modify that. It is not big one, so we can do it easily. Display status of product is displayed. We have not implemented this so far. So let's in the base page, let's create def display status. And here I'll write down. It should get located type and locator value, and it should return the display status. Simple. And here I'll write down element is equal to self dot get element, and I have to pass this locator type and locator value as usual. And once the element is created, I simply have to return element dot is underscore displayed. Now simply call that method to get the status. Okay, so return self dot display status of this element, the locator type I need to pass, and self locator value self dot locator value. Done. This part is done. Now display status of message here equals is there. It is a different method. Return self dot display. Sorry, what is that? Retrieved text. Sorry, not equals actually. Okay. Retrieved element text equals. Okay, it should return that. And here we need to pass three things. First one is a locator type. This is a locator type. In double quotes you have to pass, comma, then self dot locator value, comma, this part equals, and remove this part. Done. This is also done. So all the methods got implemented now. All the page files have been optimized by moving some lot of code into the base page. We have optimized the code. Simple. Okay. Now simply run all the tests to see because of any changes to this optimized files and all. Okay. Are the scripts running fine or not? We have to see if the scripts are running fine. There's no problem. So behave, features, all the things we have to run. Okay, one by one. Configurer is there again. There is a spelling mistake here. Behave, features. Run this. So this will take a lot of time to run. I'll pause the recording and resume the recording just to save your time. Let the first one run. After that, I'll pause and resume the recording. Okay, at least one you can see. If it is working fine, we are good. First one is working fine means mostly it will work fine. Yeah, the first one has worked fine. So I'll pause the recording and resume after all the tests run. If any problems are coming means I'll just pause and fix the problem before. So as you can see, all the scripts got run, but unfortunately two got failed. We have to find out what went wrong there. Okay. So what got failed actually? Okay, let's keep scrolling up and until we find that assertions and all. This one, register with a duplicate email address is failing. Somewhere we would have made some mistake. Okay. And navigate to the register page, enter the details and proper warning message. Here we got the error. Assertion only. Okay. Register.py, line 72. Context.register page.display status of duplicate email warning. Email address is already registered. Okay, how to figure this out? Let me check. Let's go to that register.py file, which is failing. This is in the this is here. Display status of duplicate. This particular method is in the register page, right? And here we are passing the message. That's good. Display status of duplicate email. Register page. Go to the register page where you find the display status of duplicate email warning. And here expected warning is coming here from here that you are passing anyhow. And once it's gone there, here we are writing self.retrieved element text contains thing. We are writing. First we are passing the warning XPath type. And after that, we are actually passing email warning XPath. That is also good. And here expected warning text we are passing. Okay. So this text will go there, duplicate email warning, this act. So this will find the actual one. The actual one should contain the expected warning text. Okay, where is that actually? Element text, retrieved element text contains, okay. The base page, you go to the base page and retrieved element text contains, retrieved element text contains, located expected text. You're getting the element, and on the element you are saying dot text dot contains. Everything is fine. Expected text is also fine. You're passing everything fine. Here it started. Proper warning informing about. Hmm, we'll do one thing. We'll just print out something and see what's going wrong. Print element dot text. There's one thing, and print expected text is another one. Okay. We'll write down just to find it out. Just write down this line so that we can identify where exactly in the output console these things are happening. Actual followed by expected is here. Now let's run this test to see where it's going wrong. So why it's not working and all. This is a way to investigate and all. So I don't want to run all the tests. Rather, I would like to run only this one. Proper warning with informing of duplicate account should be displayed. So for that, I'll go to register.feature, duplicate email address, and at the rate only run only this one. Some different tag I'm giving. Copy this tag and go to the terminal and write down CLS and behave. Is that features slash hyphen tags is equal to give the tag name. Only one scenario will run. And we should get something printed. We have not yet fixed the problem, but we'll see what's going wrong. Why it's not working and all. Duplicate email. It should enter and see what's happening. Yeah, here you see it's matching, right? Where is this underscore? Captured, study out. Warning email address is registered here also. Email address is already registered. It is same, but it's still not able to compare. And why the assertion is failing? We have to investigate that. The print statements are fine. The two print statements are fine. Element dot text is getting you the text and say dot contains expected text. This should return true or false. So it will return true because it contains really, right? Text contains expected text. It's fine, and it will return to the another method here. Where is that step actually? Start.py. Display status of duplicate email warning in the register page. Okay. And here self dot retrieved element text contains, it should be returned, right? We are passing this, but this method is not at we have to say return here. Okay, whatever the value that is written by the in method is not being written back. That's the reason it's failing. So I'll do one thing. I'll just go back and remove that print statements are not required. We fixed the problem. The method is not returning the display status. That's why it was failing. Now I have added the return statement, so it should work. Let's see. Let's run. Let me run all the tests and see if still any tests are failing or not. Okay, this must be fixed, but let's small mistake. That's okay. I'll run the test. Behave features. All the tests will run again. Again, I'll pass the recording. I'll pause the recording and resume. And if anything fails, I'll just let you know. I'll fix it before you, okay? The first test is running. After the first test runs, I'll pause the recording and resume the recording once all the tests complete. Whether it is passed or failed, I'll wait till all the tests run and then resume the test. And now pause this. I'm pausing the recording, I'll resume later. As you can see now, all the scenarios and all the features got passed successfully. So we have successfully optimized the page object model and other code that need to be optimized along with that in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, we'll try to improvise a framework a bit more. We'll take the framework to the next level. So for now, page object model implementation is completely done as part of part 4. We implemented it in part 5. We optimized it. Okay. So we are done with the page object model. So next things will come up. Okay. So we'll go with the other things that need to be done on this framework in the next parts. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, we are going to continue creating the framework, that is Behave BDD hybrid framework with page object model. This is part 6 of this framework creation series. So till now, in the previous parts, we have created the framework, the normal framework containing the behavior BDD capabilities, and also in the last two parts, we have implemented the page object model design pattern into this normal framework. Now, in this part 6, we are going to implement the data-driven testing. Okay, so that is nothing but data-driven framework. Also, you can say we are going to implement the data-driven framework things into the existing normal framework. By implementing this data-driven thing into this framework, that is data-driven framework thing into this normal framework, this normal framework will become a hybrid. Hybrid means containing different type of things like data-driven framework thing, behave BDD thing, page object model design pattern. If you put into a single framework, that framework will become ultimately it will become a hybrid framework. Okay. So that is part 6 that I'm going to implement. Okay. To convert this normal framework into a hybrid framework, I'm going to implement the data-driven framework things. So for that, I'll switch to this PyCharm IDE where we have this so far created framework in, okay. So far created framework containing behavior BDD things and page object model design pattern things. So now let's implement the data-driven things into this existing framework. For that, I'll pick one of the feature file, that is login.feature file. In that, I'll pick one of the scenario, that is this first scenario in the login.feature file, login with valid credentials. So before I convert this into a data-driven thing, first let me parameterize. Okay, first I'll show you how to parameterize this particular scenario in the feature file. The parameterization. The next step for parameterization will be data-driven. Okay, so first we'll parameterize this, then we'll convert that into a data-driven thing. Okay, so how to parameterize this? So here, if you see this in the login, in the first scenario, if you see this, I enter valid email and valid password. Are you passing this email address and password, that is valid email address and valid password from this particular step in this scenario of the feature file? You are not doing that. Rather, the valid email address, valid password are directly provided in the step definition method. For example, for login, we have this login.py as a step. Here we have something. I enter valid email address, valid password. Here you are hard coding it, right? You are not passing this valid email address, valid password from here. Rather, you are passing directly here. You are hard coding in the script. If you want to get this particular valid email address, valid password from this step, then we need to parameterize this step. How? Here, do one thing. Here, instead of email, provide double quote. Instead of valid password also, you provide. Otherwise, you write something like this, okay? Valid email address as double quote, valid password as double quote. This is the best way. And here, you pass this email address. Copy this email address and pass it from here. From the step itself, you are passing the data into the, okay? Whenever you want to pass another data, you can modify the email address here, okay? This is a valid password. And you are providing that here into the fields. Now, this step need to match this step. For that, we have to change these things here. I enter valid email address as here in double quotes, provide curly braces and receive whatever the data that is being sent from here. The curly braces mention that email. And here valid password as double quotes, whatever that is there, you have to depict the same thing. Email address as double quotes, valid password as double quotes. In double quotes, again, write the curly braces that you want to receive that into one of the parameter in this particular method. So here you say password. Okay. Now this email, you put it here. This password, you put it here as a second parameter. Now instead of hard coding it, now pass this email here and pass this password here. That's it. We have successfully parameterized the test already. And the email and password are not hard coded here anymore. Rather, you are receiving the email from this step of this scenario of this feature file, and you are getting the password also from the step itself of the feature file. Okay. Now, after parameterizing this particular scenario in this feature file, let's run only this scenario. Say only, okay. Only I'll give, okay. Just some is user defined only, right? You can give anything. Just I want to run only this particular scenario to see whether after parameterizing this and passing these things from the step, after parameterizing this scenario and passing the values from the step of this feature file scenario, things are still working fine or not. I want to check. For that, I'll go to the terminal and say CLS and I'll say behave space features space hyphen tags is equal to give the tag control V. Sorry, control V. It's gone. Let me do that again. This only right, copy this and paste it here. Now it got pasted properly. So tag hyphen tags is called only the tag name only I just mentioned. Press enter, only one scenario should run, that is this scenario. And if it works fine, that means parameterization is successful. Let's see whether the test is running properly or not. After parameterizing that, only one scenario will run here. Because we have filtered it with the help of tags, we are running with the help of the tags. So it's working fine. If it is passing means we are good. We have successfully parameterized. Okay. So on the top of parameterizing this, now let's go to the next level, that is a data-driven thing. Okay, let's implement the data-driven thing. How to implement the data-driven thing for this particular scenario? Here, instead of passing only one set of data, that is one username, one email, and one password, I would like to run this particular test with multiple sets of data. To run this particular scenario with multiple sets of data, here I have to change the keyword from scenario to scenario outline. You will get an error that's expected. The scenario outline should be accompanied by one more keyword from Gherkin language, that is examples keyword. Once you write examples here, the error will be gone. Under the examples, okay, here, under the examples, here, provide the pipe symbol like this. The first part, you say don't pass this data here, simply say email. And here you say password. Here email, here password. Okay, that's it. Email and password. This email, you provide that with less than and greater than symbols. Here password also provide with less than and greater than symbols. Now you can pass multiple sets of email and password. Okay, how many sets of data you pass here, that many number of times this particular scenario will run. That makes this scenario a data driven, right? Based on how many sets of data is there, the data is driving the rest. Okay, if you have 5 sets of data, this scenario is going to run 5 times. So here I'll pass this email and here I'll pass this password. Under that, again, type symbol. And here I have to pass some data here. Let's pass some data. So I will take the data from somewhere. So I'll go to the download sign. There's an Excel file, if I remember, that should have the data. That data I'll provide instead of creating fresh data in the application, right? So this is the data I'll take. Copy this email and I'll pass it from here. Pass this and just press tab here so that it is organized well. Pipe and password. What is the password? This is the password. Tab. Now similarly, again pipe, another set of email. These are valid credentials. Okay, that's why I'm copying from here. These 3 are the valid credential set of data. So here password is second to. And, third one, we'll take this one. 3 sets of valid credentials I'm giving here. Again, one more tab you have to write here because it's not. Okay, now here, this one second 3. Okay, now run this particular scenario. Now run this particular scenario and see that it's going to run 3 times because I have provided 3 sets of data. So again, using the same tag name, I'll run this. So just see that the same test need to run 3 times with the multiple sets of, for every set of data, it should run 1 time. So behave features, okay, space hyphen tags is equal to only. And press enter. Three tests should run. Same test should run three times. Okay. First set of data should run, then second set of data should run, then third set of data should run. The same scenario should run three times. It's different sets. You see, with sample one, it's running. You can see here, amo2 sample1 at the rate gmail.com, second one. Okay, credentials. Now the same scenario is going to run for second time for the second set of data. This is what is called as data driven. And now we have implemented the data driven framework capabilities into the existing framework. That is behave BDD page object model framework. Now it becomes a hybrid framework because of that. You see, sample two, second two. Now with third set of data, the scripts are going to run. Let's see. Now the third set of data. Done. You see, the same test or scenario got executed thrice and everything got passed. So with this, we have successfully implemented the data-driven things or data-driven framework into the existing framework. And now the framework has become hybrid officially. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to take the framework to the next level. Okay. So see you in the next session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, we are going to continue creating the framework that is Behave BDD hybrid framework with page object model. This is part 7 of this framework creation series. The previous parts, we have built this framework to this level where we also have implemented this page object model as part of part 4 and part 5. And in the part 6, we have implemented the data driven thing also. Now this is part 7 where we are going to remove the hard coding of the other data from the individual automation scripts. So if it is not BDD related stuff, okay, if this framework is not BDD, if it is a PyTest hybrid framework, here I covered this, right? Selenium Python hybrid framework. This is PyTest framework actually. Here we have the capability of removing the hard coding of the data from the individual scripts, instead reading the data from the Excel files, okay? Here we have the capability of reading the data from the Excel files, okay? In this PyTest framework, we can read the data from the Excel files. But coming here, this is BDD related framework, BDD hybrid framework, where it is not recommended to read that kind of data from the Excel files. Okay. Why? Because instead of reading the data from the Excel files, we can pass the data from the same feature file itself. Okay. In BDD, we have the feature files that you know from this previous parts, right? We have created the feature files in the beginning part itself, right? From the feature files itself, we can pass the data. Then what is the need of reading the data from the Excel file? Okay. That's why it's not recommended you guys to implement any code or something in this BDD hybrid frameworks to read the data from the Excel files. Rather, you can simply read this particular or get this data from the feature files. By this, we can remove the hard coding of the data from the individual automation scripts. I'll explain this with an example, practical demonstration. For that, I'll switch to this PyCharm IDE. I'll take this register feature. I'll take this, first scenario. Here you see when I simply mention, I enter details into the mandatory fields. Okay, this step. Here, a lot of details are, a lot of data is hard coded in the step definition method of this particular step. Let me open this register.py associated with that feature file. And here you can see I entered details into the mandatory fields. And you see all this data is hard coded. All this data is hard coded. So in other hybrid frameworks in the Selenium, Python, or whatever it is, okay, we would have read the data from the Excel files. But since this is BDD related framework, BDD hybrid framework, okay, here we don't have to read this data from the Excel files. Rather, we can pass this data from the feature file itself. Okay, from the steps of this feature file, we can pass the data. How? I'm going to show you now. Here I'll say, instead of writing the step like this, I enter details into the mandatory fields. I'll simply write down enter below details into the mandatory fields just to make it more understandable. And here I'll provide the details. What details? I'll tell you. Here also I'll write enter below details into the mandatory fields. Enter below details into the mandatory fields. Now it's matching. Now here I'll write down, I'll put a pipe symbol, like this kind of pipe symbols I'll provide. In the first one, I'll say first underscore name. I need to pass the first name, right? So here you see this is a first name, okay? This data I'll copy from here and paste it here directly. Below this, I'll create one more type symbol. Here also, first name, just like this first name. And here you paste it, the data. And this is the first name, then this is the last name, and here you enter the last name. I'll remove this hard code, this data I will remove from the steps in a while, okay? There's no need of hard coding the data anymore in the individual automation scripts. Sorry, let's move somewhere. Here, pipe, anywhere, any mistake, no. And here, email is not hard, this is not about hard coding, you are generating the email, right? Here we are generating the email. So it's not a good idea to, you cannot actually pass this from the step because every time it should generate a new email. This is not hard coded. So this first name is hard coded in this, last name is hard coded, whereas this telephone number is hard coded here. I'll copy this telephone number and I'll put that under the telephone heading. And here in the bottom, I'll provide the telephone, the tab, here put pipe, done. Then once that is done, what else we have? Password is there. The last one is password. For password and confirm password, I'll pass the same thing. So this 12345 12345 is same. So I'll put it in a single place and put a type symbol here also. Done. Remove this stuff. Now the things are good. So like this, we can pass this data from this step. But how to collect this particular data that is passed from this step into this step definition method? There is a way. That is, here I have to write down for something. Just give some, let's say data or for data or just say row. Otherwise, row in. You have to write down this context. This context you have to use for row in context dot. You have to say table colon and move all these steps to the right like this. Put a tab, press a tab. It will be aligned under the for loop. And here, instead of providing Arun, you just mentioned this particular row of in the double quotes that give the double quotes, and from the feature here, whatever the heading you gave, first name, that you pass it here. For this one, row of again double quote and get this last name, copy paste as it is. Then here email we have not removed it, it's going to generate, that's fine. Telephone, we can do that. Row of, instead of hard coding the telephone data here, we'll get the data from here. Copy this telephone and paste it here. And for the password, row of in the double quotes, we'll get this password from here. And this is also password confirm, which is also same password we are going to give. So in double quotes, I think I have to give actually this one. I gave that one. Password I have to give. Like this I have to give. Here also password you mentioned. That's it. So this is how we can pass the data from the feature files. There is no need of reading this particular data from the Excel files in the case of BDD kind of frameworks, okay? From the feature file scenarios itself, under one of the step you can mention like this and you can pass the data here. Now you are getting the data from this steps, right? By this way, you are removing the hard coding of the data from this automation scripts, okay? You see, you have not hard coded the data here. You can repeat the same things for other scenarios also. Okay, if you want to repeat that for all the other scenarios, you can repeat that. That's okay. But for now, for example, I'll show you how whether this works or not. Okay. Now we are done with that. We have passing the data from here and collecting the data here, and it should work fine. Now only run this particular scenario. Okay. Run this one only, something like that. A different tag I'm giving. Copy this. And now go to the terminal and see whether it is working fine or not. Okay, when after passing the data from the one particular step from the scenario of this feature file, is the data being passed instead of getting hard coded here? Let's see. So behave features hyphen tags is equal to give, paste it, run this the only tag. Okay, and it should run. So if it runs, we are good. Okay, it's entering all the stuff. Yeah, it got executed. You see, it's working fine. The data is being passed from that step of the scenario of the feature file into that step definition method. And now the data is not hard coded. You can do the same thing for all the other things. Okay. For example, here also you are hard coding the data. Go to that respective scenario. We can go to that respective scenario. For example, this one is done. I'll remove this. I'm not going to run again. Register with all fields. Here also we'll implement. I enter below details into all fields. Okay. Here also almost same thing will be there. Copy paste. Okay. This is the data that we need to pass. And register with all fields, right? Go to that register with all fields. Sorry, what is that? Sorry, this one. I enter below details into all fields. Okay. I enter details into all fields. Here I have to add below. There is a change in the step, right? And here again, you can do the same thing for row in context dot table and move this, give the indentation here, and here instead of mentioning Arun, just mention row of, okay, the same thing. Whatever we have done here, you just go and repeat the same thing because we copy pasted in the steps also, right? Same thing we can do that here also. I'll copy this, paste it here, row of last name, then row of telephone, this row of telephone. We are removing the hard coding of the data from everywhere. Uh, row of password. Okay, here also row of password. This is also done. And for this also we can implement. I enter the details into all the fields except email field. Where is that scenario? So here also I enter details into all the fields except email field. This one, copy this. Again, copy this. Whenever you have to pass the data, you paste it like, okay. Now enter details in all the fields except email field. This one, come back here for row in context dot table. Just press tab here. Now here, this is same now. Again, row of first name. We are removing the hard coding of the data from the individual scripts. Row of last name. Copy this, paste it here. And what else? Row of telephone. Copy from here, paste it here. Then we have row of password. Copy this, paste it here, paste it here. Done. Okay, this part is done. Now any other stuff where hard coding is there, there is no hard coding here. Okay. Most of the hard coding is removed from this thing. Now let's run all the scenarios in this register. Otherwise, yeah, we can run without any problem. Okay, only extra one scenario is there. If all the scenarios in the register.feature file are running, means this passing of the data from this steps of this feature scenarios of the feature file is working fine. Okay, so CLS and behave features slash register dot feature. So, everything should work. All the four scenarios should run properly without any problem. The data should be passed as it is. As we have removed the hard coding of the data from the register.feature file, it should work fine. First one completed, register with mandatory fields completed. It was able to pass. Then second one. Second test is running now. It's passing the data, you see. From the feature file scenario, the data is coming to the step definition method and it's working fine. Now third one is running. Here also the data is getting passed. But yeah, it's working fine. It's working. The fourth one, we didn't do any changes to the fourth one, but it should work. Let's see. Fourth one is going to run. Yeah, it is working fine. Okay. Now, till now in this series, right, we have run the scripts on the Chrome browser, we have run the scripts on Firefox browser. Now I would like to run my scripts, upcoming scripts on the Edge browser. I'll go to this config.ini file where Firefox is mentioned. I'll just change it to Edge browser. I'll simply say Edge here, EDG, okay. and change it to the browser name date. Now the scripts are going to run on the Edge browser going ahead. Now register is now properly, okay. The removing hard coding of the data is removed. Let's go to the search.feature and let's see if any data is hard coded here. Just go to the search.py. As you can see, this data is hard coded, right? This data is HP is hard coded here. Honda is hard coded here. So what I can do is I can parameterize, okay? To remove the hard coding, I can parameterize this. How? Enter valid product, say HP. Like this, I can parameterize, okay? So here I have to go enter valid product, say double quotes, give that, write down product and comma, product you mentioned, and here copy the same product and paste it here, okay? Like this, we can remove the, as much as possible, you remove the hard coding. It's not compulsory that each and every pinpoint thing you have to remove the hard coding, but whatever is possible, you remove that hard coding by the way of parameterizing or bypassing the data from below step, everything, okay? Different ways are there. Now here also, here we are passing the invalid product. So say Honda, I'll pass from here. So, and what is this? I enter invalid product. Let's go there and invalid product. Say double quotes with the curly braces. Write the product. With the product and comma. The same product you write out here. Same product you mention here, and the same product you pass it here. That's it. The hard coding is done. Is removed from this things also. Let's run this search related scenarios and see whether everything is working fine or not. Behave, features, flash, search dot feature. All the three scenarios should run. First scenario completed, working fine. Second scenario is running. Completed. Yeah, three scenarios got passed. Right? All the three scenarios. Honda is entered and everything is fine. Now we are able to remove the hard coding as much as possible from the individual automation scripts, even from such. Now we'll go for login. Login, where is login? Okay, this data is anyhow not hard coded because we are passing from here. So no need to worry much about this. Here invalid email and valid password we are saying we can parameterize this. Say double quote valid password. Okay. If I say invalid email, am I passing that data or hard coding? Actually, we'll see that. Okay. I'm passing invalid email. We are not hard coding the data. We are auto generating. This is not called as hard coding, but password is hard coded. So only for password you can write valid password. Say what is the password? This is the password. Copy this and pass from the step. And come back here and say valid password. Say here double quotes, give the curly braces and mention password, and the same password you create as a parameter here, and the same thing you pass it here. Done. Done. That is removed. Hard coding is removed. Now what else? Here valid email. This is, I think this mostly this is valid email and invalid password. Valid email and invalid password. This one here we have hard coded both, so it's better. Say valid email, say, and valid password, say double quote, and here put the data here. Instead of hard coding the data in the individual automation scripts, copy this data and put it here, and this invalid password also pass it from here. Done. Now come back here and say valid email, say the curly braces, write down email, and here valid invalid password, say double quote, curly braces, here write down password, And now put this email as a parameter here, comma, password also as a parameter here. And now pass this email here, pass this password here. Done. Right? We are complete. We are done with this step. We have successfully removed that. Now, where else we have this invalid email and invalid password? This one mostly not auto-generated, mostly auto-generated. So invalid email, this one we cannot pass from the step. And whereas this one we can pass. Copy this and here write down invalid password. Say double quote. Give that invalid password. And here come to the step and say invalid password. Say write down password, comma, same password you write down here, same password you enter here. So that's it. We have completely removed the hard coding from the login also. Okay. So it should be good. And there's few more things that we need to take care of. Okay. Here, somewhere here and there, we are auto-generating this timestamp, right? But it is duplicated here and there. You see, this timestamp is duplicated here. It is duplicated here. Not only in this step definition file, but also in the other register.py also it is there. So how to overcome that duplication? Whenever I need to generate an email, there should be a method I need to call. So instead of writing this code again and again, okay, I have to do something. So how to do that? Copy this code and you know that the login register search is there. Uh, where can I move? There should be some place to move now. So let me think what I can do here. Have to maybe I can move this into the utilities and try this. Okay, I'll just create a Python file and say email generator, email with the timestamp generator, some name you give, that's okay. In this, create that function def get email, get new email with timestamp. Okay, like this you create. So and paste the code here over the mouse, import this date time. That's it. Now here you will get this, and you can simply say either you can save here or directly you can say return here. Just if you want to reduce the lines, you can directly return this emotory timestamp at the rate gmail. It will be when you call this method, it will return you the email with the timestamp. So now come back here and you don't have to write these lines anymore. Remove this line and here email invalid email is equal to here write down email with timestamp generator dot is the name of the Python file under utilities. Import this from utilities and now call the method get email new email with timestamp. This will get and fall into the invalid that will pass here. So copy this and write down everywhere. You don't have to write this code here. You just call that method. It will take care of. Okay. This is also done not only here, but you can also do that in elsewhere also. That is go to the in search. I don't think we need that. In search, we have never used that kind of stuff generating the email. But in register, we may have used elsewhere. So let's see where we have used in register. Here you see timestamp new email. Okay, so instead of this, write down here, write down new email. That will be enough. And remove this line. It's no more required. And hover the mouse, import. Done. Completed. Anywhere else we have used it. Timestamp here also. You see the same step you can copy here from here. New email is equal to and replace that lines with this line. Okay, done. Have used it elsewhere. Mostly we have removed it from everywhere. Okay, so this is another thing. So now it looks good, right? So from everywhere we have removed the hard coding of the data, and also that thing also we have covered. That is duplicated code also, we have converted that into this utilities thing and we have get that done. Now run the scripts, run all the scripts to see whether they are running or not after doing this change. Okay. So behave features slash say features. Press enter, all the tests will run. All the tests will run. Let one test run. After that, it's running on the Edge browser. After one test run, I'll pause the recording and resume the recording. I'll now pause the recording and resume once all the tests got executed. If any problems are there, I'll fix before you. I'll resume and fix before you. As you can see, after removing the hard coding of the data from the individual automation scripts and passing the hard coded the data from the feature file steps, you see everything got passed. So with this, we are done with this session. That is part 7. So we have removed the hard coding of the data from the automation scripts completely. So that's all for this session. In the next session, we'll take to the next level. Okay, that is generating the LU reports and all. The final part this is actually the final part where we are going to integrate the LU reports. Okay, we are going to integrate LU reports and all those stuff that we have discussed earlier. The same thing we are going to implement, and that will complete our this framework. Behave BDD hybrid framework with page object model will be completed in the next session. Okay. So meet you in the next session where we are going to complete this framework. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, we are going to continue creating Behave BDD hybrid framework with page object model. In this session, I am going to cover the part 8 of this series where we are going to generate the LU reports and also would like to attach the screenshots only for the failed scenarios or failed steps in the scenarios. Okay. So how to make that happen? Let me cover this in a practical way in this session. So how to generate the LU reports? So here, these are the steps we have to follow. All these steps already have covered as part of the previous series or sections. Like in PyTest, I covered this. You remember as part of the PyTest, I covered this. I'll cover this LU reports in terms of behave BDD, but earlier I covered it as part of the PyTest. But now we are this framework is all about BDD, right? Not PyTest. So I'll cover the same generating LU reports in terms of the behave BDD instead of PyTest. Okay. So these are the steps we have to follow. These steps we already have followed earlier. Some of the steps have been already followed earlier, this kind of steps. And this step will be kind of different for behave BDD when compared to PyTest. The last step here for generating the LU report is going to be different from whatever the way we have generated the LU reports for PyTest frameworks. Okay. So let's start with these things. First, we should make sure that in order to generate the LU reports, we have to make sure that whether Java is installed in our machine or not. Okay. How to make sure whether the Java is installed in our machine? So for that, I'll go to control panel. Just select this control panel and I'll just select this uninstall a program. And here I'll look for Java. I'll see whether Java is installed in this machine or not. And select J here, Java 17. Okay, Java JDK 17 is installed in our machine, right? That's the one thing. So first step is done because LU reports require Java to be installed. Otherwise, they will not get generated. So you know how to install and all, which I have already covered as part of this PyTest series. Now the second step is install node.js. Okay, we have to install node.js. So how to install node.js? So and all I already covered as part of the previous sections in the PyTest here itself. Okay, so let's check whether node.js is already installed in our machine or not. Node, by type node, you see if you are getting this app node.js means it's successfully installed. And why we have to have this node.js? Without node.js, we cannot install Allure reports. Okay, but the next thing, right, to install, okay, if you have to install Allure, right, so which is a command line tool, for that we have to run some npm commands. Okay, these npm commands will not work if you don't have node.js. With node.js, this npm will come. Okay, you don't have to separately install npm. When you install node.js, automatically you will get npm, and using that npm command we can install Allure. That's the reason we have to install node.js. Okay, first thing is we have to install Java, and second thing is any JDK version of Java, which is the latest or LTS version, latest stable LTS version is preferable. And install Node.js software. It's very easy to install, that I already covered. Just go to the website and download and install. That's it. Once you get this Node.js in your machine, right, then you will be able to run this command. This command also we have already run. Okay, this command we have to run to install this Allure command line tool in your machine. So first we have to have this Allure installed in our machine. To generate the Allure reports, we should have Allure installed in our machines. That can be done. Open the normal command prompt, Windows command prompt, and in that type this command. It will be installed. Okay, if you have this Node.js, it will be this command will work and it will be installed. And to check whether Allure is really installed in your machine or not, open the command prompt. Let me check now. Open the command prompt, Windows command prompt, and type this command Allure ---- version. Allure space ---- version and press enter. If you get the version, means Allure is installed in your machine. Okay, like this you should get the version. Without that, Allure is not installed. Now we need to add the path of this Allure to the system path in the environment variables and all. This the path will simply look something like this. I'll show you. We'll simply confirm. I'm not going to add, but I will confirm. Just write edit system and edit the system environment variables. Just select that. You'll get this dialog and click on environment variables. And so in this select path and click on edit. Already I have added here as part of the previous sessions and all right. I have added. You see this is a line. C users are username folder, app data, roaming, npm, node modules, Allure command line bin. Okay, done. Add Allure to system path. That is also done. So once these steps are done, then the next thing is to generate the Allure reports. Okay, after installing Java, Node.js, and installing this Allure command line tool and verifying that whether that is there or not and all, then go to this fourth step, that is PowerShell. Okay, and change the execution policy. By default, generally the execution policy will be in restricted mode. We have to change that to the remote sign mode. I have already changed it as part of the previous sessions and all. Okay, so to confirm in my machine, to change it, we have to use set execution policy command. To retrieve whatever that is currently set, we can use get execution policy. Okay, since I already have used this command to change this restricted mode to remote sign mode, okay, I'll simply run this command in the PowerShell. Open the PowerShell. Generally, you have to open this PowerShell in admin mode, but I'm not running the set command, only get command. So normal mode also will work fine. And here, run the command. What is the command? Get -execution policy. Okay. And press enter. And if you get remote sign, you're good. Okay. If you get restricted, then you have to use this command. You have to run this. You have to open the PowerShell in admin mode and then run this command and change the remote restricted mode to the remote signed mode. Okay, that's the thing you have to take care of. With that practice, right, this PowerShell scripts will be enabled in your machine, which are required for generating the Allure reports. Now run Allure command in to see whether Allure is properly got set up in your machine and all. Finally, you have to run this Allure kind of command in the Windows command. Open the Windows command prompt and just run Allure. Just type Allure and run it. Okay, Allure. Press enter. And if you are getting all these things, options and all those stuff, that means Allure is successfully installed in your machine. Okay, installed and configured in your machine. And the last step here is generating the Allure report. As part of generating Allure report, this is the last step. So this one differs from the PyTest. Okay, in the previous sessions also, we have generated the Allure reports, but that is in PyTest frameworks. For PyTest, there will be different commands. For behave BDD, there will be different commands for generating the Allure reports. So before that, in order to generate the Allure reports, first we have to install Allure Behave. Earlier in PyTest hybrid frameworks and all, we have installed Allure PyTest we have installed, but here Allure Behave, because this is Behave BDD hybrid framework. Okay, so either you can run it from the terminal or you can install. I prefer installing from the PyCharm ID option. Just go to this, select this project, select the file, settings, and when the settings comes, select this project, then select this Python interpreter, let it load, and after that click on plus and write down Allure -behave. You got this, right? Select that and install package. You have to install this package. Okay, this is also required, compulsory. So let the Allure Behave get installed. We should get a proper message here in green color stating that Allure has been successfully installed in our machine. So say okay. So after that, Allure Behave got successfully installed. What is the next step? Run. Just go to this run, and here in the terminal you run this command. Okay, you run this particular command in the terminal. Okay, run in terminal. Just go to the terminal here. Let's run all the scenarios in all the feature files. So generally our command will be behave space features, right? But in between the behave and features, you see all this whatever that is there, -f allure underscore behave dot formatter colon allure formatter -o reports, everything belongs to what? Generating the allure report. Okay, these things from -f to this slash, right? Till there that is for generating extra thing. Okay, for generating the allure reports. Okay, let's type that command behave. At this moment you see there is no folder like reports folder in this project, but it will be created. So behave, then write -f allure underscore behave. As it is, you type behave -f allure underscore behave dot formatter colon allure formatter for matter, then -o, and then reports. This is the name of the folder where reports will be under directly under the project. A report folder will be created. Under that report folder, Allure related stuff will come. Okay, some JSON files will come that you will see soon. Flash and finally say features. All the so under the features package, whatever the feature files are there, all the scenarios in the feature files, everything will get executed. Okay. Now press enter. That's it. So it will not generate the Allure report. Okay, it will not generate the Allure report. But you will see that let the scripts run. First of all, let the scripts run. But you will see that a reports folder will be created. Under the reports folder, you will get some JSON files. Okay. So already you see a reports folder is already created. Okay. Under that, some JSON files will be created. So since there are a lot of scenarios to be run, right? So what I will do is I'll pause the recording and resume the recording once all the tests or scenarios got executed here. Okay. As you can see, all the tests got successfully ran and everything got passed. Okay. 14 scenarios from all the 3 feature files got successfully ran and they got passed. Nothing got failed. Okay. So far, nothing got failed. And here, one reports folder got generated. If you expand this reports folder, you will see all the JSON files. Okay. There are a lot of JSON files and CSV files here and there. So this is not the final Allure report that you want, right? Okay, this is just the first step you have to. There is one more command you need to run in order to generate the Allure report. Okay, after this JSON files got generated or see any other files got generated under the reports folder, and this reports folder also got automatically created. You have not created it in the project. Okay, and not manually created it. Okay, fine. Now, what the next step is, we have to run one final step. So that is a run in the command line. Okay. So how to get this command line? Right click on this project. Okay. And say open in Explorer. Okay. Now go to the location where the project is available. Go inside the project and select this path and type CMD. Press enter. The command prompt will open from this project location. You see at the project location, the command prompt has opened. And here now run this command. That is what is the command you have to run? Allure serve and the name of the folder where the JSON files are available. Okay, write that Allure space serve. Make sure there is no spelling mistake. Serve and name of the folder where reports are generated. JSON files are generated. Okay, reports and press enter. Let's see. Generating report to temp directory. It's going to launch one Allure report for you. Now it launched. We got an Allure report. And you see 14 out of 14 scenarios got passed, 100% pass rate. Okay, login functionality. There were 7 scenarios which got passed. In that, one of the scenarios is data driven. So instead of running 1 time, it has run 3 times. And remaining are 4, 3 plus 4, 7 kind of stuff. Okay. So restore account functionality. There are 4 scenarios which got run such functionality. There are 3. Everything got passed. You can click on this and go and check number 1. You see, with the first set of data, the second set of data. This is one scenario in login with 3 sets of data driven testing. And you see all the steps are documented. They look like logs only. Okay. So this kind of steps, step by step, we are getting the passing or failing kind of thing and how much time and all those stuff. Okay. So fine. This is how we can check, cross check what's when, how the scripts got executed and all. Now, what I would like to do is I would like to intentionally fail one test. Okay. Though none of these tests are failing, but I would like to intentionally fail a particular test. And for that failed test only, I would like to capture a screenshot and attach that screenshot in this report. So let me close this. Let me close this and I'll go to this and have to do some changes here. So first of all, I would like to intentionally fail one test. Let's say I'll go to search.feature. Okay, I'll go to search.feature. I'll select one of the tests, that is search, last one, search without entering any product. Okay, I should get a proper message. This step is same for all the three things. Okay, I mean two. These two things have the same thing, right? Proper message should be displayed inside proper. I will fail two scenarios otherwise. Okay, by putting something in this then step, which will affect this step, this scenario, and this scenario. So two steps, two scenarios are going to fail. That's okay. So now, how to fail this? I have to go to the steps where we have the search.py file. Okay, and in that proper message thing. So this is expected proper message, but I'm intentionally adding A, B, C here. Okay. Then what happens? This expected message is not going to match the actual message. And because of that, this particular assertion will fail. Because of that, this particular assertion will fail. When the assertion fails or this particular step fails, the scenario also will fail. Okay. Intentionally, even though the scenario is not actually passing, but I'm intentionally trying to fail it. So I just want to check whether the screenshot is being captured properly or not and getting attached to the report or not. So we have to do few more things to get that particular screenshot taken and get attached to the report in under the failed step. Okay. So how to do that? For that, we have to go to this environment.py where we have these hook methods created. Earlier, we have written this before scenario and after scenario hook. Def, okay, def, then after underscore step, context, comma, then context, here I have the code written already. So we have to create that hook, extra hook, that is here after the context, I have to write hyphen, comma step, sorry, comma step, and then I have to mention this. If that particular step fails, okay, after every step, this hook method will be called automatically. Okay, this hook method will be called automatically after every step in the every scenario. In every scenario, there are a lot of steps, right? For after every step got executed, this hook method will be called, and where I will be checking clearly that particular step got passed or failed. Okay, if step dot what status is equal to in single quotes right failed, then put a colon. And what is the problem here? Written step dot failed is equal to fail is double equal to, sorry. Okay. Should make this change here. If step dot status is double equal to means assigning. Okay. But here failed. Then what we have to do here? We have to take the screenshot and attach that screenshot to the Allure report. Okay. We are not just taking the screenshot, but also here we are taking the screenshot inside and we are attaching the screenshot to the Allure report under that particular step. Allure dot attach, write down this one, allure dot attach, put the mouse on the allure and import this allure. So it got imported, right? It got imported. Allure dot attach of first one. There are 1, 2, 3 arguments. Okay, self dot driver dot get underscore screenshot as png, comma. Here instead of self, we have to write context actually. Okay, context. Here also, I'll change it to context. There's no self here in this hook methods, context. And context dot driver dot get screenshot as PNG. That's the one thing. And after that, name, second attribute is name. You can take, actually, you can take this new line. Name is equal to, give some screenshot name, that is screenshot failed or something you just write down. Or failed screenshot. You can give any name, that's okay. Put a comma here. And the next one is attachment type. Okay, 1, 2, and last one is attachment type. You can press enter if you want. Attachment underscore type is equal to attachment type dot png. attachment type dot for the month attachment type and import it from Allure. Get dot png. png done. This is the line you have to add, and the screenshot will now only be taken for the step which got failed in the scenarios. Okay, remaining other steps, if they are passing, means the screenshot will not be taken. Now this is much that you have to do. After step 2, you have to implement like this to take the screenshot after for every failed test. Okay, and attach that screenshot under the report for that particular failed step. Now you can either delete this reports folder or you can run it again, whatever the matter. Up to you. Whether if you delete also is fine or it will be replaced. The files will be replaced. Okay, earlier files will be replaced. No problem. Now run the command. What is the command we have to run here? Same thing. Behave -f and all those stuff. I'm just copy pasting here just to save time. Or I can just press arrow. You see the same command came. Behave -f allure format run. Just press enter. Now the test will run. Again, the reports folder will be freshly created and new JSON files will automatically come there. This time along with the JSON files for the failed, there are 2 scenarios having some steps which are going to fail, right? For that, some PNG files also will be created under the thing. Okay. Let's see. You'll also get some PNG files under that reports folder this time. All the tests will run. It will take some time for the test to run. So I'm just going to pause the recording and resume the recording once the test gets executed. So out of all the tests, 2 scenarios are going to fail. That is intentional. We have intentionally modified the expected result, right? Expected text and all those stuff. I'm passing now. As you can see, after running, there were three scenarios that got failed. Okay, maybe that I don't know how the third one came up. That's okay. Let them fail. Doesn't matter now. 11 got passed, 3 got failed. For all the 3, there should be some screenshot already taken. Okay, that's the intention. So here reports folder got created. You see a lot of JSON files came this time, and in between the JSON files, somewhere here you will also find some. You should also find some PNG files. Let's see whether we can find anything. Not so till now, no. But maybe in the bottom there are few. You see, there is one screenshot taken here. Some attachment.png. For 3 failed tests, 3 screenshots are there. You see, this is also another screenshot, PNG file. Remaining all are JSON files. This is another PNG file screenshot. Okay, screenshots are successfully taken for the failed test. We get some confidence here. Now right click on the project, open in Explorer, go to the project location, and at this project location, once you are inside the project location, type CMD here and press enter. The command prompt will launch from that project location where you have to run the final command. That is Allure serve reports. Okay, write down Allure space serve space name. Give the name of the reports folder in your project. Press enter. It will auto generate that. It will launch that report, Allure report for you this time, where 3 tests are failing, and we should get the screenshots. Okay, attach it to this report also at the same time. You see, there are 14 test cases. Out of that, 3 got failed, and remaining 11 got passed. And you can see here in the search, 2 got failed in the login, 1 got failed. Whatever the reason that may be, if you go to the login functionality, anything got failed here. Everything got sorry, in the login functionality, almost everything got passed except the 5th one. So for the passer test, you see everything is fine. But if you go to the failed test, you see this step got failed. I should get a proper warning message got failed. Expand that. You got the failed screenshot. Click on this. You got the screenshot here. Wherever the things are failing, it's taking the screenshot. Okay. So here for the passer test, you will not see anything. Okay. So this actually. Okay, this is a table that we are passing the data, right? That is a different one. Anyhow, and coming to the search, there are 2 tests which got failed. Go there and you can see the screenshot. Okay, the screenshot. And this one also you can click to expand if you want. If you want to see in a maximize mode, you can click on the screenshot. So this proves that we are able to generate value reports. Not only that, we are able to take the screenshots only on failure and attach them to Allure reports. Allure reports. Okay. So this is what we have done. This is the part 8. It's where all about the Allure reports and screenshot taking and attaching them to the Allure report is explained in this part 8. So that's all for this session. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to Selenium Python training series. In this session, as part of part 9 of this Behave BDD hybrid framework with page object model series. Okay, I'm going to show you how to set up Git, GitHub and Jenkins to run the automation scripts of the framework that we have created from part 1 to part 8. Okay, we have started building of this Behave BDD hybrid framework with page object model from part 1, and at part 8, that is in the previous part or in the previous session, we completed that. Now, I'm going to show you how to use Git, GitHub and Jenkins because in real time we use Git, GitHub and Jenkins. Okay, so how to use them or set up this Git, GitHub and Jenkins to run the automation scripts and all those stuff regarding this Behave BDD hybrid framework with page object model project. I'm going to cover now. Okay, most of the things we already completed as part of the previous things. You see here there is a separate section on Git, GitHub and Jenkins. Okay, if you have gone through this session will become very easy for you. Okay, so expand this. So for this to understand, as part of this section, we already installed Jenkins in our machine. Okay, Jenkins is already installed in our machine. Okay, we don't have to install again, but we have to launch it. Okay, how to launch it? Go to the download somewhere. I put the Jenkins.war file is still there. Okay, this is a file we have earlier downloaded, and so using this file, we have installed Jenkins. Now we don't have to install again. Simply we have to run the Jenkins. Okay. So it's already installed, but we have to run it. Okay. Once you close the command prompt and all, Jenkins will stop. So again, if you want to start the Jenkins, select this path where the Jenkins .war file is there and type cmd, and you'll get this Windows command prompt where the location of this is downloads. Here, type one command java-jar. For this, Java should also be installed. In my machine, Java is already there. Some latest Java LTS version is there. Java-jar, and the file name is, in the downloads folder, we have this jenkins.war file. Okay, this is a file, right? Jenkins.war file, and press enter. So jenkins.war file. So it should run. Jenkins should run now. Let's wait for the Jenkins to start and run. Okay. Jenkins is full up and running. Okay. Now, once it says that Jenkins is full up and running, open any browser and say localhost colon 8080. Generally, Jenkins runs at this port number 8080. Let's wait. So here, give the credentials for the admin account I created earlier. Let me give, if I remember. Just clicked on sign in after entering the admin credentials. Yeah, I'm able to go to the dashboard. Now, I'll create a okay, before doing anything here, just stop here. Okay, we'll come to this Jenkins again. So already Jenkins is installed and all. Now we'll come back to Jenkins later. Okay, this much is enough. If you are at this location, we are good. So if you think that I have not explained everything, you have to watch this section. Okay, in the previous sessions, right? I covered this Jenkins GitHub. All these things I covered here. Just go here and go back to the previous sessions and come back with that. Okay, then you will understand what I am explaining here. Okay, then already have set global tool configuration. So as part of this section itself, I have already set the global tool configuration. I'll show you if you want. The Jenkins, you just go to the dashboard. There's a dashboard, manage Jenkins, and just go to the global tool configuration to cross check whether that is global tool configuration is already done or not. Click on the global tool configuration. Once you click on the global tool configuration, you'll be taken to this page where you can see here, you see this configuration is already done. Java home, we have set this path and all those stuff. Okay, the mainly Java, and there was other thing regarding Allure command line. There was other thing that we have configured. Okay, after installing some plugins like Allure plugin and all, we got this. And here Allure home, and we have given the path of the Allure in our machine. Okay. At this location, Allure is installed in my machine. That path I have given. Okay. This one you will only do after installing. Okay. After installing some plugins. Okay. In Jenkins, we have to install. Okay. In Jenkins, we have to install Allure and Shining Panda that I have done as part of this section. Okay. This series of videos are there in this section. If you go through them, you'll understand what I have done. Okay. So then we can check the otherwise after installing this, you can check the global tool configuration where not only the Java thing, but also Java thing is set, but also this Allure command line thing is also set with this Allure home and path and all. Okay. So once this is done, what is the next activity? Create a GitHub repo in your machine. Create a GitHub repo on the github.com. Go to the GitHub. I already have an account with GitHub, so I'll directly get logged in. Okay. So if not, you have to create an account and log in. So how to do all this stuff I covered as part of the previous section I mentioned. So here, click on this and say your repositories. You'll get a lot of repositories as part of the previous session, right? I created this repository and showed to you. Now let me create one more new repository. That is, I'll just name this as tutorials ninja. I'll just name this as behave BDD hybrid framework with page object model. Okay, like this, I'll create one repository with big name. That's okay. I'll just name it public because it's free. And now I'll add a sample file instead of keeping or creating a blank repository. I'll select this readme and say create repository. Done. The repository got created with this sample readme.md file. Once that is created, once the repository got created, what is the next thing? You have to install Git in your machine. Git is already there in my machine as part of this section. I already have shown you how to install Git. So just to confirm whether Git is there in my machine, I just click on search and type Git here. And if I get this Git bash and the stuff, whatever it is, Git bash is coming with Git GUI and Git bash, mainly Git bash. Okay, if it is there means it is successfully installed in your machine. It's already there in your machine. Now we have to clone the GitHub repo to the local repo. Okay. So how to do that with this command we can do. So I'll tell you how to do this. Let's go to one of the location in my machine. I'll go to this. Then go to one location where local repos. You see, this is a previous repo. As part of the previous sessions, I've done that. So already local repos is there. In that, I have to clone the new repo. So how to clone that? Right click, show more options, and you'll get this git bash. Select that. And here, already a lot of stuff is already done. You see, initializing the git and giving, uh, breaking the ice with git by giving your email address and username. All these things are already done. I don't have to do that. Okay. Directly, I'm starting from here. So where I am at this location of local repos, in that local repos, I need to type one command. I have to go to this page and what is the command I have to type? Git clone GitHub repo URL. Okay. Here, copy this, and come back here, write down git clone, right click paste. Okay, I think this is the one, or so give me a second. Clone the GitHub repo to the local repo. Git clone GitHub repo URL. This is kind of very big now. That's okay. Just press enter. Cloning. That's it. Got clone. Now if you go here and see, you got this tutorial Ninja Behave BDD hybrid framework with page object model. You got expand that. We'll only see this readme.md file. Then what are the next step I have to follow? Now I have to upload this project code, this framework code into the cloud GitHub repo. For that, I have to go, already I'm there. I have to go inside let me close this git bash here and I'll go inside this folder. Already went inside this folder anyhow. Again, right click here and select show more options and say again, say git bash here. Now the git bash has been started at this location. Now what are the next steps I have to do? I have to run some commands, okay? Copy all the project files into the local git repo folder. So for that, what I'll do here is I'll right click on this project and say open in Explorer. I'll go to the location of this project where all the files are available, go inside and copy all these things. and move them into this. Don't move them, actually copy paste otherwise. Okay, paste it, and you'll get all the files of your project, framework project here. Just wait. So once all the files will come here. Yeah, once you get them pasted here, that's fine. Next one, git commands we have to run, git status. So type here, you're at this location actually. Now run git status, press enter. You see, these are the things that need to be that are different from the cloud repo. In cloud repo, we only have this readme.md file. There are no other files. But in the local repo, okay, but in the local repo, a lot of files are there. I'll close this project location anyhow. This is a local repo. In this, lot of files are there. The different files are coming here. The next step, all these things are already covered as part of the this section. Okay, if you go here, you'll understand that. Small changes I'll do. That's only the thing. As part of behave BDD, what are the different things I have to do? I'll explain at the end. Simply say git add dot. I'm not going to explain these things in detail. I'll simply go command by command. Once that, again say git status. Then the files move to the staging area. Then you have to commit them. Git commit -m. Give the commit message. Say initial behave BDD hybrid framework project hybrid framework project with code. With what code? Initial behave BDD hybrid framework project with uh, sample scripts and all. Okay, and just press enter. That it will get committed and say git status here. You see your branch is head of origin main, something like that will come here. There is one commit done. Now finally, after this is done, you just have to push the code. Okay, git push. Here which branch? We are in the main branch. So git push origin space main, press enter. Now the code will be uploaded onto the cloud repo. The code will be pushed onto the cloud repo. So after this is 100% done, then go here and refresh this page. You will see all the project code here coming here. You see, it's done. That's it. We are good. Using the git commands, we have uploaded the code, okay, into the GitHub cloud repo. Now, once the code is available on this cloud repo and all, now let's use Jenkins to run this code. Instead of, I'll close my, I'll close my PyCharm IDE. I'm not no more running the scripts from my local machine anymore. Rather, I'll use Jenkins. Here, Jenkins is there already. This is a cloud repo, GitHub cloud repo. With the help of Jenkins, I'll close all the other stuff. Nothing Jenkins need to be running. This command prompt don't close until the task is done. Now, finally, I have to run the code from GitHub repository using Jenkins. So for that, I need to create a job. First of all, I need to create a job. Let me create, I'll show you what we have to do with these steps and I'll show you. Let me expand all this stuff. And after that, I'll show you how to create a job in Jenkins and how to get these things done. So first create a job in Jenkins. So go to Jenkins and create a new job, click on new item. And this one, just name that as behave, BDD, hybrid, framework, form, page object model, otherwise page object model, GitHub. Okay, we are running from GitHub. So I'm just gave GitHub, whatever the keywords I wanted to give, I gave for that job name. I'll select the freestyle project, click on OK. Once so the job is getting created, we'll be taken to the configuration page. And in that configurations, we'll set some configurations. Like here, instead of none, you select Git. And here we have to give the repository URL. Let's give the repository URL. What is the repository URL? This is a copy this. Okay, the place project place. Okay, in the GitHub, copy this and paste it here. That is the repository URL. And here credentials. Here already I have added the credentials of my GitHub account. Okay, earlier. So I'm just selecting that. And then what is the next one here? Master. Which branch is there? Main branch is there. The GitHub main branch is there. So change this master to main. Otherwise things are not going to work. What are the next things? Okay. So we'll do some changes here. After that is done, then I have to go to build. A lot of builds are there here. That's okay. So here we need to get custom Python builder, custom build steps. Under that custom Python, here we have to give the path of this Python in my machine. See users. You can go to this location. It will be there. You want to go, you can go. Open the folder, close. Just open this drive, C drive, then users folder. Go to that location. See users are in your machine. Whatever the username folder is there, and in that find hidden folder will be there. That is app data. If it's not there, you just enable the hidden folders and files. You'll be able to see that. And then go to the local. And after going to the local, we have programs. Go to the program, and in the programs, you will see Python. In Python, you will see Python 311. And in the Python 311, python.exe is there, right? Copy this first for now and paste it here, first of all. And say slash python.exe. Okay, python.exe. That's it. Nature shell is there, command, go to the command. And here type all these commands, okay? So why we have to write all these commands, I already covered as part of the previous sessions. So same reason, Python, to create a virtual environment, we have to write this command, okay? In PyCharm ID, by default, we have that environment created, but here, when you're running from the Jenkins, from GitHub, code from the GitHub, right, you have to create the virtual environment. Now, after that, you have to call this, then only the virtual environment will work, fine. Then for this to happen, virtual environment should be there. Then we are activating this bat and all the stuff. Then you have to install Selenium, then all this packages, whatever you have to install, right, that you have to install again here. Pip install behave. Behave. Here we have to, earlier in the previous time when I explained GitHub Jenkins, right? There we were installing that PyTest, but here we are installing behave because our framework is behave BDD framework. And after this, we have to run pip install allure behave, and then copy this. This is a command, right? For generating the reports. Okay, this is one of the command I can say. This command is enough. Okay, using behave, we are generating the allure report. Paste it, done. Allure behave formatter and all those stuff are coming. Now, what else we have? Just click on, that's it, I guess. That's it. You don't have to do much. Now, here select Allure report. Okay. Post build actions, Allure. Here, give the folder, that is the reports folder. Give the name of the report. Okay. That's one more thing. Post build actions. Here, give reports, the folder in your project code. Okay. That is the reports folder under which that JSON files will be created. Now apply and save it. Once you have done that, just click on the build. This is a job we have just now created. Let's click on build now and see what's happening. You see the build started. The build started. We can see all the changes. If you want, you can go inside the build and see what's going on inside the build. If you want to really see, right, just go to the console output and see what's going on. You see this command is being run now. Virtual environment is getting created. Instead of staring at that build progress, right, we can look here to see what's going on. Yeah, all the things will be running. All the commands will be running. Allure, behave, and all those things will be installed. And so now let's see. The final command is running, which need to run our automation scripts. You see the automation scripts running started. So there are a good number of automation scripts. I think there are around 14 or something. I remember. So that will take a lot of time. But one of the scenario we'll see. And after that, I'll pause the recording and resume the recording once all the tests run. Okay. Now I'm passing the recording and resume once all the tests complete. As you can see, there are 14 scenarios out of which 2 failed and 12 got passed. Okay, this intentionally failed. We know that earlier we have intentionally failed it. The same thing happened in the Jenkins also. So now let's go back here to this build which got failed, and there are two scenarios which got failed, and there's one option coming up that is Allure report. Click on that. Let's see what happens. It has generated a report for us, right? So which has all these 14 things, and two got failed, as 12 got passed. And now let's go. Here are the functionality by functionality things. Here one of the scenario on that such functionality is passed. We got everything good. Select this. Okay. So here you see this step got failed. It got a screenshot attached also. Everything is working fine. Okay. So this is how we have to use and set up GitHub Jenkins. Okay. With this framework thing that is Behave BDD hybrid framework with page object model. Okay. The same, if you would have understood this session well, if you have gone through my previous section where I covered Jenkins, GitHub. Okay. So there are a lot of topics here which I covered earlier in this series. If you have gone through all these things, you would have understood this topic pretty easy. Okay, pretty easily. Okay, so that's all for this session. So that's all for this session. With this, we are done with Behave BDD hybrid framework with page object model thing. Okay, so thank you. Bye bye.